welcome to the Hawks Nest live stream show. My name is Brandon Kane, and I do appreciate you for tuning on in today on this bye-week Sunday where you're just kicking back. It's not just merely, of course, a bye-week Sunday. It's victory bye-week Sunday. So let's get that part right. Let's get that part straight. So no doubt you're sitting back, just enjoying this Sunday action of frivolity and high scores in some cases here, but a lot of fun matchups across the board here through the first early onset of this Sunday period before we're going to get to this Sunday night game. And I wanted to do this stream partly because we don't have a game going on this week on Sunday. We usually do a Sunday stream. And then just the matchup we have here on the board, I think, is a very important one to take a look at. In the case of the Niners, this is like it was back 10 years ago. You have the big, bad bully on the block. He's been beating up all the kids, right? Who's going to be one to step up to the plate? Who's going to be the one to give him that as the kids would say back in the day, the knuckle sandwich? Set him straight in his ways. Knock him off his little high horse of a run. Well, we were that team back 10 years ago. Are we going to be that team to do it now this year? Are we ready to go? We'll see. I think that we can get a bit of a clearer picture. The more we get a chance to look at our opponent that we're going to have to face that is most assuredly going to be that team probably at the top of this division that we're duking it out for if we're going to hope to have any chance of looking at maybe a first round bye or even just getting the division. We want to just kind of even set the sights a little bit lower than that. But I think it's an important game from that standpoint because you're going to play this team twice. Then you've also got this being the Dallas Cowboys, another team later on this year that you're going to face. And so maybe some interesting things that we can pull from both teams and how they deal with the other, which might inform us a little bit on the strategies our Hawks might employ later on down the line. No doubt about it, all of our coaches and probably all of our players are watching this game partly with an eye towards those eventual matchups down the line. So we're about 10 minutes away from the start of the game. I'm going to be doing some interaction with you guys in the chat, and definitely we'll be doing mainly some play-by-play too, as I want to I got to get my fix in on that. Which is the way it is. But let's roll through some of the early action here as far as the scores across the board here and just a few, just some maybe little quick thoughts in with it. Out there in London, the Jaguars and Bills played very early game. The Buffalo Bills lost another defender in back-to-back weeks, this time Matt Milano, very good linebacker. They lost White, their very good cornerback. Tough luck for the Bills, who were starting to look ever strong, ever right here in the early part of this year and taking some tough blows, including now the Jaguars getting this victory. And a Jaguar team that started out a little bit rough early on this year has now found its way back to a 3-2 record on the season. The Texans and Falcons were duking it out all throughout the course of this game, and it was a surprisingly fun matchup between two teams you might not, on the surface of it, think this is a fun matchup. But once again, you've got C.J. Stroud, doing what he's been doing, slinging the rock. And in this one, Desmond Ridder actually brought 300-yard plus day to the table and made some really big boy throws. Something that's been missing from him at times is the Falcons now go 3-2. So from some people's eyes, it was a surprising 3-2 team. But of course, if you were following me, I said I thought this was going to be the team to win that division when it's all said and done. They just need Ridder to play functionally. The Panthers kind of got their doors blown off by the Lions. You certainly see the difference with Young out there versus Dalton, in that Young doesn't exactly trust everything that he's seeing out there, under a lot of duress at times too as well. The Lions offense rolling like a well-oiled machine right now. They didn't even have Amon St. Brown in this game. Jameson Williams had a couple of drops in there with a couple of catches, yet their offense still put up 42 points. And I think they've blown out all of the three opponents that they've played since they've played us. Fun fact. Jonathan Taylor made his return with the Colts, and Anthony Richardson was knocked down and knocked out on a play where he's just taken to the ground and falls on his shoulder as he's trying to run with the ball. I'm going to sure cover this with the chat and you guys into the future a lot on this, because this is a way that I look at with a lot of these teams that draft these quarterbacks and then put the quarterbacks out there really early to play. And there's this, just got to let him play. Just got to let him play. And the problem is that when they don't have a good pass protection, when they're often then not able to go through a full progression read or know what they're doing before the snap, and then you ask them to play in live action, they're going to fall back in on, more often than not, that running style, and too often. And already here this year so far to start things, Richardson has a concussion. Now it looks like he's going to have what potentially could be a pretty major shoulder surgery or shoulder injury to his throwing shoulder. And I just come back to saying, why do you got to force these guys out there so fast when you haven't put the right parts in place for them. I can understand if you got to draft that guy and you just love him and you just want him, but if you don't have the stage set for him, why ask him to go out there and start monologuing? Just my little point on it. But props to Gardner Minshew. Minshew mania is still alive and well in this country. You better believe it. It's America's apple pie. And Minshew got out there for the Colts and made them just functional enough offensively to get the day carried through. Titans offensively look very, very inept and continue to struggle on that side of the ball. The Giants made it somewhat interesting for a while against the Dolphins, but the Dolphins ended up running away from it. The Dolphins players looked like they were about twice as fast as the Giants players at times on that field. A-Chain looked like, he was like Chris Johnson, the Titans in his prime out there on one player. He just like, is he on fast forward? What's going on? The Patriots, coming off the previous week, which was, I believe, the most embarrassing loss in Bill Belichick's entire tenure with New England, now have this is like the Pern's thing with they got a new worst loss in Belichick's era as they lose 34-0 to the Saints at home. Tough look for Bill and the boys out there as you do start to wonder a little bit if maybe there's a ever-warming hot seat underneath Bill Belichick as we're going forward here. The Steelers in a back-and-forth contest against the Ravens. Not a lot of offense. This was a pure old-school style AFC North kind of just slugfest back and forth, but not in the points fashion, and just that the guys at the line of scrimmage were just beating the hell out of each other each play. And not a lot of points to be found. Steelers are able to pull it off in the end. But that was a real weird matchup to watch early on because just neither offense could be functional through most of the action there. You've got the Eagles able to take down the Rams. Rams made it look interesting for a little while, hung in there for a bit, but eventually the Eagles were just kind of able to lean on them in this game. It was another Eagle game that wasn't exactly pretty from their standpoint. They just got the job done as they remained 5-0 in the season, the Rams falling to 2-3. The Bengals came into Arizona, and Arizona hung in there for early on, but then the Bengals kind of able to run away with this thing at the end. Burrow looking pretty good, throwing for 317 yards, 3 touchdowns, 1 interception, with our matchup on the horizon against them. He had a couple points of where he had to be mobile in this game, and he was able to be mobile. He had almost looked like just about a 60-yard throw in the air to Jamar Chase, who ended up with 15 catches in this game, 15 catches and 192 yards in this game. So it's going to be very clear as to what the Seahawks are going to want to concentrate in on this upcoming week for how to stop this Bengal offense right now, because it is certainly driving through Burrow and then driving through Jamar Chase. The Jets and the Broncos had a close matchup throughout. The game was much closer than the final score, 31-21. Jets coming out on the top on that one. Russell had them driving at the end in this game and just flushed out of the pocket and sacked, fumbled it into a Jets defender's hand. He ran in for a touchdown. Broncos lose at home, falling to 1-4 now on the season. The Jets go to 2-3, and not another game that was not the most fun of games to watch when they're flipping to that one on Red Zone. You're kind of going, okay, get me back to some other action. The Chiefs were able to take down the Vikings in a close game where the Chiefs were able to beat them in Minnesota. Chiefs now 4-1 on the year. Kelsey went down early, looked like he was going to have a pretty ugly leg injury there, ankle injury, but he was able to come back from that and get it done there. Help the Chiefs team. He made a couple of big catches. Help the Chiefs team get the victory there. So the Vikings fall down to 1-4 on the season and continue to see a lot of offenses around the league that are driven by defensive coaches. And then this kind of recent trend we've seen really continue to struggle to put points up on the board. But fun week of action. Let's say what's up to everybody in the chat here before we get the start of the game. I hope everyone's having a great night. Scott says, "What's up, brother? I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in on that tackle on Geno. I just think people are upset with it that it didn't get called because you can clearly see he's trying to go out of bounds. But instead of the defender just pushing to ensure there's contact made, and he's going out of bounds for sure, he rolled up on him. I've seen that flag thrown a million times for that reason, and I'm all for hard hitting in the NFL, but there needs to be the consistency throwing the flag all the time or none of the time. Go Hawks. Broncos lost. Great thoughts, Scott. And I wouldn't push back any of that, man. I think that's a very fair way to look at it. If they had thrown the flag, it would have been fair. If they didn't, I've seen it go both ways like you have. I've seen it, go and be thrown like a million times, but it's probably that I've seen it 2 million times. right? So it's almost like I've seen it just about half the time. And sometimes it's based on how, not to put it this way, but it's like how much, the reputation of the particular quarterback, if you're a second round backup journeyman, or something, you're not going to get the same thing as a Brady or Mahomes when they're being run out like that. But it was unnecessary. And the players, I think one of the reasons Geno was particularly mad about it is that whether it was illegal or illegal, Geno didn't like the fact that players purposely trying to injure him, which is what it feels like there in that moment. I don't know if that's what it is, but it is what it feels like. But well said on your part. CJ says, Hawks-Bengals game suddenly looks much more competitive than it did one day ago. We need Woolen and the Witherspoon to show up again, tag team lock up to lock down Chase. Just have them double team him all day. Have them both cover me up the field. I love it. Yeah, that's going to be the key on this one. I mean, that's very much true. Burrow with this injury here has not gone away from Jamar Chase any less. If anything, he's going to him more since he's had this calf injury. And so that's really where the Hawks are going to have to lock in on, how to stop him. Burrow was also really good in this game against the blitz. So just going after him and blitzing him may not be the exact right recipe either on the other side of it. Even more Seahawks, how you doing? Lazy Dog, hello. Says, woof woof, fun day of football, 0 beef barbecue, and pork chops and potatoes for dinner in a few. Ooh, sounds delicious, Lazy Dog. Let's go, man. It was a fun day of football. I was enjoying it. I kept meaning to go on a walk, and I was like, I was too locked in on red zone. Like, what's going on here? And yeah, how about Hackett getting the win with the Jets and a backup quarterback against Russ and company? Feed me more Seahawks. How you doing, brother? Sean, hello. GoX5 says, guys, I think I missed the Hawks game. What was the score? Yeah, I think I missed it too. Does anybody else got the Hawks score today? Flying Blind says he hardly ever roots for Dallas. Me neither. That's another one for me that I usually am one where I go, they can lose each time and it's okay. But indeed today, we need the Niners to start sacking some L's here at some point this year. I don't want to be having them at 11, 12, and 0. Able to just kind of rest on up down the stretch. Daniel Barry, how you doing? Roland Connor, hello. Megan Gock-Roger, what's up? Kid from the hood. Boring day without my Hawks. It's a little less exciting. I'll give you that. It was. Good news here, though, is from here, kid. Every week you're getting Hawk football all the way down. Well, we got a couple Thursday night games, so kind of. Brandon Moody says, eyes peeled on this game. I think it's an interesting one. That's why I wanted to run it. You guys did ask for this too, but I think it's smart on your part to do so because this is a game you want to take a look and watch. There's a lot to kind of read off of these teams and what they do. If the Cowboys can take down Purdy, who's undefeated right now, if they have a strategy they utilize in this game to try to take away some of the short passing attack of the Niners and force Purdy to throw a little bit more, get him a little bit more under duress than he's been. And especially with it being an interesting one because the Cowboys have played Purdy last year. So they've had a whole offseason to think about the strategy that they tried to put out there last season and think about if they want to change it or adjust it or however they want to go. That's kind of a geekier stuff here in this football realm of things, but I do like it. Sean Lee says, I have to be a Cowboys fan tonight. Yeah, I know. Just put the star hat on and then put a hoodie over the top. No one will know. It's blue. Everyone will think it's just a Hawk hat. Brandon Moody, Broncos today, bad uniforms and bad beat. Russell Wilson beat by Zach Wilson. Rough. Pretty rough. In watching the game, too, I don't think that Russ played significantly bad football necessarily. I mean, 20 of 31, 196, 2 touchdowns, 103 rating. Got sacked 4 times. Did have a couple of fumbles. 1 lost. But Cortland Sutton's just not the same player he was a couple of years ago. And Jerry Jeudy did okay, but that offense, I think, is kind of limited. No pun intended when with what they've got rolling out there right now. And he also did put up another 7 carries for 49 yards on the ground. So he is using his legs. Got to give him credit for that. But that team's just in tough shape. Yeah, Roland, we're going to have a tough matchup with the Cincinnati Bengals. No doubt about it. No doubt about it. Millions of the usual Niner fans. Keldon, I'm a Niners fan. What are delusion about? Oh, Keldon, we had one of those. We had one of those Niner fan types, man. You know the types. You deal with them in your own fan base. But it was just some fun banter. I was feeling like getting into a couple things, and came in spouting off. Pablo Domingo, Brandon, you ready for the Niners? I'm ready for the Niners to lose. Sorry, Keldon. You guys have had stacked enough wins on this year. It's time to bring you back down to earth out of the clouds. Get your head of the clouds. Get your head of the clouds, kid. Here we go. Sunday night football. Dun 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 dun. Doo doo. Dun 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 dun. Doo doo. Wait, that's probably Monday Night Football. Whatever. Get hyped. Get hyped. Snail says, Brandon, I told you Pats would be in the Caleb Williams conversation. They are who I thought they were. They are in the Caleb conversation pretty clearly at this point. Yep. I mean, that offense can't do anything, and maybe this is the ultimate Belichick move. I'm gonna lose every game, and I'll just look at Caleb Williams. That'll be the way we'll fix this. It'll be fine. That's all they're gonna do. Us on to the next quarterback. That's just the season's done. What are you gonna do? Just clear caps, right? Maybe. First down run here from the 25-yard line, and we're gonna get a flag right out the gate. Right out the gizate. Ryan Ball, how you doing? Says, I wonder what Russ thinks of Peyton now. I'm guessing the opinion might not quite be as high. John Lee, yeah, the Burrow and Chase are back to normal. / one of the toughest combinations to stop the entire NFL. Those guys with their background going to LSU have just been, and that's a flag on a pulled helmet there on McCaffrey. That was a pretty vicious pull. Pretty vicious. Jimmy Durham, how's it going, man? We got 1st and 10 here from the 43-yard line, Niners own territory. Purdy back to throw, quick toss, completes it in there to Brandon Ayuk. So one of those throws where you just go, man, you just give this guy that quick little throw, easy, where Ayuk looks like he has a free release off the line of scrimmage. Bang on the back foot, let it rip. Jimmy says, I'm a Niner fan. My brother a Cowboy. His son is a Cardinal, and his other son a Seahawks fan. Great stuff. That's awesome, Jimmy. Woo, those dinner tables must get a little bit wild. Thanksgiving dinner tables must get a little bit wild. But best of luck to your Niners tonight. I know I'm talking a little bit of trash. I'm a nice Seahawks fan. I'm going to do a little bit of trash talking towards the Niners. But best of luck to you guys tonight. You guys are a machine right now, no doubt about it. I wouldn't clip any wings on this Niner team as they've played so far this year. It has been it's been really good across the board. Efficient in the passing game, good in the running games. They just got a first down run from McCaffrey, crossing the midfield stripe. The defense has been as outstanding as you could hope. Hell, they even pulled off that Gregory trade where they're going to pay him about $1 million for the rest of the year, or less than $1 million, which is a phenomenal trade for them for a 7th-round pick. Props to you guys on that, man. Rumbler says, long time no see, Brando. Hey, what's up, Rumbler? Says, hello, chat. I don't know if you knew this, but it's me. And in fantasy, I'm next at the Hawks Nest. Well, I pulled a win out today. Despite the fact that my quarterback I've chosen this year, I'm going to have to be rocking with backup quarterbacks the whole rest of the year. And Brandon Ayuk with a catch here out in the on a little bit of an out route there for about 12-yard gain and another first down. Stephon Gilmore in coverage. Gilmore running man on this play, but he is in off coverage to begin things, it looks like. I don't know, maybe not man. He's not dropping into a kind of a cover 3 look there. He's just sort of staying back off the scrimmage. Cowboys playing a lot of off coverage early on here. Maybe they're just trying to get a feel for what the Niners do, but you know what the Niners are going to do. 1st and 10 from the 33-yard line. Back in shotgun is Purdy again. Quick throw. That ball looks like it might be caught and fumbled, but I don't think he had a chance to catch the ball fully for it to be fumbled. So I think that this is going to be called incomplete. And that is indeed the case. Sony Dale. Daryl Seiler, go Seahawks, but only this game. I'm exhausted. Go Cowboys, but only this game. I'm exhausted. Been an Eagle fan earlier. Oh yeah, that was just a tough kind of sloggish game. Now it was a tight one and kind of fun, but it was just neither defense was kind of given much of an inch in that one. Micah Parsons offsides there. Cowboys a little bit undisciplined here to begin things. But Jimmy, thank you for checking out the channel as a Niner fan. I always appreciate that. You know, you guys are always welcome here. Back to throw. Quick 3-step drop. Quick completion out to Deebo Samuel. Out for about a 5-yard gain on an out route. Just that back foot, it's out. Back foot, it's out. Never any kind of usually having to sit there for very long. Being more Seahawks, thank you for the $2 donation. I do appreciate you for that. It says, go Cowboys. I can't believe I'm saying that. I know. It almost gets stuck at the top of your throat, doesn't it? Go. It's like, you guys ever see that movie with the Jim Carrey Liar Liar, where he can't say a lie is the whole gimmick of the movie here. And McCaffrey's going to take this down for about a 5-yard gain down the right side. So this offense is moving with balance and force on this opening possession. But there's the whole shtick of the movie is that he can't tell a lie, and he's a schmarmy lawyer that just wants to lie. You know, the pen is blue. And he's trying to say the pen's red, but he can't tell the lie even though the pen's blue. A little bit like that. Go Cal. Go Cal Seahawks. Go Cal Seahawks. It'd be like that. But thank you, man. Appreciate the donation very much. Ooh, Megan coming in hot. Megan, let's go. Give me 1 sec. I want to acknowledge this properly here. Back in shotgun, a little bit of a deeper drop here for Purdy. He's going to roll out to his right, look down the field. Wide open is George Kittle for a touchdown, 49ers. Kittle took a little bit of a deeper drop, then softly rolled to his right. And that was enough time to buy Kittle to run a late-breaking deep route to the back corner. He's just running kind of a real deep crosser on this play. I think it was a post that he turned into a crosser. Free release by the Cowboys off the line of scrimmage with Kittle. You see there, Leighton Vander Esch has an opportunity to potentially chuck him a little bit the line. Just throw that timing off just a little bit, and you leave him that free release, which was also part of how I characterize that 49ers drive there. The less off coverage and playing off, and it's like teams will play Purdy like they're really scared of him. He's got like a Mahomes arm that he's going to take him apart over the top. And you'll see this off coverage and soft zone coverage, and I'm sure there's a good reason for it. But it's strange as a fan to watch because you're like, why not bring that coverage up a little bit? Who knows? Maybe the Cowboys were doing that there, and that's why Kittle was so much open in the back of the end zone, right? Holy hand grenade, but it did prove if Russ just simmered and had a great defense, we could have possibly won 3 to 4 Super Bowls. I probably missed another one of your other comments on their holy hand grenade. I'm sorry. Let me see. Russ thinking it should have stayed in Seattle. Yeah, probably thinking he would have been better here. And yeah, if he thought I just stayed in simmer roll and utilized my legs, and maybe so. Hard to say with that. Megan, let me acknowledge your awesome donation coming in with a $50 drop in the chat. I want to say thank you very, very, very much for that, Megan. You are awesome for all of your support. And it was what a game the other night there between your USC Trojans, fighting it out down to the line against that tough Arizona team that gave the Huskies all they could handle the week before. She says, thanks for the text. The USC game, you may not know it, but you talked me down from the ledge. By the way, this is the only time I will say go Niners, as I have their kicker ND in fantasy. That's fair enough. You got to go for that dub. You got to get that W, Megan. So thank you for the 50. And when I saw that, I was watching kind of through the end of it, and I was like, oh, I got to see where Mega's at on this one, because I knew you were going to be biting your nails on that one, because you got to be already looking ahead a little bit if you're USC to some of those matchups coming down the line. And Arizona would have been easy to kind of go, okay, we got this one in the bag. But they gave everything you could there to you. And you got to give it another little bit of props there to Caleb Williams as a moment that we haven't had a lot of, with him having to, come from behind or win it down the line in OT. Haven't had a lot of that from him, and now we get to see that in that game. How is his resolve? Does he get tight? Does he stay loose? Does he get some guys go and take that next extra little step ahead of that? Up above their game normally is. They almost go into that sort of Superman mode, And I don't know if he was in Superman mode the other night in that OT, but he played pretty doggone good. I'll tell you that. But thank you, Megan, for that $50 donation into the chat. Megan, you are awesome, and all of your support to the channel as well as being a member. I really do appreciate it. And good luck to your fantasy. I can say that because I'm not playing you this week. So this week I'll say good luck to you. I don't know if it's that way in the future. But not looking bad, too. Not looking bad so far. You got at least that 1 point from the kicker off the jump. Thank you, Megan. Appreciate you. Hope you know that. Duran says it's crazy that Purdy is still undefeated in the regular season. Very crazy. Very crazy. Kid From says, hope you're doing great. Go Cowboys. Ha ha ha. What a Monday Night Football game gives me hope. You should have hope, man, Kid From. That was a great Monday night game. You have your Seahawks leading the league in pressures right now. I will be on, I believe we're going to do a Tuesday show where we're going to take a little bit closer look at how the Seahawks are working this split scheme. And it's really fun what they utilized against the Giants because it wasn't just going to one thing. You know, you ever play Madden and you have that one blitz that's always working for you, and you know you've done this. You know you've done it. You keep going to the blitz. You know, like this wouldn't work in real life. I got to call a different place. Or human being would get onto this, but you keep calling that blitz. It keeps working for you. You keep getting the sack. Don't lie to me. You know you do it, right? And the nice thing you saw about their defensive alignment on Monday night from our Seahawks and how they were bringing those pressures is it was a variety of different things. Just a variety of different things across the board. All right, the Cowboys are going to take over here at the 25-yard line after the kickoff. Dak back in shotgun. He's going to hand the ball off here, and it's going to be a gain of about 2 yards to Pollard. But they would bring 5-man looks and bring 4 but drop 1, and you weren't sure which one they would drop. Sometimes it would be a defensive end. It could be Derek Hall or it could be a Uchenna Nwosu, and then they're bringing Bobby on it. But that best utilizes then getting Bobby going downhill rather than dropping in coverage, and it would flummox Daniel Jones and his reads post-snap because he just didn't know what was coming from where. You're running a lot of these. You guys probably saw it in the Mafe tape last night. As Dax drops back to throw off a play action, and he's going to overthrow his tight end by about 2 yards there. Looked like he was open. Dak just couldn't put the ball there on the biscuit. I don't know what that means either. Okay, don't ask. That's I don't know what that means. 3rd and 9 here for Dak. Back in shotgun. Niner defense creeping up to the line of scrimmage with a lot of guys up there at that line, and they're bringing it. Dak's going to look deep. He's got Gallup fighting downhill there, not able to get off the cornerback 4th and 9. There you see the benefits of 3rd and 9 blitzing because you have to have routes that have some time to develop. And so Dak has to go to the 9 route here. Yeah, because CD's basically being doubled up. So he's got to go to the 9 route here and hope his man's going to win it. He's not seeing that his man's win it. He's throwing it and just hoping he wins it because the pressure is too much and he doesn't have enough time to let it develop enough to see it open, even just by a smidge, even to the point of saying he's leaving. In fact, probably when he throws that, Gallup is behind the cornerback. So we got an opening punt after 3 and out here by the Dallas Cowboys. That's a tough Niner defense. Dak's got to probably hit those throws there that he had to Ferguson. That's the one thing I might say as a caveat to him right now is you got to make these throws when you got the opportunity against this defense. But that's the benefit of blitzing on 3rd and 9 is that rather than trying to just drop as many guys as you can into coverage, which if you don't get the pressure from the front 4 will then allow those long developing routes to get free, you take the action to the offense. And you say, we're not going to do that this way. You're not going to have the time to let that stuff develop. You should have gotten more yards on 1st and 2nd down. You should have done it. You should have did it. Phoebe Moore Seahawks. Thank you for the double donation, brother. Says, go Cowboys. Can't believe I'm saying that. Oh, I think I read that. My bad. Kasra Solari. Thank you for the $2 donation. Says, Joe Burrow wakes up a week before playing us. I know. Couldn't have that calf one more week down, could we? Just have to have all of these modern innovations with your surgical applications. Whoopity-doo-dah. It's pretty clear when he slung that 60-yarder to 60-yard missile to Jamar Chase that the guy's going to probably be all right. We're going to have to do it the old-fashioned way. The American steel. But thank you, Kasra, for the donation. And Megan, thank you for that $50 domino drop. I do appreciate you for it. Micah YT, what the hell's happening with Denver? Peyton came in there and disassembled basically the defense that was working. He broke what was the one thing about the team that was okay, and then he doesn't have any solutions for the offense any more than Hackett did. So, Alon Box says, Bronco Nation, embrace the tank. I don't know, Bronco Nation. We might have an 0-17 team out there up in New England. You'd be trying to embrace that tank, be like, all right, 2 wins on the year. We did it. We did it. Hey, Bill, what? We did it, man. Call Caleb up. Tell his dad he's getting to come to Denver. Let him know. No, Bill. What? Belichick. What about Belichick? He didn't win a game this year. What? He didn't win at all. Bill? Well, he's definitely cheater check. He's definitely tanking. That's not right. You can't tank. But we tank. No, we didn't really tank. Not like that. Not one win. Not one win. His offense is just, oh, for the hell. For the love of God. Daryl Seiler, what is Bobo doing tonight? We need more Bobo. Bobo right now is in the basement of a gym, and he's got a jugs machine firing 140-mile-an-hour footballs 10 feet away from him as he's on his knees catching it with one hand directly in front of his face, because it teaches him how important it is to catch the football, because if he drops it with it in front of his face and it's firing at 150 miles an hour, that thing's going to go right into your grill. You know? So he's just down there. Here's all the sound. You go down and it's all the sound here. That's Bobo right now until 11:45 tonight. He's even got a pee bucket. He's that hardcore. 2nd and 5 here for Purdy and crew. A toss, outside pitch play to McCaffrey, who does a good job of bouncing around to get around some penetration into the backfield. Turn this into a positive play when it looked like it could have been a negative play. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, I can't wait until you talk about Russ. Well, thank you for the donation. We talked a little bit about him on this. It's a tough day for him at the office here, but I don't know if I could say it's a tough day as far as he necessarily played really bad in this game when watching it. There's still times with Russ that it's a lot like it was with us here, where even when he's being effective at times, 3rd and 2, Purdy drops back and this ball is going to be knocked down. Great job by the Cowboys defense to answer the bell there and get a 3 and out on this play, as the Niner offense could start getting kind of up and rolling a little bit. He threw for a couple of 100 yards. He ran for another like 40 yards or something like that. I think that's, that Jet defense is legitimate. That's not an easy Jet team to go through. So 20 of 31, 196 yards. That's 103 rating. He was sacked and under quite a bit of duress. I mean, that's the thing about Russell trying to play the position right now, and any quarterback trying to play the position. If you're under a lot of duress, it's really hard to be efficient and to play under control and to be able to go through your reads and trust that you can go through your reads and not try to be just sort of scrambling more often than not. Yeah, he almost got 50 yards of the ground rushing. So I don't think, there's some games that Russell's played badly there for the Broncos since he's arrived. I don't think I would put this one as one of them. And I don't think, frankly, at the end of the day, throughout the year here, he's necessarily played, tremendously bad. I know he's got the safety in this game as well, but again, it's another play where he's under relatively quick duress, I guess. And I haven't watched the all 22 this year, but I'm going to suppose with sometimes the amount of times he's looking down the field that there's probably not some guys breaking open. But that's as much as maybe the key on evaluating him right now is, are there guys back there on that back end that he's just not seeing? Like that sack in the end zone he took today where it's on the safety he's back there, and it is 1,000, 1,000, 1,000. And then there's the pressure and somebody's in the backfield. Was there nobody open, or what's what? That was probably his worst play of the game, to be honest, even beyond the fumbles, because that's the one where you've got to have the timer in your head in the end zone like that to go, I can't take a sack, I can't take a holding call, I got to get the ball in my hands here. And instead he's sort of still doing that thing where Russell Dewars are kind of staring it down, just looking a long time. He's looking down like Clint Eastwood looks down a foe when they're about to have a gun draw in a movie, Go ahead. Get open. Punk. Helen Box says, Spoon Man, Hitter Spoon. We're going to figure out that nickname at some point. Michael YT, Sean P. should have shut his mouth about the whole worst coaching job. Odd that when he did say what he said, which is like, didn't need to do it. Iona says, love your shirt. It's so amazing. Thank you, Iona. I think this was a gift from the mom back in the day. Roy says, I'm so torn. A little bit of celebration, a little bit of anger, either way this one goes, right, Roy? Meg says, that's a great impression of my Dark Lord B. We're going to get Caleb Williams. That's what we're going to do. So we're going to go win a couple more Super Bowls on the next couple of Super Bowls. Caleb Williams, generational talent. He's generational. What can I say? Vahid says, cool Seahawks shirt. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. Ryan says, the Cowboys can jump out early and stop the Niners run game. We'll find out more about Purdy. Well, they have not done it so far. Second offensive attempt here, though. We'll see if they can get it back here. The Cowboys going to take over after the punt at the 21-yard line. Dak back in shotgun, trips to the far side of the field. He'll drop back to throw. Flops it out into the flat. Dre Greenlaw is all over Pollard for a negative 3-yard gain. I guess hoping the trips were going to pull Greenlaw over to that other side of the field, but they didn't. Second and 11. Dak drops back to throw. Quick toss into CD Lamb there. This will be third down and short. Megan, thank you for another $5 donation. This has been up watching cricket and rugby World Cups, and I'm having a quiet day with the people I adore most in the world, aside from Jim Zorn. Well, thank you so much, Megan. I appreciate you on that for all the donos and that $50 drop, which is just unbelievable on your part. But it does feel like a nice, just kind of quiet Sunday afternoon. I mean, this is a Lionel Richie Sunday afternoon, you know? Wow, me say. So that's where we're at today. Bosa in the backfield on third down and short, and he's going to get a very quick sack on Prescott almost right after the snap, going up against Steele, the right tackle. The Cowboys rewarded recently over there. And Steele just... Eesh. That was pretty fast pressure. But thank you, Megan. I hope it's been some scintillating cricket and rugby action over there for you. Down under. Another punt here for the Cowboys, and this will be fair caught by Ray McLeod at the 30-yard line. Michael YT says, Brock Purdy's literally playing like Drew Brees in his last 3 years. Not special, but good enough to make some plays. I think that's a great comparison, Micah. That's a great one I had not thought of before, and I may very well steal for the future, Micah. Got to warn you on that, but you put it out in the universe, I can take it. But that's a great comp on your part. I'm kind of seeing the same sort of thing myself. And I think there maybe the one key difference is that Purdy's got the upper level short area quickness and escapability that Breeze maybe never quite ever had. And that's the one place where he's able to make that type of play style work because he's got the mobility built in. I love it, man. That's awesome. Biles says, flexing primetime game starts after this week. Any chance Bengals Seahawks gets flexed to Sunday night? I'd love to see it, Bile. Difference between that and doing I think the key on this is you can't play more than, of course, have more than 5 primetime games on the schedule, which we don't. I don't think the Bengals do either. So that would allow it, I think, to be opened up for them to flex it if they wanted to. I would love to see them do that. I think the matchup would be pretty awesome. What is the... let's take a look and see what the... Let's see who's on the schedule next week. So you got the Giants at Buffalo. Is your Sunday night action? That could be definitely a game that you might look at getting flexed, I would say. Not that Buffalo doesn't look good, but Giants game might not be too attractive for them on Sunday night. Play on Grenade says, no, the Bengals' record's too bad right now. They might look at it, though, like Joe Burrow's back and healthy now, so the matchup looks better to them. We'll have to see. So it is the Giants, too, with New York, so it's hard to see them flexing a New York team, even if that team didn't have one win. Keldon says, now that y'all are watching, you should see that Purdy can throw deep. I'm watching. I'm looking. I will note it, Keldon, when it does happen. We'll put it up on the big screen. Which Kane says, oh no, keyboard issues. Oh, yikes. Keyboards are expensive now, too, if you got to get a new one. All right, Brock Purdy back on the field now for the third Niner possession here. Going to change the play at the line of scrimmage. You get a little cross motion adjustment. Play action pass. Purdy under duress here, and he's going to be drugged down for a sack. Niners bringing the blitz. Here we go. J-Ron Curse. Bring the safety off the edge there. Post snap by Dan Quinn. Here's where you can find, to me, the success at times with this on Purdy, and this is what I'd love to see teams do more of, Bring the blitz, press the short routes, take away the hots, and see what he does. Quinn coming out, taking it to him a little bit here on the start of this possession. 2nd and 12. Niners, a little bit of an I formation look here. Pitch play to Deebo Samuel. Deebo Samuel with a great cut outside. He looked like he was completely fenced in, and he was able to bounce it outside and get an extra 7 yards there. Just punish the bad tackling angle of the Cowboy defender. This will turn this into a 3rd and makeable. Third down and 1. The give is inside to McCaffrey. He is going to bust it through for just barely enough, but he will indeed get the first down. Indeed, he will make it happen. No, I'm always cool with Niner fans in here. Keldon's cool, and we get mostly respectful ones in here. We just happened to get a one last week that was a little out of pocket at some times. All right, back under center is Purdy here from about the 41, their own territory. The gives to McCaffrey, a little outside zone. He'll pick his way through traffic for a gain of about 5. Paul Third says Purdy leads the league against the blitz, though, Brando. This may be just my feeling on it, and I don't have the stats to back it up, Paul, so it certainly is a gut instinct thing from watching his games this year, because I've watched a couple of Niner games. What teams tend to do against the Niners, it's what the Giants did in a huge amount of their blitz, because the Giants blitzed at an incredible amount in that game against the Niners. But what they did is they brought a 5-man blitz. And I don't hate 5-man blitzes. They can work in moments. But if you're only going to bring the 5 up against a 4 of the offensive line, you're going to bring up a 5 against the 5 of the offensive line and sometimes a back there to help out as well. I don't know if I always count that as much a purely blitzing as much as I do when you're bringing somewhat of an extra defender, the 6th or the 7th guy you're actually bringing. But I don't. I have to admit, Paul, I don't have the data to back that up. It's just a feeling thing. And it seems like watching a lot of these teams, they'll just stay back, kind of just into that softish zone area of things. All right, we got 3rd and 5. Caffrey goes in motion. This will make it an empty set here for the Niners. Cowboys showing a little bit of a blitz look, only bring 4. And we got a flag on the play here as the ball's broken up by the safety. And the Snail says, are Dak and Daniel Jones the same person? Well, you never actually see him in the same room. I'll just say that. Roland says, I wonder if Russ has unblocked his phone for Sean Payton. There's going to be some shots taken tonight. Oh, Lord. Why do I say I'm a smug jerk on social media with being right on most things with the Seahawks? Was wrong about Taylor, though. Can't get them all right, man. All right. 1st and 10 here from the 49-yard line of the Cowboys. The give is inside out of shotgun. This will be a gain of about 8 yards. Niners running the ball well here early on. Remaining balanced, but running the ball here early on well. Even more Seahawks says they should flex the Giants and Bills next week. No one wants to watch that prime time. No. Tyrod Taylor at quarterback. Because it looks like Jones is out right now. 2nd down and 3. Niners offense, a well-oiled machine right now. Purdy under center. Cowboys creeping up around the line of scrimmage. They're able to bring this down to a short game. They felt that was a run. You could kind of feel their defenders easing towards the box. Closer that play clock was winding down. 3rd down and 1. Micah Parsons playing a little bit of that linebacker role there. He really sort of slowed that down a bit until the reinforcements could arrive. 2:49 to go here in the first quarter. Niners moving. Play action pass. Quick throw out to Kyle Juszczyk in the flat. 1st down. They make it look so easy on certain things like that. I mean, it's 3rd and 1, so defensively you're going to just try to you got to be all on stopping the run or all in on stopping the pass there. So you're probably just thinking they're going to run, and they get you with it. But love that design. We do a lot of this. The post, it's the post snap motion where you have the guys start out on the left side, then the post snap, they come back across the formation, and it's hard for defenders to stay with those guys. We run it a lot with our tight ends. Seems to always work. 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line for the Niners. This play will be whistled dead. The Black says, looks like that from a party stat or a play perspective, just a simple check to the tight end, but then the dude takes another 10 yards. He's got the best yak guys, some of the best route separators out there. And he's got a play caller in Shanahan that knows how to call a game. Knows how to keep the opposition's defensive coordinator off guard a little bit. Unsure. Purdy in shotgun. Drops back to throw here. Whistles it back across. Ball was thrown a little bit, looks like behind Brandon Ayuk. This is just the kind of throw that we look at with Purdy, that beyond the deep throws, the ones where there's a little bit of velocity here on this. He does throw it behind, but not a lot of pop on this ball. Just kind of comes off his hand and sort of, it's going to get there. But But he needs the separation to be had there for that ball to get there on time. Purdy's played well here early on, though. No knock on him. He's done what he does well. Back in shotgun, 2nd and 15. A little bit of a high throw there. Incomplete. Also bring up 3rd and 15. Nice play by the cornerback there. $1:34 to go in the first quarter. Niners up 7-0. Purdy back in shotgun. He's going to send Kittle into motion to the left side. 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field. This is a fake pitch play, or a fake throw to a handoff to McCaffrey, who was swallowed up in the backfield by about 2 or 3 defenders for a loss on this play, making this going from a place where it was a makeable field goal to right on the edge of being outside of field goal distance. Excuse me. Micah Parsons is wrecking shop early on here. He just bounces right past blocks. He's so tough to deal with. And indeed, the Niners are going to have to punt here. That was a great play by Parsons there. That saved 3 points. Nice punt by the Niners. They're going to down this in the 5-yard line. Cowboys are going to have a long field to take over. Sanchez, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Brock Pennington and the Noodle Arms. That's his rock band group name, Sanchez. It's a little known fact that Purdy goes on the road in the offseason. He does a 35-city tour of America, but they only tour the 3rd largest cities in every state. So it's, a lot of Spokanes and, what we got, Kalispell, But that's the name of the Purdy group is Brock Pennington and the Noodle Arms. And I hear that they're very bluesy, according to what I've heard. Hold on one second. I blow my nose. Oh, step away and the Niners get the ball back. Holy crap. What just happened? Pollard out there on a running play, and Fred Warner just knocked it out. How'd that ball stay in bounds? There's no way that ball stayed in bounds, is there? It had to touch a guy in the out-of-bounds marker, right? It looked like it touched a guy who was out of bounds. It looked like Fred Warner's foot rolls over the top of the ball. They keep going to this stupid angle that doesn't show it. This other one, though, watch his right foot. Yay. Then does the guy have possession of it because he just lands on top of it and slides it out of bounds. Great play by Fred Warner, showing you why he's one of the best, if not the best, middle linebackers in the sport. And just pursues up there, and Peanut Tillman punches that thing out completely on purpose. Sanchez, thank you for that $2 donation, brother. I love the Purdy rock band name. I hear he's really good on the drums. He just doesn't. He's more of a beat guy, He's more of a Ringo guy than he is a Keith Moon kind of guy. You know what I'm saying? He'll just kind of keep the beat, if you know what I mean. My musicians in the audience know just what I'm saying. Empower Code, how you doing, brother? Says, man, Brando, I feel like we don't get a shot at catching. I feel like we don't got a shot at catching these Niners. Like, what can we even do? I feel so tired, defeated. Stacking up win after win seems such a long shot. Or maybe I'm having a bad day. But we always have to have the perspective. Empower Code, I think that's what you're kind of reaching for there a little bit, is the perspective on this season about where we are, where we're headed, what the process is bearing out as it currently stands. And what I mean by that is that you have a tremendously young team. You've basically turned this whole roster over the past 2 years. That's not always going to allow you to feel like you're in the middle of a Super Bowl window run when you're in year 2 of a rebuild. This Niner team is in a far different place. You know, they're at the kind of more closer to the end of their Super Bowl run. It has a 4, 5, 6 year time period that you can have sometimes. Sometimes it's shorter, but that tends to be about when you're in that run, that's about where you have to go out there and operate. And so, you know, they're into that year 5, 6 mode of this, and they're maybe at their strongest they've ever been. And their guys are healthy, and they're not really dealing with a lot on the injury front, and that makes them at their strongest. But it's a long season, and this is why I do say Empower Code. The good news is I'm much happier that we get to face them later on this year rather than having to face them right now, because I think, you know, right now where they stand, they are a bit stronger, they are a bit better, but it is a long year, and where you're at right now is not where you're necessarily going to end up and finish at. And so that's the part to track and monitor, but they're a juggernaut right now and have a great argument to be made that they are the best team right now in the National Football League. I can't believe that ball didn't get knocked out of bounds. That is so amazing. You have a pile of bodies that are swinging down out of bounds. If any one of those legs, arms, limbs hits the ball while the body's out of bounds, the play is dead. There's no possession. Oh, yeah. Got an outside give here to Deebo Samuel. Will take it for about 5 yards. That's how it kind of feels too in Power Code. Like the ball's just sort of bouncing their way this year so far. In some of the games we've watched on him. You know, Purdy does throw it to a defender. The defender drops it. Like that Giants game where they had like 2 or 3 times where their hands were on the balls and they just dropped it right out. 15 seconds to go in what's been a very good first quarter for this Niner team, showing balance. Purdy's been decisive in his decision-making. The line's giving him time against this Cowboys front. 2nd and 4 here from the 10-yard line. And they will not get a final play off here, as that will finish up a first quarter here that feel pretty good about if you're a Niner fan with the way things are going so far. As both sides are getting it done. But I get where you're coming from, Empower. Keep the faith. Keep the faith, brother. White Weiss is the Ducks are the most balanced team in the Pac-12. Yeah, I think you can make that argument. I definitely think you can make that argument. Cheese Taco. Thank you for the $5 donation, Cheese Taco. It's good to see you in the chat tonight as well. It says, bleh. Rooting for the Cowboys is like having to be friendly to that annoying relative you don't really like for the sake of civility during Christmas. That's exactly right. Exactly right. They're the relative with maybe a little bit of a criminal past. You know, you can't have the kids around them. You know, just because there's rumors. You know what I mean, Cheese Taco. You know what I mean? Mm-hmm. So, yeah, they're kind of like that kind of relative. Definitely not passing the gravy. Okay, definitely not. But they need to take this Niner team down. We need this Niner team to get a couple good losses stacked in here through this early part of the schedule. I don't need them at 12-0 where they're just like, we can just like rest a new guy every week down the stretch because, you know, we got this in the back pocket. We could just cruise control the hell out of this one. Thank you, though, Cheese. Appreciate that $5 donation. Adrian X with a $2 donation says, I feel dirty when I have the Niners in my parlay to win money. I do as well. I got a parlay today, Adrian X, that I'll show you guys tonight if I get it because it'll make you guys laugh. But I have got everyone looking really correct right now. And I'm going to miss it by 1 yard with one guy. I got four right, and my 5th right one I'm going to miss by 1 yard. Just brutal as you can get. But I have Ayuk in this game too on my parlay of needing to get over 50 yards. So, but I'm so annoyed. I'm so annoyed that I'm falling short on this one. Like, ugh. But good luck to you, man. Randall McDaniel with a $5 donation. Randall, it's good to see you in the house as well. And thank you for all your donations and support here to the channel. Hope all the fam's doing well. Says, we got hosed on our bye week. We played Monday Night Football, so it's already an extra travel than our first game back on the road in Cincy. So extra travel on both sides of the bye. Yeah, I think KJ was talking a little bit about that too, with it being that you don't get that extra Monday off, and it just isn't really like you're being given a true normal bye for the players. So it's, as we kind of saw with this schedule this year, Randall, and how it was set up, it wasn't set up to be necessarily the most toughest schedule. And Purdy back in shotgun on 2nd and 4 is going to give this off to McCaffrey up the middle. He's got a nice big hole, and he's going to roll his way down to the 1 or 2 yard line. The Cowboys are signaling that they, in fact, have the ball. The officials are not signaling anything. They're actually signaling that the ball is down, but the Cowboys are saying that they indeed haven't. We'll have to see how it plays out with that. But, Randall, outside the opponents we got weren't incredibly necessarily hard. It was just that there was some weird parts of the schedule this early bye and coming off of Monday Night Football. We've got the 3 games in 15 days, the back-to-back Thursdays, and indeed the Cowboys coming up with one of the biggest plays of the game right here, getting a turnover just as the 49ers were knocking on the door to scoring a touchdown. That goes from being 1st and goal from the 1 to the Cowboys' ball. And a great tackle down there by the safety. He stuck his head right in there on the ball. Oh, he's down. Maybe. Not actually down. I have to watch this one a couple times. Boom. Knee's not down. Knee's not down. Ball's out before his body's down. That's a fumble. It looks weird because he runs over the defender, but Lewis technically knocks this ball out. Only McCaffrey's hand touches down on the ground. I think that's a fumble. McCaffrey's, unless there's a whistle blown, that's a loose ball. But it's a weird schedule, and we're going to have to overcome it this year, Randall, with all of those little parts into how it goes. I will say, Randall, we haven't necessarily in recent history been great on the other sides of buys. Maybe this gets them a little more locked in than they've been in recent past on that. But your point's right. It's the schedule's a little bit of something we're going to have to kind of, from a minor level at least, overcome a bit this year. Dak throwing out of his own end zone, and he's going deep. He's going for all the money. And that ball will be knocked away by the cornerback, Chidarius Ward, down the sideline, running step for step. Love to see a replay on this. Ward plays it very physical when he's got it down the sideline. Why are they showing Pollard? Show the receiver on the outside fight here. I want to see what they're doing. See, if you watch Ward, he does a lot of it's 10 yards down the field and he's got the arm up on the shoulder. It drives me crazy when he's playing Metcalf because they let him they let him go at Metcalf like Shaq's being guarded by a guard. And they're like, well, what is the guard going to do? He's got to be physical with him. So they'll just let him just kind of maul Metcalf a bit. And that's a quick catch out on the sideline for about 9 yards to Gallup. This will bring up 3rd and 1. But Chidarius Ward will be in off coverage, and he's far beyond the 5-yard period, and then he starts to turn and burn, and then that arm goes out on the shoulder of the receiver. That's supposed to be illegal contact right there. I mean, you're initiating that contact, and it's not even like you're putting your body into him. It's like your arm is extended and out. Watch that on number 7 with Ward. Watch how he plays that coverage where it's far beyond, and he's still putting that arm up. He gets a little bit of the Sauce Gardner benefit of the doubt, and Dak Prescott's going to get sacked here by Fred Warner, who's deciding to go ham tonight. Dak looking down the field, couldn't find anybody open, and just drugged down. So a 4th down, this Cowboy offense not functioning too well to begin things here. Niners not really ever bringing a blitz here. This is just Fred Warner spying him, and then once Dak cleared the pocket, Fred Warner decided to engage. And Warner's so quick, so fast, he's going to get back there just before you even have the beat to set up to throw. So the Cowboys defense doing what they can against this Niner offense. Cowboy offense ain't doing a whole hell of a lot here. And this is going to be a return punt down to the 38-yard line by the Niners. Well done. Well done. I'm still not, Randall, too, not feeling great about that 10 a.m. game next week. I feel great about where we are, but that Bengals team showed you they're tough today against the Cardinals. That defense is really tough beyond whatever happening with Burrow. That defense is strong. It's gonna be a hell of a challenge for us, that game, Randall. Hell of a challenge. And the whole rest of the upcoming schedule is gonna be tough, with how this is gonna bear out. Niners, Cowboys, Ravens, Eagles, Niners again. We got a little bit of Razzmatazz trick play Magoo here, which is going to be successful, and it's going to beat the Cowboys for a touchdown. A little bit of a reverse, had a little bit of a reverse off the fly sweep. Fly sweep man pitches it back to the reverse man, who then pitches it back to Brock Purdy, who then throws it to George Kittle for a touchdown. 38-yard scoring strike right there. Cowboys aggressively playing the run on that play. Safeties included. 49ers no doubt noticing it on the tape when they're looking through the early parts of a couple of these drives of, hey, that safety's playing up in the run. We could run a little trick play here and be able to beat them over the top because they're not being fundamentally sound in their principles. As you sometimes can't be if you're an opponent here because it's hard to play that run and you need the extra hat in there in the run game. So I'm not knocking the Cowboys coaching staff on that, but it's just a reality of life. It's part of what makes the Niner offense so hard to deal with. But, there's a throw that's going to go into the books as a 38-yard throwing strike by Purdy, and Niner fans will send me the shot and be like, see, he can throw deep. And it's a great play by Purdy to get the ball out before he's getting hit, but Kittle's wide open. I don't know if that's emblematic of him with a strong arm or him with an NFL level arm on that, but he's getting it done. Getting it done once again today. You look at his stats, 7-11, 96 yards, 2 touchdowns, technically throwing for 8.7 yards an attempt. But it's so weird sometimes with him doing what he's doing. Max, thank you for the $2 donation. So the 49ers really worry me. Hawks need perfection to win. It may be that. Again, this is going to be a little bit of, I think, a different place from where we are to where it'll be a couple weeks down the line. But let's just say it keeps it the same way. Let's say that this all holds true. Does the appearance of a guy like Adams influence this or help this out with what he brings as a safety in this situation? Having the corners on the outside, does that help you at all with this? It remains to be seen. And I think that you guys are right to worry, Max, as you saw with Empower above. He also is concerned. I think there's a lot of Hawks fans concerned with taking on this Niner team because you could maybe make the argument of all the Niner teams that we've looked at and faced down the line, going back to the Harbaugh Niner teams, the toughest of the Harbaugh Niner teams, that this is probably the best overall team that you will have had to have faced in our time throughout this run of this 10-year period. And that's a daunting task for a team that we have right now that is as young as it is. Versus that Niner team that's kind of they're in their prime. This is their time. Now's go for them. So I think you guys have a right to be worried on this. I wouldn't try to dissuade your fears on this one. I'm worried about them too. I don't have any clear answers. They put you in a bind. I mean, that Cowboy team, hold off. Don't be aware of the trick plays. Stay back and be fundamentally sound like that. Okay, now we're just going to get bled to death on the ground game because McCaffrey's hitting you for huge gashes in the ground game as it is. You got to take a risk eventually. You got to try something eventually with the defense on that front. And there's not a lot of easy answers with the way that they're set up right now, especially when they're at full strength, full health, and a well-oiled machine. But thank you, Max. Appreciate you. And Power says, thanks for your insights, Brando. Gives me a different perspective. That's what we all need sometimes. Oh, me included, man. Absolutely is helpful. And you always want to keep your eye on the alternatives out there. And again, to come back to it, like Max says above, and thanks, Max, for that donation. Randall, you too. It does come down to these are valid concerns. You know, when you're looking at the best team in the NFL, that's the team you got to knock off, not merely a good team in the top of your division you got to take down, but maybe the best team in the entire NFL you got to take down. It's a whole nother challenge. This is a whole nother hero's journey. You know, we just added a Cyclops, a Medusa. Okay. At some point, we're going to have to trick a coven of witches. All right. This isn't just merely like we've got to navigate some tough rock faces. Okay. It's going to get raw and it's going to get real. And I wouldn't push back on any of that, but, we'll see if they can maintain this. It's hard for teams to sort of be looking at this point a little bit like they do, where it's like almost, I dare say peak a little bit early, but maybe peak a little early. Maybe I'm clutching at straws here. All right, we got an opening handoff here to Pollard on first down, and he's going to get about a 3-yard gain for the Cowboys here, whose offense is looking for some kind of life here early on. Not a lot they're bringing to the table here to begin things. They have yet to have a first down on their first 4 drives. Jeremy says, when we play the Niners, I hope we play tight man-to-man D. Make Purdy beat us deep. I don't think he can. This is the thing I've been calling for too, Jeremy. And we have Niner fans who come in here like Keldon that do push back on this, saying he's made these throws, he can make these throws. I still don't see teams pressuring him into those throws enough. And it's an easier said than done thing, because it's not just about pressuring him on the throws. It's also about, playing the run game fundamentally sound. But I agree with you. I go man-based, I go press-based, cover concepts a lot. And then I try to see if my guys on the outside can hold up and squeeze down on those zones. A lot of pressure fronts, a lot of stack fronts that you face them. Not that you bring those fronts, but you just show them those fronts a lot of the times. Make them nervous, make them have to read that stuff pre-snap. Try to take away the hot routes as much as you can. Now, all of this is like to a degree. You're not going to be able to do it all the way down the line, but you can do it as a general strategy, and what you're trying to accomplish. But I'm with you on that. I'd like to see that. I'd much rather lose in that way than we did last year and the couple times that we played them, where last year what you did is it was a lot more of including that last playoff game, which was just, we're going to bring our front 4 pressure and we're going to drop everybody back into zones. And it wasn't good enough. That was definitely a game where I thought you could have employed that a little bit there too, because you were going into it with no nose tackles. 2nd down and 7 here for Dak after an injury on the field. It's going to be a fly sweep out here to receiver. Looks like he's going to get maybe their first down of the game here. Just short. Cowboys can't buy a first down here right now. So this will bring up 3rd and about a half a yard. Brandon Cooks on the fly sweep there. I'd love to see it, though. We got a little bit of the brotherly push here. First down for the Cowboys. First one of the game with 12 to go in the second quarter. Nate says, I think our Hawks can beat these guys if our defensive line performs and gets to Purdy. And, of course, with our tackles back. Definitely going to need our tackles, Nate, right? For sure, especially once they get Randy Gregory into the mix here. But I think we can beat this team, too. I think we do have the talent to match up with them. They're a little more seasoned. They're a little bit more, been around the block and know what they know. Our guys are kind of learning it still a little bit for the first time, a bit. Handoff on 1st and 10. Nice job by the running back to just spin his way a couple of times off of tackles and just find a way to grind his out. Dowdle just got himself about a 5-yard gain there. It was really tough sledding in order to get that yardage there. Quick penetration by Bosa. Gets off of that. Manages to spin back off of Greenlaw to finish the run for another 3 yards. 2nd down and 5. Dak back in shotgun. He's going to roll out, throw this pass out to, looks like Brandon Cooks there for a short gain of about 6, but that will be another first down. Cowboys offense maybe starting to get into a little bit of a flow state here. Feed Me More Seahawks, thank you for the $5 donation. He says, we should throw a pizza party in the chat if we beat the Niners on Thanksgiving. Well, we are now, Phoebe More Seahawks, we are going to be doing a drunk stream post Niner game on Thanksgiving. So that will be occurring. And of course, nothing goes better with alcohol than pizza. So 1st and 10 here for Dak Prescott at about the 45-yard line of the Cowboys. He's back in shotgun, 3 wide receivers to the far side of the field, dropping back to throw, scanning, coming back underneath to his running back here for a short gain, Pollard, being about 3 or 4 yards. But we are doing that right now. I don't know if there's going to be a lot of pizza places open that late. I imagine if they are, they're going to be it'll be probably pretty hard to, I'd have to have that here. But maybe that's a good idea if you more Seahawks, because I'm going to need some sustenance after we have this stream. So maybe I'll just get some frozen ones and toss them in the freezer for later, you know. Great suggestion, man. Because I'm going to want some food after a couple pops, you know. But if you guys are looking for a little teaser on that, we got a pitch play by the Cowboys outside that's going nowhere. In fact, this is going to lose about a yard. Cowboys being very, very conservative in their approach here. Obviously, maybe a little worried about dealing with that defensive line, and you just lost your center. But definitely a little conservative here to start things off. They've passed it 9 times, run 7 times. Only 21 yards on the ground, though, against this Niner unit. Strange to do the pitch play against the Niners, too, because I like the more of the hammering, the AB gaps with that wide 9 alignment. Not a lot of that so far from the Cowboys. 3rd and 7. Dak got his tight end underneath there. Complete little run after the catch for a first down by Ferguson. Thank you for that $5 donation, though, Phoebe More Seahawks. And we'll definitely be doing just as a teaser, we're going to be doing that. Everybody's getting their own alcohol on their side of it. If you're too young to drink, you can't drink. I'm not advocating that. But if otherwise, if you are, we're going to be doing a kind of a drunk stream after that game that night. So strap in. If you guys were here for the last one I did back about 2 years ago, it was kind of a wild affair. So it's probably going to go there once again this year, man. Dak back in Niner territory here about the 32-yard line. He's going to throw it back underneath again to the running back, who's going to get hit very quickly by Dre Greenlaw, who's been very physical in coverage tonight. He's just flying around and arriving with bad intentions. Looks like he might have knocked that ball free. He hit him so hard. A few more Seahawks. I appreciate that donation. Second down and 10. Three wide receiver look here for the Cowboys. Niners bring a little bit of a blitz. 5-man front. Back to CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee's corralled very quickly there, trying to fight, but can't get much more than anything after the initial catch. About a 5-yard play. This will be 3rd and makeable. Why is San Francisco has the same vulnerability every offense has. If you can get pressure on, which is 4, it falls on the quarterback making plays. Is Purdy a playmaker? I want Seattle to make him show it. Yeah, that's definitely a vulnerability. I think the tough part with bringing the 4-man pressure packages on Purdy, though, too, is that you bring that 4-man pressure, one guy wins. He seems to have a clear, pathway to Purdy, and Purdy can then just kind of run around him with some of that athleticism, and he is escapable. This ball's going deep here. Great job by the receiver. Touchdown, Cowboys. What a fantastic of an adjustment in the air. Basically, Dak threw him open on this play. And the receiver had to sort of adjust his shoulder, sort of like a Willie Mays sort of catch here by Turpin, the slot receiver here. Dak with a really nice throw there, got hit after the throw and put it right over the top of his shoulder. Well done. Very nicely done by Dak. Cowboys needed that touchdown to stay in this game. Maybe a little Jackson Smith and Jigba route for later on in the year there. Jordan, that is McCaffrey's one weakness. He isn't the best at ball control. You can rip it through from him a little bit, yeah. Why do I say Devin Paul Spoon? Appreciate all the donations to you folks. Thank you so much for that. Roland says we don't play the Niners until November 23rd. We got a long time, man. Where we are now isn't where we're going to be down the road. And that's where I think that while it's good to look at them, I think from what are the Cowboys doing to find some things that they can maybe take advantage on this team, that you can use that stuff. I think certainly the personnel stuff will be different down the line a little bit, especially that deep into the season. Browns will be challenging too, Big Country. Yeah, I did forget about them, but they're not going to be an easy pull either. That defense alone will make them tough. Cheese Taco, thank you for the $5 donation. He says it was also funny the announcers for the Eagles game kept calling the tush push play the push of brotherly love. The success rate is crazy. I like the brotherly push. The brotherly push is kind of good. Tush push is okay too, but it's a little bit. That makes everybody giggle when you say that. But the brotherly shove. That's what it was. The brotherly shove, Cheese Taco. I like that one too. But it does need a nickname, and they're great at running it. I kind of had wished the NFL was going to take it out this offseason because it's not the funnest of plays. But the Eagles have perfected it. They block it well. He runs it the right way, and the guys behind him push those cheeks. They get those hands in on those cheeks, and they shove, as one does. Appreciate you, Cheese, for the double dono dip, though, brother. Jeremy Norris, is it me, or is Brooks a better player after the ACL tear? I think he's playing his best football, so the answer would be technically yes, he is playing his best ball. I don't think it's because of the surgery that he is playing his best ball. I think it's that he's going into the prime of his career for a football player. And so some of the young man mistakes that you make start to, ease their way out of your game a little bit. I think the other big part of this, Jeremy, is the transition back over to the will from the middle linebacker. He's much more well-suited to that will linebacker position than what came with being in the middle. And so he's a little bit more comfortable now, I think, in that role of things. But yeah, you're still right. He's playing his best ball as a pro as it right now to start this year, which is pretty crazy too, Jeremy, because he had the torn ACL 7 months ago. New Black says Purdy benefits so much from the run game, 100%. It's crazy. It truly is kind of crazy. These graphics by the Sunday Night Crew. They've got Christian McCaffrey and Shanahan, and they've draped him out looking like Run DNC. That's definitely AI art, right? That's AI art being utilized for that. They dig deep on those graphics. All right, Purdy and shotgun here. Taking over from the 25-yard line, dropping back to throw. Whips this one on in-cutting route to Brandon Ayuk to the 45-yard line for a first down. Nice throw by Purdy. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, we were supposed to lose to Detroit week 2, 10 a.m. We got this. I love the confidence, Adrian X. I certainly think it's going to be a close game. I do feel that. 10 a.m., that Cincinnati team, how they're built, how they're set up, it's going to be tough. It ain't going to be easy. But I love the confidence, man. And certainly we gave it to Detroit. And hey, little handoff up the middle here to McCaffrey. Nice 6-7 yard gain. Boy, that A-gap run right up the middle on this Cowboy defense. There's that 6-7 yard run there for McCaffrey is open all day long so far in this first half. Hasn't had as much success getting to the edges of the defense, but right up the middle, yes. And beyond that too, Adrian X, even this year with that Detroit game. I mean, how good has Coach Carroll gotten these teams into the position in just 10 a.m. games on the road in the last 4 or 5 years? It's just been tremendous how he gets these guys to play up to those, for being so early in the morning, those guys are ready to roll. 2nd and 4 here for the Cowboys. I formation look. Play action pass. Birdie drops back, lifts this one up over the top, throwing it to Nowheresville. No man's land. Looked like he was expecting a receiver to do something. This will bring up 3rd and 4. So hopefully we can keep doing that, Adrian X. Hopefully we can keep that running. You know, that good success on those 10 a.m. games going. But I love your confidence, man. Love it. Blacks, or throw a dump off to CMC where he runs 50 yards. Or Debo. Or McCow. Yeah. Oh, I love it. Roland says the Cowboys aren't beating anyone west of the Mississippi. I love it, Roland. You're damn right. You're damn right. Do they play the Broncos this year? 3rd and 4. Purdy back to pass. Surveying the field, throws it back across, and McCaffrey takes a nice little hit where we're going to get a flag, probably some head-to-head contact here. McCaffrey saying, I'm fine, I don't have a concussion. But what the officials heard was, fine. All right, son, go to the sideline. I know. Just head over there to the fuzzy man that it looks like 3 people over there on the right. He'll take care of you. Okay. It's a good hit by Curse. He's played a good game. I can't fault him. I don't think this was him headhunting. Yeah, that's one of those plays where it's head-to-head. It's a good call by the officials, but the defender, when he's targeting coming up, that's another one of those ones where somehow it'd be nice if in this rule you could take into account the offensive player lowering their head into the helmet area. You know, you have McCaffrey start here and Curse start here, and Curse is doing the strike point to the body here of McCaffrey. But as he's coming through McCaffrey, and this is in bang-bang moment, McCaffrey's head's coming down to him right there as McCaffrey's lowering his head down into the contact. It's by the letter of the law, you call it. But that's one of those ones where that's a tough call for these defensive players. And great job by Van Der Esch. Just penetration into the backfield. Got to give the Cowboys defense credit this first half. One of the real deadly parts of this Niner offense is that outside pitch play to McCaffrey. And they have had every one of those runs, it seems like, snuffed out. It's a little bit touch and go when it comes to the interior of the defensive line for the Cowboys, but not on these kind of runs from McCaffrey. Van Der Esch coming right up. Well played on his part. Well played. Well, hand grenades, the Cowboys are going to blow this. Drop back and shotgun is Purdy. They got a screenplay, and they've got the Cowboys got. They got the Cowboys got on this play. McCaffrey still on his feet all the way down to the 20-yard line. Cowboys were bringing a blitz. 49ers caught it. Perfectly timed. I'm kind of frankly surprised that didn't go for a touchdown. Well blocked up by the Niners. First and 10 for the Niners. Clock winding, 4:45 to go here in the second quarter. Jordan Mason with the carry, and he's going to take this for 8 yards. Those inside runs. If I was McCaffrey, I would just keep burying that into Jordan all day. If I was the 49ers, Shanahan, just stay with it. Cowboys are not getting into that A-gap right now. I mean, there's just a massive hole being created up in there. And you're seeing it on all these runs, even the McCaffrey fumble. It was after like a 9-yard gain up the middle on one of these runs. Second down and short. Another run right up the middle. I was just calling it. Just stay with this Jordan kid. He's your hammer. You don't have to wear out McCaffrey on this at this point because you don't need the outside threat run of McCaffrey. Just keep going right down the middle of the defense with the run game, and that's what the Niners just did again with another play where you just go right over the top of that A-gap. It's only another 5-yard game. That's a first down. You're starting to feel like the line of scrimmage in this game for the 49ers, they're definitely controlling that front of the Cowboys. Surprisingly so. I mean, this is one of the reasons you're the Cowboys. You went out and got Maze Smith to add to what was already a very good defensive line. First down. Quick throw. Quick catch to Deebo Samuel. Still on his feet down to the 1 yard line. Nicely done on his part. Cowboys offense is looking just about unstoppable here. Brandon says, let's spoil this gold rush and beat San Francisco. Who else is going to do it? You? You Cowboys? You Giants? You Tampa Bay? No, we'll do it. It takes one from the West to take down one from the West. We'll do it ourselves. We'll Thanos this bitch. Fine, we'll do it ourselves. Didn't need any of your help anyway. And a run to McCaffrey right up the middle here for a touchdown. McCaffrey's dad up in the press box looking like a CIA agent. God. Oh, Lordy. And that's going to be 21-7 here now for the Cowboys. We do have a flag on the Niners. I think this is after the play. McCaffrey right back over that A gap there. Hankins just could not bring him down. Yeah. I hope Clint Hurt's taking notes too. Ryan Ball trade locked the Broncos. That'd be insulting. Could you imagine if they offered us like another second rounder for him? We don't feel good about it. Just give him back. Just give him back. Don't talk to us. Just here's the second round pick. Just don't even talk about it. Just give it to us back. Matthew Phillips says, I had a brilliant idea last night. Bring spoons to the games and rattle them during defensive plays. Also play Spoon Man by Soundgarden at home games. Well, hopefully they've already thought to do that at the home games, the second part of that. I'm good with the spoons. Remember, to do the Spoon Man thing right, you got to have 2 spoons in each hand, so that's 4 spoons a person. So that means collectively we would need 60,000 times 4. So we're going to need 240,000 spoons in the stadium every game day. But yeah, could you imagine 240,000 spoons clicking together? Or 120,000 spoons clicking on top of another 120,000 spoons? That might sound pretty cool in the stadium. They could do a spoon handout game, right? Where they give everybody a spoon coming into the stadium, like they give some teams towels, and everybody gets 2 spoons, and then you do the technique. And for you young kids who don't know what I'm talking about, the Spoon Man video was a whole video of this guy that was down in Seattle, a little guy who would play on the streets of Seattle, and for money, and he'd just play spoons. So he'd have the spoons clicking together, he'd rattle them off his thighs, his legs, his arms, making beats and all that stuff. That could be kind of cool. I like your idea with that. I'm with it. Holy Hand Grenade, welcome to the Hawks Nest Pro Bowl as a member of the channel. I do appreciate you for doing that, and all members of the channel, just as an FYI, we've been doing a Thursday night stream here lately for members of the channel, and we'll continue to be doing that. So keep an eye on your community post for those links to that Holy Hand Grenade, but thank you for that. Jumping aboard here as a Hawks Nest Pro Bowler. Oh, yeah, brotherly shove. I like that. I know it fits right. Friendly Neighborhood Gentile says, choosing who to root for is like having to pick between chlamydia or gonorrhea. Ryan Ball says, the Niners won't go 17-0. Pete and the Hawks could have something up their sleeves for the Niners. We will see. Well, nobody is as aware of the Niners and what they want to do and what Shanahan wants to accomplish than Coach Carroll and company. So they're as well acquainted as anybody else in this league with how to maybe get the job done. See if they can do it. See if they can do it. Holy Hand Grenade says, who said we're going to lose the Giants? All I got to say is I told you so. You were right on that one, man. Well called. The McCaffrey show. Yeah, they keep going to that shot a lot. Can't blame them. Dad just looked like he's up there nervous for his son. That's how I'd be probably too. Just don't take a big hit. Don't take a big hit. Don't take a big hit. Please don't take a big hit. Addis, I do hope Glenn Hurt's taking notes. I have a feeling he is. Megan says, the Hawks Nest. How is Jerry Jones feeling about the game? Oh, and Mr. Cosell. All right, I'm going to tell you something right now. All right, Megan, Gok Roger. I don't know what kind of last name that is down there in Australia. Why are you going to have that last name like that? You need a good 2-syllable last name like every American, okay? And I'm going to tell you about America here, Megan, okay? You don't know this deck down there in Australia. You're going to know this hair there. If you were living here, you'd know it. You'd know of it, all right? That's how that would have been. But you don't, so I'm going to tell you, all right? What you're watching right now is not football. What you're watching here is America's team, okay? That's the Cowboys. What you're watching right now is Super Bowl excellence getting ready to unveil itself upon you. And I would hope that you would be on your knees loving the splendor upon you. All right? That's what the Cowboys bring. That's what Jerry Jones brings to San Francisco. Okay? America's team goes on the road tonight. So it's looking a little bit down right now, okay? But that's just the Cowboy magic. All right? Niners just haven't been wrapped up in our ambiance. All right? Our ambiance, I said. Okay? But the Cowboys are going to come back. Okay? Jerry Jones is telling you this right now, and I'm going to tell it to you true. The road to the Super Bowl, that goes through Dallas, Texas. But what do you think? Now, Mr. Howard Cosell, what do you guys say about that? Tell me about how a Dallas Cowboys are going to go out there and win that. I'm sorry, Jerry Jones, but you have once again an unmitigated, superfluous view of the situation, rooted in your unquestionable biases and built in the disturbing rhapsodies of a man who should be in an elderly home. I don't know what the hell you just said, and I don't know that I believe you, because you are, my friend, a world-class BSer. You can take that somewhere else, as Howard Cosell always tells it true. And right now, your Cowboys are being taken to the woodshed by Grandpa, and he is making you know that a child is to be seen and not heard. Went dark there at the end. Jerry's still feeling confident though, Megan. We're gonna get his back. All right, it's coming. It's coming. Shut your mouth, Mr. Jones. You haven't been to a Super Bowl in 30 years. Why are we even discussing your possibility? Shut your mouth, Howard. Shut it. Brandon Moody says, spoons rattling in the stadium is the new sound of the Seahawks. Couldn't hurt. Couldn't hurt but help all the loud voices on top of it. Add a little bit. Mick Ferrer, did you see Metcalf talking about using sign language to trash talk the opponent without getting those personal fouls? I did. I think that was pretty hilarious, Mick. And, he's being targeted to a certain degree. And some of the reasons at times I don't always get as mad at him as some other people do, because he gets unfairly, looked at under a little bit more scrutiny than other players do. And I don't like it, but that's a bit of the reality of it. So him finding a creative way to be able to still get out his frustration without having a way now for the officials to dock him for it, good on him. Good for him finding that creative passion, because he's a passionate guy, and you're not going to you don't want him to tamp down those passions. You just want him to get a little bit more in control of them. I will say this: there are some signs that can be pretty aggressive. If you've ever seen like an angry deaf person signing, You know, you can get some ones where it can look, I'm just saying, I wouldn't put it out of bounds of an official to throw a flag on him at this point for simply signing aggressively. Would any of us be like, at this point, you know, super shocked if something like that went down with DK? Paul says, did you see that dirty tackle on the Cowboys returner? I probably missed it there. My bad. Paul, slipped past my view. I got caught too much. Talking a little bit too much. Oh, we're at 4th and 2. I haven't been even watching the game here. Got distracted. Sorry. Chad got me distracted. So another punt already after a quick little 3 and out here for the Cowboys. How are the Niners going to play this at this point? You just run the ball and kind of bleed out the clock here, take the lead in the locker room. Cowboys do get the ball back at the halftime, so I'm going to guess the Niners are going to try to be a little aggressive with this. Just a little bit. Paul was thinking the same thing. He says, Niners have all 3 timeouts. Anyone else think they might finish with another score? I think they're aggressive here because of the fact, at least to get a field goal, because of the fact that the Cowboys do get the ball back at the end of half. Because then they could theoretically turn that to a 1-score game. So you might feel a bit different if you actually had the ball after halftime. Trevor says, Dak looks hesitant to pull the trigger much of the time. Hearing all the criticism about leading the league in interceptions last year has most definitely affected his decision-making. Well said. He felt very conservative this half, Trevor. And it's hard to sometimes tell with the television copy because you don't have the all 22 to see if guys are breaking open somewhere or if there's a little bit of daylight to throw into, a little bit of a window. But there's a couple times in this game where there has been moments where usually a quarterback's pulled the trigger by that point and he's still kind of double clutching it and not trusting exactly what he's seeing. Niners are in shotgun here, 1st and 10 from the 18-yard line. They're going to give the ball off here to, is that Debo? Looks like it's Debo for a gain of about 8 or 9 yards on an inside run. Yeah, I feel the same way, Trevor. Brandon Moody says, yeah, I can't wait for the poll with 85 nicknames for Devin Witherspoon. Laughing out loud. We'll need ranked choice voting. I can't pick just one. I think what we'll do is we'll put it over the stream. We'll just put up the collection of them in 4 stacks over a single stream. And then we'll let the best ones wear out, you know, who has the most votes. And whoever has the most votes will take the top 4 choices. And then we'll repost the final 4 choices up. So you get basically 2 votes. Or you get, innumerable votes, but, at the end it'll come down to which one got the most after that, and then we'll take it from there. We'll do that this week at some point. I know I've been planning on doing it, but yeah, I've got a list of a bunch of Monsoon, Spoon, and oh my goodness, what we got here? Where's my list? It's here somewhere. I've lost it. Yeah, so Devin the Demon, Slotted Spoon, Monsoon Spoon, Legion of Spoon, Hitter Spoon, Hit Stick, Spoon Fed, Boom Boom Spoon, 21 Savage, Boom Boom Witherspoon. All right, here's a handoff to McCaffrey. He's going to be shut down short of the first down. Niners are going to go conservative here to finish off this half, bleed this clock. Now, do the Cowboys take a timeout, or is that the Niners taking a timeout here? It's the Niners probably took a timeout. We got Spoon Tang, Devin John Wick Witherspoon, Devon Quick Draw Witherspoon, and then we got the nickname for the secondary being the Regulators. These are the early leaders here. Early leaders. But yeah, it's Brandon. It's gonna be a pretty deep name of nicknames. He's a good player though. He earns it. All right. Cowboys did call a timeout there when they got the 3rd down stop or the 2nd down stop. So this is going to give the Cowboys an opportunity to still have 2 timeouts here if they do get the 1st down. But the Cowboys taking a gamble. They try to get some points back, get 1 more possession back before this half. 3rd and 2. Purdy drops back to throw. Quick throw inside. Looks like it's dropped by Brandon Ayuk. Good job by the Cowboy defender to get his hand in there and knock that ball free. Purdy made a nice pass. Ayuk probably should have caught the ball. But the Cowboy defender was able to kind of wrench that thing free. Well, Trevor, Dak's going to have to stop being so damn aggressive now, or conservative now. You know, he's got to let this, he's got a minute to go with 2 timeouts. You got to come back and get at least 3 points here. Ball's kicked back with some room to work. Deuce Witherspoon. Ow. That must have hurt. Defender landed like right on his head. That's where those new helmets help. Those old school helmets, if a player did that, it was like you got your head squished. Not good. Not good. Not too prudent this juncture. Kingdom Joe, welcome into the Hawks Nest as a Ring of Honor member. I thank you for joining up as a member of the channel, and you can join Kingdom Joe right now. You can join Holy Hand Grenade as well, as I will be getting more and more content built out to members of this channel. Definitely going to be a vibrant part of what we do here, including PFF scores on Monday after the game for the team, and like I said, Thursday football streams as we've been doing, and we will continue on into the future. Mick Fuhrer says that sign language was amazing. I can't wait till now that I'm looking for it, Mick, with DK to see him be aggressive with it one time. It's gonna be awesome when he does a whole couple of sentences where he's like, you know? I don't speak sign. Paul says Niners special team did a death roll tackle out of bounds and the returner got up limping. Ugh. Ew. I don't like those those gator roll tackles are not too cool. Kingdom Joe says the Baba Yaga. That's right. That's right. The Baba Yaga spoon. Megan says, I'm still love being right. Oh, so right on not wanting Carter 5, Hawks Nest. Looking mighty right on that one, Megan. Carter got a sack today. He's still holding it down on his end, but so is Witherspoon. So is Withy. Alex Blue and Green says, come on, Dak. Make a game. Let's go, Dak. Come on, do something. Dig the Hawks, Mr. Lockdown or Sir Lockdown. I'll add it to the list. I think the more the merrier. Mr. Lockdown. Sir Lockdown. Sir Lockdown's probably a little more phonetic. But we're going to do a big old vote on this. Save the Geese. Is this how 49ers felt about the Seahawks during the Legion of Boom run? It's mad annoying how good Santa Clara is. We need to hope they can't afford everyone, and Purdy is just a guy. Yeah, I don't think that they have a long shelf life here, Save the Geeses. This is a little bit into that 5-6 year point of their run. It's pretty rare teams are going to maintain for a 10-year period this kind of high level of play. But it is scary right now that they look as strong as ever. And I think at least for this season, they're a problem that's not going away anytime soon. And into the future, though, yeah, I mean, where they put their cap situation moving into the future, it's going to be dicey after this season a bit. You know, I don't know if they're going to be able to keep everybody after this season. Dak going to roll out here, and he's going to let this loose down the field deep and throw it out of bounds. Freaking hate that play. Does that sometimes too as well. Like, give your receiver a chance on it. Don't throw it 2 yards out of bounds. He's kind of open there. Let me see Cooks here on this play. Yeah, Dak is open there. And Dak's got to throw that earlier, and he's got to put that out down the sideline. There's no safety help over the top. The safety's coming up late, and he's rallying late behind. We got an injury on the field. Drake Jackson for the Niners. He's rallying late. Hufunga is on this play. If Dak's under a little bit of pressure, which is probably why he wasn't able to get the ball off on a time. But even if he's rolling out, throwing it late, just throw it deep. Maybe Dak doesn't have the arm to get it down there at that point. And maybe that's the problem. But he's kind of, he's stepping towards the line of scrimmage. Usually when the quarterbacks have a little bit of that forward momentum, they can unleash a ball down the field with a little bit more strength. But he threw it out of bounds. Sam says, unfortunately, it looks like pressuring Purdy is not the answer. May not be the way. Second down and 10 here for the Cowboys. The 25-yard line. Dak back to throw. He's under pressure. Trying to roll around. Going to be drugged down here by Dre Greenlaw, who's just playing a hell of a game here, both in coverage and as a tackler. Third down. Cowboys are going to let this clock roll and say, Uncle, let's get to the halftime. Javon Hargrave creating some pressure inside there. Greenlaw able to then get the tackle. Oof. Paul says if the Dak can at least get a field goal, Skip Bayless will be burning the jersey after the game. Yeah, he might just be at this point, and that will run out this half. So Niners taking care of business in the first half, 21-7. Handling things. Handling it. Wicked says the thing about the Niners to remember is they have little depth, they have stars, but nobody proven behind them. Eventually injuries will occur, and we'll see how well their backups respond. Yeah, they certainly have not dealt with the kind of injuries we've dealt with to start the season out. You know, I think their offensive line currently versus ours is, if I'm not mistaken, having all of their starters out there right now so far this year. And that's just one area of the game. But you're right. Injuries are going to test everybody throughout the course of the season. And I don't think that they're necessarily as good in their depth. It's been one of the places that you can see. I know it's not obvious right now as we stand looking at this team that they are a little bit at the end of this run of the Super Bowl window. But that's one of the places that it does show itself is in the depth, in that I don't think it is as strong as it's been in recent years there for them on that. But will they be tested? You know, will they be, maybe they'll be able to get the camel through the eye of the needle here and maintain their health throughout. I feel like at some point they're going to have to deal with it, and we'll see at that point where they are, though. It's a good point. Regard would be ashamed if Purdy got concussed. Brandon Moody says, sack Prescott. Under pressure. Now I have that song stuck in my queen. Under pressure. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. One of my favorite things ever was listening to Vanilla Ice describing how his song was different than the Under Pressure song that he stole the hook from. He's like, no, our song is dun, 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 dun. And their song is dun, 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 dun. So it's basically completely different. What? What are you doing? What are you doing, Miss Feisty? What are you doing? Oh. Sam says at least the Cowboys get the ball back in the third, right? That's correct, Sam. That's going to be a big drive for this game. Because you know the 49ers are going to be looking to drop the hammer. The hammer. Dak does need to play better. He's looking kind of like rookie year quarterback vibe, right? Like where he's back there and he's not trusting what he's saying or sure about where he wants to go with it. I was wondering what I was looking at right there. Is that a Tool concert? Ooh, I'd like to go see that. BB, do we practice on Monday after the bye week, or is it still Wednesday? I think they come back earlier than that. I think they do come back on like a Monday on that, I think. I'm not sure, to be honest with you on that one. Wicked says all these Niner fans thought Trey Lance was the savior, but he became the biggest bust of all time. Now they pin all their hopes on Purdy. It all rides on him. I'll tell you what, though, he's not looking like a bad consolation prize as it stands right now. Goodness. Don, how you doing, man? It's good to see you in the chat. Appreciate you jumping in. Well, hand grenade pressure, pushing down on me, pushing down on you. Pressure, pushing down on me. Pushing down on you, what can you do? Under pressure. Ding, ding, ding. Drop Top Submarine says, man, the Niners would destroy our Hawks, I'm sorry to say. Well, maybe, I don't know if it'd be destroy. I think we would give them a good fight. But, as we've said a few times in this stream, it's we feel good about the fact, Drop Top, that we're talking about a game that we don't have to play until November 23rd. There's a long time, as far as an NFL season goes, there's a long time between now and then to see how this all kind of shakes out between these two teams. But no doubt about it, they're throwing off kind of a juggernaut vibe right now. A little bit of a juggies. They've got a couple of juggies right now, to the Niners. They got a pair of fat juggies right now, and there's not a lot we can do about that. I miss when we used to call boobs juggies. Such an innocent little term. He says, don't ruin Queen for me, B. I can't help it. I can't help it. Music is in me. Drop Top says you're right. You're right too, though, Drop Top. I wouldn't want to face him right now, man. You know what I mean? Like, I feel your vibe on that. We all kind of feel that way. It's like, I would not want to get up against this team right now. Like, it's well-oiled. It's like German machinery, you know? I think we'll get this offense precise. Yeah? Mm-hmm. Down to the last digit. But maybe later on here, maybe with a little bit of the questions on that depth. I'm not wishing for injury on anybody, but injuries occur. And we'll just have to see, see how it goes. But they're looking as ever good as they ever have. That's for sure. Camden says, I know all about the juggies. Camden, if Geno threw that grounding pass, the reps aptly would have flagged him, and they did. They would, yeah. I know which one you're talking about there. That's the miscommunication thing that they didn't take into account in that one play, which was just a dumb call on the part of the officials. Strange call, too, in that game. Luckily, we were able to overcome it. Dio Brando says, I hope that we were able to make some adjustments. The Cowboys are able to make some adjustments. Me too, man. You're going to have to start getting probably a little more aggressively, even more so defensively here, or do just, I guess, different. People were saying, I wasn't watching for much of it in the first half if they were blitzing as much as the Cowboys. I thought they were doing a little bit more 4-man fronts overall, but maybe they were bringing a little bit more. I'm going to watch a little bit closer in the second half to see what they do with that. But definitely need to dial up something different from the Cowboy stance on both sides of the ball right now. Rockman Drums, what do you think about the Bengals and our game plan for Double A? I think Burrow's getting very close to back to near full health with that calf, which makes this game just as tough as we thought it was going to be going into this season in the offseason. And, I don't know if it's clear as I look at it right now. I want to review a little bit more of the Bengals tape throughout this year a bit, but Burrow's not necessarily the guy that you just want to go out there and blitz a ton at. It's not the same way as like what you would do with the Daniel Jones. I think you got to just do a little bit more mixing it up. And they're going to be tough to deal with. The real key with me with playing Burrow is, how do you remove the anticipatory throws? Because that's where he really tends to gouge you in the passing game, is those throws where he's already let it go before Jamar Chase is even broken off the route, because those guys are so succinct and on the same point, same page. But you can see today as well with some of their struggles still to run the ball, even when they tried to run it a lot with Mixon. Bengals just can't really run the ball too well. Now they can pass protect a little bit. Defensively, they're very complete as a defense. They can provide pressure, good cover guys on the back end, and they tackle pretty well. But you get their offense one-dimensional, jump a few of those anticipatory throws from Burrow, maybe make those interceptions instead, and that could be a pathway to winning that football game. But their ground game doesn't scare me, and I don't think we have to hold that as much of a threat necessarily. Mixon runs hard, but he doesn't get a lot. Doesn't make a whole lot happen. Samuel Freeman, thank you for becoming a member of the Hawks Nest and joining Kingdom Joe and Holy Hand Grenade as a member of the channel. Saying just a couple minutes ago, Samuel, we will continue to be doing the Thursday night streams for members of the channel. And so keep an eye on your community posts for those links, as I'll put those in there over on that side of things. But thank you for joining up as a member of the channel, Samuel. I really do appreciate it. I also want to do a quick thank you to the sponsor of this channel here today, and that's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year, and you right now can get $100 on me. How, you say? How am I going to do that? Well, you go and you use that link that I got down there below in the description. You click that link. It will take you Underdog, And as you put your first deposit in up to $100, you can get to an extra $100 from me matched on Underdog Fantasy when you use my code right now. There are some limitations here within the state of Washington, but if you do go in the state of Washington, even within like a casino, you can use the app within there. And I know there's a lot of casinos out there in the West Side, but also it's available across the country and other places, but they will be sponsoring throughout this year. So you can show some love to the channel, get an extra $100 back in your pocket. And all you got to do is just click my link. So thank you, Underdog, for sponsoring us throughout this course of the year. You guys have been using that code really well. I really appreciate it. I have to show you guys this unfortunate side of my bet for my running today. Pick'em that I had going was it was going well, and it still is looking pretty good. I'm going to show it to you guys in a second here as I can get to it. But pretty hilarious too. So you guys get to laugh at me a little bit. I gotta let you guys laugh at me here a little bit on this one. Not brutal, but sometimes that'll happen. Oh, what's wrong, kitty? Oh. All right. What's wrong? What are you crying for? What are you crying? What's the matter? All right, so you guys check this out here. These were my pick'em bets that I had running this week, and everything was looking good. I had a chain with more than 50 yards, got the 100. Eddie Pinheiro with more than 2 field goals in the Carolina game, nailed it. Got Marquise Brown with more than 50 yards receiving. He got 61. And then Brandon Ayuk right now in the second quarter has 35 yards receiving. So I would have been 20 receiving yards away from being on a $20 draw to a $400 return. But Isaiah Pacheco, you son of a bitch. I needed him to have over 57.5 rushing yards, and he got 55. A little bit of a gut punch. A little bit of a gut punch on that one, because I know Ayuk's going to get more than that today, so I'm going to miss this by 1.5 yards. Ouch. Stings. Few more Seahawks. I remember when people said we should trade for Deshaun Watson. I'm glad we didn't. Yeah, he's looking not good. He's not looking too good. Wicked Garden says, the football gods won't allow the Fairweather Santa Clara fans to get a ring. It has been so prophesized. And so shall it be, Wicked Garden. So it has been foretold by many men throughout history, and also by the oracle herself. She said, those not of the fair weather variety shall find themselves ever with a championship forthwith evermore. And she was told by the ethereal spirits of eternity. So, try to say that they're wrong. I would sing those lyrics Holy Hand Grenade, but I think I'd blow out Megan's eardrums. Can't we give ourselves a chance? Yeah, more. Yeah, more. I don't want to. I'm gonna kill my chat tonight. Holy Hand Grenade. I want to sing, but I know they don't want me to, so I shouldn't. People on the streets, edge of the night. People on the streets. William Leonard, thank you for being a member of the Hawks Nest for 18 long months. That's almost 2 long years, William. Thank you for that long time support of the channel. So we talking a lot about the Niners, but how are we feeling about them boys? Well, their offense right now is looking stifled. Now, the Niners defense can do that to a lot of offenses, and this Cowboy offense has been pretty good coming into this game. It's not been this bad. It's had some red zone issues. But, you can certainly see a wide difference in creativity in the way the Niners employ what they're doing versus what the Cowboys are employing and what they're doing. And we have the beginning return here to start off the second half. Cowboy returner Dowdle will take it down to the 30-yard line after bobbling a little bit the kick for a second there. But defensively, I think the Cowboys have played okay in this game. Their offense has not done anything in that first half. 21 points is a lot to give up, certainly, but 1 point they were put on a short field. It's not been as bad as it would look just on the pure scoreboard to the Cowboys defense to me. They've done a good job of stopping the run. But this offense is going to need to turn it up here pretty soon. Pollard takes the first give here for about a gain of 5 yards. This will bring up second down. Addis says, you think Jamal Adams will be ready for week 6? Oh, yeah. 100%. 100%. Oh, I'm seeing that gator roll you guys were talking about. I see that now. Somebody was asking me about that. That was definitely Gator Roll City there. Yeah. CeeDee Lamb with a catch out in the open field. He looks like he's, oh man, he almost was able to get free of Darius Ward. First down. Wide open out there in the middle of the field. And yeah, that's good job by CeeDee Lamb. Cowboys quickly on the Niners side of the field here at the 38-yard line. Handoff here to Pollard. He's going to go out wide and get strung out there. And Bosa is able to eventually pull him down for a slight negative gain there. All right. Second down, 11 for Dak, dropping back to throw. Quickly throws underneath here to the running back. This will be third down and about 5 there. This might be 2 down territory here. Spencer came in here to try his stuff again. Yeah, Spencer, you got Megan in here tonight. She ain't going to play with the noise. And if you're bringing that energy you bring the other night, then, yeah, you had your warnings. Kelly says 13.7. We passed 13.7 thousand, Kelly. We are cooking. I mean, we're almost at like just about getting close to times here, almost 100 subs a week right now. It's been awesome. And on a third down run here by the Cowboys, as they continue to play this very conservatively in this game, Javon Hargrave gets some penetration on this play. He's played a good game for the Niners inside. Double, oh my God. He beat a double team. Why are the Cowboys being so conservative? They got 10 carries for 24 yards. Why are you going back to the ground game on a 3rd and 4 like you've been running the ball well? And they're going to decide to kick this. So this will be 10-21. I know they've technically passed more than they've ran it in this game, but ooh-wee. That was a weird call by the Cowboys there. And Hawk's Crazy Little Thing Called Love is a nice little vibe to it. I love that song too. But we're rolling, Kelly. We rolling. Rolling. Come on. Mr. Kane says, Brandon Kane's Christopher Walken, my brother from another mother. Roxanne Roll, Jerry Jones, verbally abusing his son. My favorites. Jerry's always got to get mad. Right now, Jerry's there. Hey, Steven. What is it, Daddy? What is it now? Are you watching this game? You know I'm watching this game. I'm vice president of Cowboy Operations. Of course I'm watching this game. Why are we losing? Why are we losing this game by 11 points? And why is he kicking down 2 touchdowns? You want me to explain the mind of Greg McCarthy, the guy that you wanted to hire? You wanted to hire him. No, Daddy, you said bring in the man that won them Packers a Super Bowl. I was talking about Lombardi, you dumb son of a bitch. Get your other son in here. He's my new vice president.
Daddy, you can't do that. We got a contract. We've gone through this before. And young Jerry Jr., you know, he's a little slow and he just can't do it.
He can do it more than you, and you want to talk about slow. You want to talk about slow, boy. What are you eating?
Daddy, I get real hungry when we're losing. Just don't give me a hard time this time.
Is that another burrito? Is that another burrito? You are a cowboy and you are stuffing your face full of a California burrito right now.
Daddy, we can't get these at home. They're really good. I don't want to do that. I only get a chance ever right now.
What the goddamn game?
I'm watching. I can watch and eat.
Oh my God, son. Get in the cow. Get in there.
I'm not going closet today, Daddy. I'm going to
take you and your burrito and get in the closet. We lose this game, you're fired, boy. I'm taking back over. Day I stepped in was when this thing went all to hell. Jerry's about to bust an aneurysm off the front of his skull right now. Ramponsi says, will we have McIntosh back off IR for Cincy? I believe that he's due to come back off IR unless there's been some setback. We have not gotten a lot of reports about McIntosh and what's going on with him at the moment. So I can't say for sure here, but I would say the inclination is that he's supposed to be back. Kingdom Joe, Devin the Giant, because his first game was destroying the Giants, and I love Andre the Giant. I love Andre the Giant too, man. Andre the Giant's awesome. All right, so the Cowboys going to kick this ball back off to the 49ers. 21-10, 11:53 to go here in the third quarter. The quarter. Wicked Garden says Dallas is playing afraid, not cool. Agreed. I don't think that they're taking this game like we're coming out here to take this game from the Niners. They're playing a little bit more to me on their heels in this a bit. I want to watch for and see them blitz in here because I didn't see a lot. Somebody was saying they were doing that in the first half, but I didn't see a lot of it. I didn't watch for it really closely, so could have just been missing it. But I do want to check out that too, if they do commit to that a little bit more. First down, you got a 4-man front from the Cowboys here. Purdy and shotgun. We're going to get a false start by Trent Williams. Wicked Garden says, the Hawks Nest, do you think Bradford has cemented himself as the starting right guard? Seems like an upgrade over Haynes to me. I think he definitely could eventually be an upgrade over Haynes. PFF hasn't liked him a lot, Bradford. I mean, he was the lowest graded guy out of there, and for maybe as much as he has those really good snaps he gives you, he's got some ones that are kind of erroneous as well on the other side where you get a little bit of a mixed bag, but you're going to get that with a rookie. First and 15 here for Purdy. One wide receiver. Drops back to throw. Brandon Ayuk is open, and that's going to be a first down. One wide receiver out there against this Cowboy defense. That's all they're sending out as a route. They got that, a tight end, and a fullback that they're sending out into routes, and he gets wide open. Ayuk, just a fantastic route runner, going up against Gilmore. That's a play I wonder if Gilmore's in a cover 3 look there, and so Gilmore's getting caught on that over route where he's got to play a top down. First and 10, heavy formation from the Niners here. Pitch play to McCaffrey. He's going to get a little bit of space for about a 4-yard gain, 3 or 4-yard gain. I love what I see from Madford, though, Wicked Garden. I wouldn't mind seeing more of him into the future here. We do have Damian Lewis's rolled ankle, so immediately we might be seeing Wicked Garden on the other end of the bye, that we might see Phil Haynes move to left guard, which I think might be his more natural position until at least Lewis comes back healthy, and then that would put Bradford out there for the foreseeable future. But I do think he's the answer in the long term, if not now. But they both are going to probably play pretty similar to each other because of some of the rookie holes that are going to be there in Bradford's game that aren't necessarily going to be there to the same degree in Haynes' game. If that makes sense. Kind of a convoluted answer, but. All right, we're going to get a third down here after a couple runs by the San Francisco 49ers. 10:15 to go here in the third quarter. This will be a 3rd and 4. Cowboys looking for a stop, looking to get the ball back to the offense after a field goal here to start this half off. See if they can start cutting down this lead even further. Cowboys have a defender on the turf after that. Looks like the safety, man. Mr. Kane says, of course, now my phone is dying. Oh, no. Sorry, Mr. Kane. My phone, I'm about due to get another one. My battery is like, I can have that thing fully charged in about 2 seconds left. It's like, after it's off that thing for like a couple hours, I swear I'm at 50%. Paul Third, thank you for the $2 donation. It says Turpin out the game after the dirty tackle. That was definitely dirty, Paul. They showed it finally as the replay on it. And yeah, he was far out of bounds, and that was a gator roll all the way there. It's such a gnarly injury you can cause when that goes that way. To do that like that, what's the, for a guy, like Turpin's a returner, like, why, It's not like I guess if I saw you doing it to the quarterback and you're trying to knock the QB out of the game, that's one thing, but. And the Niners are going to complete a pass down the throw. Nice throw there by Purdy. He just layered it in there very nicely. Brandon Ayuk is going to take this down. We do have a flag on the play, though. And it's going to be holding against the Niners. Saves the Cowboys tookus. After that was about to go deep down into their territory, Buford gets hit with the hold. Buford. Damn it, Buford. Stop your holding, boy. Stop it. And he's got the arms a little wide there. And he's got his hand around the guy's neck. You got to call that. You got to call that. By the way, folks, look what happened with my picks this week. Brandon Ayuk just went past. I missed my bet by a yard and a half. Ugh. Another deep throw down the middle of the field. A huge gaping hole zone opened up there for Deebo Samuel. Cowboys defense. It's got some holes opened up here. Back-to-back plays, big shots. The last one was a hold that was called back. This is what when I talk about too, like the not bringing the pressure thing. The Cowboys run a 3-man front against the 49ers there and try to drop all these guys back into coverage on Purdy. It's my point with this is like maybe blitzing is or is not the answer with Purdy, but just dropping a whole guy's back in coverage definitely is not the answer. A quick completion to Kyle Juszczyk here on first down. He's going to gain about 7 or 8 yards, and this will bring up second down and short. Cowboys getting picked apart in the center of the defense a little bit like we've seen the Seahawks have at times too, where that's where the holes are in this defense. That's where you can get after it, and this just fits right to Purdy's skill set. It's almost a little bit like as Quinn comes from a little bit of the lineage of Carroll and a little bit of his methodology and approach, though he does things differently. It's a little bit of the same stuff that you have with the Carroll's defense on this, is that there's the want to stay clean over the top against the deep throws, but then that's going to leave stuff open in other places. Second down and short. The give is to Deebo Samuel. Cowboys do a good job of snuffing this run out for no gain or about a half-yard gain. Thank you, Paul, for that $2 donation. Gnarly tackle there by them. Gnarly. Thank you, guys. Gotta give you guys a little Jerry Jones. He's getting angry. He's getting angrier and angrier right now. Try to chain him in the attic. Get him in the attic. Cause it's too good for you. You burrito eating son of a... Are you even my son? What are you doing? Play action pass by Purdy here on 3rd and 2. He's got a wide open. Boy, we said that quite a bit in this game. Wide open George Kittle in the back of the end zone. Cowboys completely take the bait on that play. 7 plays, 75-yard drive, 4 minutes and 33 seconds, and leading to a touchdown. Is this Niner offense just quite simply unstoppable? Cowboys buying in on the run game here. All in on the run game. Just nobody within 2.5 yards of Kittle there. I couldn't see if that was blown coverage or just beat him plain and simple by that much. Oh, he gave him a little naughty out fake, head fake. And he got the Cowboy defender to buy to the out. He sort of did a head fake to the back corner of the end zone and then cut it back to the inside. And when he did that, he lost the Cowboy defender who was just looking at him the whole way. So the second he felt him sort of shimmy to that outside, he bought in on it. Lou says it feels weird rooting for the Cowboys. Boy, does it ever. Does it ever. Rockman Drums have already given up on the cow punchers, just hoping for some injuries. Oh, man, they do need a turnover. Ugh. Sean Lee, is Purdy this good or is Purdy this good on any other team? I don't think so. I think that there's just not been a team that's been able to force him into where he does have weakness. And it's not that he's got some stuff he brings to the quarterback position that's really is legit. The mobility, the ability to throw on the run, decision-making, accuracy in short spaces. There is a lot he legitimately brings to the table, but I do think as well this offense has allowed him to not be forced into where you can get him uncomfortable. And maybe that's not possible to do that with the way that this offense is structured, especially when it's at full strength. I think that there's eventually an answer here, but could just end up being wrong on this. This guy just is Brock Montana. He is just that next in the lineage. Robert Craig says Niners continue to cook, just making it look too easy. Well said. Exactly. Legitimately, they're taking this away from the Cowboys. You can't go, oh, it's the officials. And no. There's beating them plain and simple. Rockman Drum, shallow cross all night. Yeah. Ryan said the NFL only gives Hawks players awards if it would cause an uproar if they didn't give it to them. Agreed. We've got to, as I say, we got to win an award. We got to win the award and then an extra 10% on top of that. Fritz says even on a play there should be a loss, the Niners get like 3. Yeah, they're just they just don't miss a step. They're both sides of both the run game and the pass game are working so well, and they're married together so well off of each other. Shanahan's just a very smart offensive mind. Wiki Garden, if the boys get wrecked on national TV by the Niners, it doesn't bode well for the rest of the league. Dallas has a top 5 defense. Somebody needs to take Santa Clara down a notch. Us? As I say, it's there may be nobody else to do it but us at this point. That or the Eagles, then, deeper down the playoffs, maybe, I guess, or something. But yeah, it's going to probably have to be us. And we got some time to figure this out, but there's a lot to figure out. How to stop the offense, how to stop the run game, how to deal with that defense, how to run against this defense. A lot of question marks. Grug says, I can't stand watching a team run the same coverages that an offense of this style thrives off of. I can't either, Grug. It's the thing that drives me crazy in watching Purdy play a bit is he gets so much of this. And I think that it must just be driven by teams defensively doing it because of the threats of Debo, Brandon Ayuk, and Kittle on that back end, not to mention McCaffrey, but it still is just mind-boggling sometimes because it appears to make things easier for this Niner offense and not tougher. And that's, this is where we come to where there maybe just isn't an answer to be had with it, but you do come back to thinking there's got to be some kind of answer here. It can't just be that the only answer is you just fall back into these soft zones and hope eventually they get a tip pass or Purdy makes a bad decision. There's got to be some kind of wrinkle that you can bring, but it hasn't been found up until this point. 2nd down and 4 for Dak, back in shotgun. He's going to give this off to Pollard. Pollard will take the run, and he'll get up the field here for probably his nicest run on the day, about an 8-9 yard scamper. But it's tough to watch, man, especially when it's a lot of times going into these soft zone defenses that are just letting them kind of just pick them apart a bit. Lou says, weird, rude for the Cowboys, but I do have CMC and Debo on my fantasy team. Well, there's a little bit of a light there. Dak drops back to throw. He's going to let this loose deep over the top. Cowboys are going to intercept this. 49ers are going to intercept this. Dak just threw that to Nowheresville. That was like a... What are you... He has no arm strength on his deep throws. That ball just flutters up there. That was a miserable turnover. That was just a... Boy. Whew. Brian says, hey, all hating the Niners more each minute. Whew. Drop Top Submarine, who do you want to beat more, the Niners or the Rams this season? Niners. I'd go 0-2 against the Rams if I could go 2-0 against the Niners. But I'm also being cheeky because that would make us 2-1 for the rest of the year. Against those two teams at least. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that, Megan. Says, at the Hawks Nest, my godson Noah, who is a proud 12 living in Seattle, has new names for Spoon: Tyrannosaurus Spoon and Spoonosaurus Rex. I will put it down and add it to the list. Let's see here. Tyrannosaurus Spoon and Spoonosaurus Rex. Let him know that it has been added to the poll list, Megan. And we will be doing that soon as we get all of these names collected here. But it has been so added. And thank you for that donation. Tell him thank you for his addition to it, too. The more we got, the better this nickname's going to be at the end, is if we got the more choices to pick from. Thank you. Appreciate you. Tyrannosaurus Spoon and Spoonosaurus Rex. Michael IT, I'm more confident that we can beat Tyrannosaurus Woolen and Spoonosaurus Rex. How about that as a combination, Megan? Tyrannosaurus Woolen and Spoonosaurus Rex. The hungriest, deadliest combination of cornerbacks in the entire NFL. Be wary. They are predatory hunters, always on the lookout. Michael YT says, I'm more confident that we can beat the hell out of these Cowboys. I certainly feel better about the matchup against the Cowboys, and maybe a little bit tougher about the Niners matchups. But yeah, I agree, Addicted Ox. I don't think Dak's overcoming an 18-point lead, especially this Dak who's like, I'm just going to throw it up now. I'm just going to throw it up. Seahawks blue and green, Purdy on the Falcons wouldn't be as good? No. Yeah, it would be a different quarterback over there. Mr. Kane got to look at those good side. At least one of these teams will lose. I don't know. No, I'm with it, man. I'm with it. And, we play them both, for this reason. And I certainly look at the Cowboy team now, and I'm like, we can stop your run game. And I don't think your passing attack is going to be super hard for us to deal with based on what I'm seeing here from them today. Let's see what the Cowboy defense does now, down 28-10. Give his inside here to Jordan. Another gain of 8 yards up that A-gap. Jordan Mason. A-gap run by the Niners all day long. Just there's no stop or answer there for the Cowboys. It just seems like it's a free 7 or 8 yards. A free 7 or 8 yards. A free 7 or 8 yards. Cowboys brought a 3-4 up there on first down, too. Niners are just controlling the line of scrimmage right now. Another give up the middle. Another first down run. Whew. New Blacks, Purdy's on the team. He has to carry. That's true. Yeah, he's not carrying, that's for sure. He's playing really well tonight, though, and he's made some good throws. He's not had to push the ball in a way where, again, I'm looking to see that arm be tested and have to really make some of those bigger throws. But he is making the throws in intermediate range of things, and he is being accurate on those. He's showing off ability to layer throws. His timing is really good. His anticipation as a thrower really good. But Cowboys defense, I feel like, has made this kind of easy on them today. Free Truth, thank you for being a Hawks Nest member for 1 month. You're awesome for doing that, and appreciate that support. Dog Watcher says Dak's just trying not to throw 2 picks like Steven said he would, so he won't get grilled tomorrow morning. Well, he went out of that mode a second ago there, big time. Big time. $28-10 here, Niners. 2nd down and 10. 4-man front. Let's them check it down to McCaffrey. Just explain this defense to me. You've got a 4-man front. You're not bringing extra defenders. You're dropping all these extra guys into coverage. And then McCaffrey just leaks out of the backfield, not into the flat, but just right up ahead for a 4 yards and sits down. And there's nobody to cover him. Nobody picks him up. Why? And we'll do this at times too defensively. Like, why do that defensively? What's the reason behind what you're... I mean, are you protecting against the deep ball, the deeper routes, the intermediate routes? You just gave him a free 8 yards. 3rd down and 2. Empty look here for Purdy. He's going to let this loose down the field. He's got a man wide open for a 1st down. Yeah, see, that's that 5-man pressure front that the Cowboys are bringing there. That doesn't do anything. It doesn't do anything. All you've done is you've taken a man out of coverage. And that's where, when we talk about Purdy being blitzed a lot, so many of his blitzes are off these 5-man blitz fronts. Like, the Giants did this all game along with him. And you can call it a blitz as a 5-man deal. You can, technically speaking, but it's a blitz that you dial up. Like in the case of the Cowboys here, they're dialing it up to try to theoretically get Micah Parsons more of a one-on-one type matchup. But more often than not, the offense is still going to have the extra blocker with a running back to still chip that edge, and then they're still going to be able to take up the blitzer coming man-on-man then down the line. And when people tell me that Purdy's been blitzed and he's beat the blitz and he's shown you he's beaten the blitz, it's always that's the blitz he's running against. It's never more than the 5 or the 5. And so he's not uncomfortable because he knows he has his protection set prior to the snap on those kind of plays. 1st down, a 2nd down run here to Deebo Samuel. He'll pick up about a gain of 3. On this drive again for the Cowboys, they have yet to blitz any point in this drive except for that one time on a 3rd and 2. And it was only a 5-man blitz. This whole second half, I've not seen a lot of blitzes from the Cowboys either. This is a team down by 3 touchdowns, which you would think would be in a position at this point to start risking some things. Let's start trying to take this a little bit to them. Let's start, take some chances. What do we have to lose a bit? But still a little bit of into that sort of soft kind of coverage range of things. 3rd down and 1. Purdy back in shotgun. The give is up into McCaffrey over the A gap, and he's only going to get a yard, but he only needed a yard. 1st down. Nicky Hawks says, Brandon, can a healthy Hawks secondary playing more man coverage give our D-line enough time to get to Purdy? I'm not certain this can happen. Yeah, I think it can happen at Nicky Hawks because you have the guys in place to do it where you haven't before. Witherspoon can play man stuff. That's what he does best. Woolen can play man. You bring Julian Love into the slot. He can play man really well. Jamal can play man. You've got more guys across the board that can do that. I don't think that this Cowboy defense is as built in their secondary to run that stuff. Gilmore can run some man, but he might be the only guy that really is kind of programmed to operate that way. So, yeah, I think we can. I do. And maybe that's a place that we can find some success against this Niner offense. Wicked Garden Cowboys running a vanilla offense, all underneath stuff. Also running a soft prevent zone defense. Disgusting Cowboys, disgusting. I don't know how they thought this was going to win them the game. And it's honestly, it's kind of giving me PTSD because this is a little bit of flashbacks to the way that we ran our defensive scheme in the playoff game. If you guys think about it, doesn't this kind of look a little bit like defensively for the Cowboys, how we played it defensively against the Niners in that playoff game on the road, where you're like, all right, look, you're coming into this with no nose tackles. You're beating up a little bit with your injury front. Bring some blitzes, bring some risks, try to take some chances, because if you just sit back and do what you're going to do, they're going to outmatch you. They're going to just be purely better than you. And instead, we didn't really answer that last year in that playoff game at the end. Instead, we kind of just, went out there and still kept running the same stuff we'd been running throughout the course of the year and didn't have success with it. They still stomped us offensively speaking. And that's, I think, a little bit of, what you're seeing from the Cowboys today from an equivalency standpoint. Kelly says, just had an earthquake in downtown. I was in the bed and it started rolling. Scary stuff. Ooh, geez. Hopefully that's not a precursor, Kelly. So be safe from where you're at, because that can sometimes be not a foreshock, prior shock. Keldon says, I said Dak would throw the Niners a ball or two. Yeah, that was Keldon straight. Here you go. He should have just walked across the line of scrimmage and handed the ball to Bosa if he was going to be like that. Hope everybody's okay on that earthquake. Oh, goodness. Ricky Garden, Trey Lance will lead the comeback. That'd be hilarious. Trey Lance comes in and just starts throwing dimes all over the field. Blue and Green Dak is not in a contract year. No, I think he's got another year or two left on the deal. Actually, so I felt dizzy after my workout. Earthquakes can be trippy. I've been in one before. CJ says, earthquake in Seattle. Lynch's private jet must have just landed. We had a 4.2 earthquake 6 miles from Freeland. So hopefully everyone's okay. That's not too bad. But that could be a foreshock, right? Sometimes it warms up a little bit, Those tectonic plates can kind of just start cooking. Spoonful of boom. I love it, CJ. I'm adding it. Spoonful of boom. Let's go. Dog Watcher says maybe the Seahawks can make a little bit better showing. I do feel like we can do better than this. I'm not saying the Niners aren't better than us right now, but I mean, we're not. I don't think this year's Seahawks team, if we're at, close to full strength, I think we can at least give them a good fight and make this an interesting game, which this one's been almost over since it seems like halftime, just about. I think the Hawks, were there a minor earthquake? My room did shake about 15 minutes ago. Indeed, there was. It's not in your mind. Gluten Taco, give us the strategy to beat these guys. I'm very straightforward on this. First off, it begins defensively with how you deal with this offense. I know the defense is great for the Niners, but this is where we've got to stop them, I think, at the forefront. And you do so by first playing man-based cover concepts on the outside. You can run zone to the inside, but play a lot more man on the outside. Or if you're going to run zone, run it to half a field and run man to the other half of the field. I also think that you've got to commit to running stacked fronts against this Niner team. I would commit to having 5-man fronts, 6-man fronts up there around in the box and what you're showing. Not that you always bring those guys, but that's what you show them. This is what you're, giving them the indication of. And then, you can drop them back or bring them at times. And then you got the guys on the man that are going to hopefully hold up on the outside. And if they get beat on the outside, man-on-man situation, so be it. But I would say that at the forefront of it, you operate with a sense of aggressiveness defensively and trying to kind of take it a little bit more to this Niner offense, especially because I think those stacked fronts could help you, and then clogging up some of those rush lanes and making it a little bit harder for McCaffrey and company to make it happen. Offensively speaking, there's not as clear an answer to me on what you do against this Niner defense. I think you've got to take your chances and shots when they present themselves, as this team will at times give you some opportunities with your guys to take the top of the defense, like we saw Dak do on that throw off the slot where he got man coverage out there and was able to take advantage. You've got to run the ball up the middle. You've got a wide 9 scheme from the Niners, and you've got to commit to be able to run up through those A and B gaps, which the Cowboys were not able to do today. And it's hard. It's easier said than done because the Niners are very fundamentally sound in their gap integrity and how they play the wide 9 scheme. But that wide 9 aligns those guys. That front 4 gets aligned out naturally wider. And so you have those gaps that are then developed there within the A and the B gaps. And that's where you have guys like Zach Charbonnet and Kenneth Walker that, can really go out there and take advantage of those natural holes that can be opened up for them to go and take advantage of. So I think it would be both of those two. I think offensively, you've got to be balanced against this Niner team. I don't think you're just going to throw it all over the field with their pass rush and expect to beat them that way. You've got to have a sense of balance. You've got to make them play both the run and the pass sort of to equal margins so that they can't lean one way or the other. But then defensively, you've got to commit to a sense of aggressiveness. And if they beat you on that aggressiveness, so be it. But if you're just going to sit back into your soft stuff and just try to protect over the top, Purdy has shown that he's going to beat you over the course of the game if you're going to play it that way. And that's the big adjustment beyond what we do offensively. Defensively, that's the big adjustment I hope we look to apply this year when we play him next. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. Says Cowboys are soft front runners. All the physicality goes out the window when they get hit in the mouth. Also gave up on balance on that first drive. Well, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey, and well said on your part as well. I thought that this is a soft showing to me from the Niners. Defense was showing a little bit of fight early on, but that's quickly drained out of them. And offensively, it's been very uninspiring. Someone else was noting that as well above, Jeffrey, a lot of trying to throw underneath throws. There wasn't a lot of variety in what they're looking to do from the rushing attack. It seems like a lot of shotgun runs where you're trying to hand the ball off at a shotgun, and it wasn't really working. I'm not really sure what the Cowboys were trying to accomplish offensively in this game today. But yeah, definitely not balanced, Jeffrey. You're right about that. That is for sure. And I think to say, yeah, front runner might be a good way of putting it with this team, because this is not a team today that you're telling me has got a chance of being a championship-like team. That's not what I saw from this today as any sign of that. They kind of laid down over on this one really quickly. They had less fight in this game than they probably had in the playoffs last year against them, didn't they? Isn't that how that kind of feels right now? Weird game from the Cowboys. I thought they were going to come back out here and look to make a statement and be aggressive with it. Don't think it's good with Mike I think we're maybe starting to get to a place too, Jeffrey, where Mike McCarthy taking over for Kellen Moore as the offensive guy here. Maybe not the greatest call on the part of the Cowboys on that one. Josh Winter says, man, the Niners look good. Boy, do they ever, man. And Jeffrey, thank you for that donation. I appreciate you, brother. Dog Watcher says, anyone notice that every night game turns into a blowout? That seemed to be going that way lately. Mom and Pops, I'll come over here and listen. This game sucks. How you doing, Brandon? I'm doing good, man. Doing real good. Got a game coming up next week. This hasn't been the greatest of games. You're right about that. But excited for our Hawks this season. Glad we're in 3-1 shape. Due to get it back at full strength here soon, it seems like, or get close to full strength. And feel good about that. Feel real good about that. Free Truth says, funny, my crucifix started swinging a while ago for no reason. I'm in central Idaho thinking Yellowstone had some tremors as well. Could have been. Boy, that's scary. If it's going all the way out there, we're feeling a little bit, That's kind of freaky. But it's happened like that before where you can feel it from far off. So I didn't notice anything out here on my end of things, but hopefully it's not a foreshock. They've been saying that West Side is due for some crazy earthquake at some point, that it's long overdue. For a big one, like they said. They're due for a big one. Wicked Garden says Cowboys were fools. Gold this year. Micah Parsons, 10+ scrubs on defense. They definitely don't bring a lot to play with the rest of the defense, do they? And I think Diggs and his loss, and my gosh, Fred Warner's going to get an interception to cap off what has been just a fantastic day. He's basically hit for the cycle as a middle linebacker in this game. He's got a sack, he's got a forced fumble, and now he's got an interception on Dak Prescott. Well, Stephen A. Smith's looking right. He got the call on it for 2 interceptions for Dak today, and what a miserable game from the Cowboys. Absolutely embarrassed on national TV. Embarrassed. But, yeah, they don't. Right now, it looks like a defense that doesn't have a whole hell of a lot absent Micah Parsons, especially with Diggs out. Gilmore didn't do a whole hell of a lot in this game. And what else do they got? Buster Brown in town. I hate being a Cowboys fan. It's so hard, man. Well, I guess I'm getting a little taste of that too, Buster Brown. This is what it's like to be a Cowboys fan. Ugh. I want to take this jacket off. Unzip me and take it off. I don't like this. Get the star off. This doesn't wear right. Oh my God, the Cowboys just laying over. I think the Niners are going to put up 70 points on them today. Drop Top Submarine. I don't know why people put Dak as a top 5 quarterback. He is closer to Derek Carr level than to Mahomes level. Well said. I've long kind of felt this way about Dak too, and that he was overrated by many out there in their view of him. In that you watch him and, he was a guy when he came on that was initially mobile. I think he's lost a little bit of his mobility over time. Never had the strongest arm. Not ever really the most accurate of throwers of the ball. I think you're absolutely right. Absolutely right. Looks like Parsons got beat up on that play. Why you got Parsons out there at this point? Like, what is the point of that? But he looks like he's looking more bottom 15 right now than top 15. Trent Williams threw Van Der Esch at Micah Parsons' rib. And so he threw Van Der Esch's with his helmet sort of leading first right into his rib with the crown of his helmet. Van Der Esch ends up on the ground. Micah Parsons was reaching for his side that didn't feel good. And Trent Williams is a beast. ALG, no one will put Dak in the top 5. I hope not after tonight, I hope. Not after this performance. ALG Investment LLC. Thank you for the $2 donation. It says, why can't anyone get Purdy's slow ball Why can't anyone get to Purdy's slow ball LOB or slow ball lob? I keep saying, whenever I see LOB, LG, I just want to say LOB instead of lob, but you meant lob. So what happens here is there's so much separation. There's so much incredible separation that these receivers across the board create that when Purdy goes to make his throw, he's looking and, this guy's wide open. I can just kind of layer it on in there. I don't have to put a lot of velocity. And so he can just kind of put it right on the spot, sort of free and easy, almost like a pitcher that knows he's got a 3-0 count and he can groove one in there and the hitter's going to take it. And so he can just kind of lollipop it on in there. And it's not a receiver with a guy tight trailing in coverage. You just see, be it Shanahan's drawing up of these plays and how it confuses these secondaries, the players and their just natural ability to create the separation of route. This stood out to me last year, and it's the stats that I go along down the line with Purdy that stand out to me, that when we talk about it being not a way of going after him as far as to challenge his arm strength, that's not the methodology. This is where I disagree because of these base stats from last year, which have certainly carried over to this year. These are going to be stats that are going to be absolutely applicable right here and now. And that is first and foremost, Brock Purdy and the Niner offense last year led the entire National Football League in getting the ball out of their quarterback's hand in the fastest of time, 2.6 seconds, which means it's incredibly hard to get pressure on him because he's not going to hold the ball for an extra amount of time. Then you had his receivers. And of the top 15 receivers at creating separation on their routes in the entire NFL, they had three players on that top 15 list in the NFL at creating separation on their route. That was George Kittle, Brandon Ayuk, and Deebo Samuel. And then you could add on Christian McCaffrey, who himself is an outstanding route runner in creating separation when he's running routes. And so this helps Purdy out in having a lot of guys getting wide open for him to make these throws. And because Shanahan's calculating a lot of this offense in such a way to get the ball out of Purdy's hands quickly, he's not really being challenged by pass rush or under pressure a lot of time as well, in addition to that. But it's, he's 10-0 now in his first 10 starts. It's beyond sample size at this point. And sure, he's got the great supporting cast, but he's making the throws. He's making the proper decisions. Look at his line today, 17-24, 252, 4 touchdowns, 144 rating. I mean, he's also playing really well, and you got to give the kid his flowers for what he's doing too, in addition to that. Wicked Garden says, when we play the Niners at home on Turkey Day, it's only 3 days rest. Going to be a test of grit. Very much so. Very much so. And luckily the Niners have to deal with that too, right? I don't think that they're coming. They don't get a bye, do they? They don't get a bye they're coming off of on that 24th. So I'm going to check this now. Please, God, no. No. Yeah. So they're dealing with the same thing, luckily. But those Thursday night games can be weird games. We've seen it before. Those can be some strange, strange affairs. Addicted to Hawks. Brandon, you need to work on your dandy Don Meredith voice. Turn out the lights. The party's over. Dandy Don had a pretty I could probably do a Dandy Don. I got to go back and hear his voice again to get the cadence right. Diggs the Hawk says, calling the Cowboys offense vanilla is a huge insult to vanilla. Sigh. Darn, now I want ice cream. All right, well, rather than them being vanilla, we'll call them, what is that stuff that they use for vanilla flavoring? What is it? We get the anal glands of the beavers. They're that. Kelly says, B, you predicted the earthquake by saying rolling. I'm not joking. Luckily, I wasn't terrible, but my first one felt like I was in a mini wave for 10 seconds. They could be scary. I've been in a couple of them too. They're pretty trippy, especially if you get one that you're close to on that. So, well, good to hear everybody sounds like they're safe and sound. But oof. Ooh-wee. Wicked Garden, who's coming back from injury after the bye? So I believe, I'm making a guess here, Wicked Garden, but we got Charles Cross, Abraham Lucas, Kenny McIntosh. Obviously, Jamal will be back in the mix, I would expect at that point. And then the Niners just got another interception. Jeez Louise. Like, Niners might legit throw 70 up on the board on this Cowboys team at this point. Goodness gracious. Goodness gracious. Trey Brown will be back, Wicked Garden. I think that would be your foursome that returns. Maybe Kobe Bryant. And I'm not sure on Lewis because we didn't get we got to wait on some of these updates till Monday, Wicked Garden, because we didn't hear anything last week on where everybody was at or what Carroll thought of who was going to return. He had kind of a lot of, we'll just have to see next week where everybody's at. Brandon Moody says, yes, it's driving me nuts to see this Cowboys D. But just a weak effort from them today. You go out against a Niners team and you want to beat a Niners team, you want to beat a big dog, you got to go and take a big bite. You go out there nibbling and you're going to get your ass smacked. And that's what the Cowboys did today. Ryan Ball says, great coaches can keep their players playing at a high level. That's why I'm not looking forward to Pete's retirement. It's true. It's true. I'm not either at this point. Seahawks Blue and Green felt like we played the Rams in the playoffs and Jared Goff with a bad finger killed us. That is true. That is the way it was. He had a pin in his finger, I believe. Tuck says, man, oh man, the Niners should make the Super Bowl this year if they stay healthy. They look primed to do that. They certainly look primed to do just that. Paul Third says, vanilla. Dak has taken 6 or 7 shots with a touchdown and 1 pick to show for it. It's not a vanilla. It's trash. Yeah, it's not necessarily I'm looking for Dak to take big shots down the field, but I mean by vanilla on this, I guess, would be more of, Paul, you don't have any fly sweeps. You don't have a lot of testing with the ground game to the edges. They tried to run up the middle on a lot of the shotgun runs. You had 1, I think, attempted screen in this game. Your routes are a lot of short underneath throws and throws out into the flat for like 3 and 4 yard gains. That's where a lot of their offense has been, and it's maybe alternated between that and taking a couple of deep shots here through the game. But a lot of these deep shots in the second half have been sort of desperate shots, not like we're taking it through the flow of the game kind of thing. So It's not necessarily I'm looking at their bomb city. I'm just looking for more of a diverse attack, or at least understand how are you looking to go after this Cowboy defense or 49er defense. And I didn't see today, Paul, much of an approach that showed, okay, we're going to do this here and we're going to do that. Now I know you got into the second half and down by points, and that's going to take you out of a little bit of your running game to a degree, but still there was not a lot of creativity in the passing attack. Take a concept like, Paul, remember last week there was a great concept there was a levels concept where you got Geno rolling back to his left, and he's got two levels going where he's got a tight end underneath, and then he's got the receiver over the top, and he can go to either two guys. It's just a nice little level concept off a rollout to get away from the pass rush a little bit. There's none of those plays today where you're like, well, that was smartly drawn up by the Cowboys. That was a play where they, like even the Niners do, where you're manufacturing stuff for your quarterback at times. Instead, it's like everything's made just kind of simple and short for the most part. Free truth, I was 5.4 when I was in 5.4 when I was a kid playing soccer. I saw the waves in the field. I was 8. Oof, that would have been super scary as a kid. And I didn't have a chance to see Hutchinson's pick 6 today, Brian. Must have missed it. Kingdom Joe, thank you for the $2 donation. Kingdom Joe says, we beat the Niners for the NFC champs. I'm calling it. I like that confidence, Kingdom Joe. Let's go. Hey, November 23rd is a long way to go. We're building up as a team. We're putting things together, right? We just got to give it time to mature. Just give it time to all cut the whole plan to come together for those young guys to mature and season. King Joe says, we're better than this. Our rookie defensive backs should be ready by the time we play, and I think our defense will be better than their offense. Change my mind. No, I love your energy. I ain't going to try to change your mind. I ain't going to try to do that. Trent Williams is so mean. He's such a mean player. Not dirty, just mean. I don't knock him for it. He's mean. Roger Keast says Jamal is going to be huge when playing the Niners, getting Purdy off his spot and covering Kittle. Agreed. We all remember a couple of years ago, and Jamal, maybe one of the better games he had in coverage as a Hawk, when we're playing on the road against the Niners, and he really locked up Kittle in that game. I think Jamal definitely has an opportunity here to be a little bit of an X factor up against this Niner team in his ability to come up and play the run, and then his ability to cover tight ends and backs out of the backfield a little bit. And that could be a little bit of something different you're bringing that other teams don't have to bring. Great point. Drop top submarine, is Spoon already better than Woolen? I don't know on that drop top. It's hard to say that. I mean, there's some spots Spoon's going to be better in. Spoon's going to be probably better as a tackler and a hitter. As far as pure coverage skills go, I don't know yet. I guess as ALG says, he's more versatile than Woolen. You wouldn't want to put Woolen in the slot, for instance, I don't think. But still a little early to say. Ada says, yeah, you can't have soft zone against this team. No, it's not going to work. It's not going to do it. Tuck, the Cowboys lost, but at what cost? I don't know. Bad one. Drop Top Submarine, the Niners Twitter is comparing the Niners team to the Legion of Boom and Brock being Russ. Well, they're feeling themselves, Drop Top. What are you going to do, They're feeling good about themselves. Can't knock them off their cloud right now. And, hey, they have every right to feel good about themselves. They held the Dallas 3-1 team to 10 points. They're going to throw 42, if not more, up on the Cowboys defense. They've got a reason to feel it. Undefeated so far this year. I'd love to be able to pick them apart right now, but I can't. Just hoping they're not going to be as strong when we meet them later down the line. Brandon says the Cowboys are devolving now. Put in another touchdown at least. Probably at this rate. There's still a little bit of this game to go, right? Dog Watcher, oh my God, the Cowboys are horrible. Avert your eyes. Sam Hutchinson, that's right. Dallas did get punched in the mouth this game. One team came out here physical at both lines of scrimmage, and handle business at the line of scrimmage. They went right down your throat to the 49ers in their rushing attack today. They said, oh, well, we'll try a little bit of pitching outside and stuff, but we think we can just go right down your throat. We don't think you're strong enough at the point of attack. And from the Cowboys standpoint, did Mazi Smith play in this game? Or is he out? This would have been just the type of game where I guess he must be out and injured because he didn't play, but it's the type of game that you drafted, hoping this kid would come in, grab him in the first round, just for that type of thing, to take care of those A-gap runs. But they did. There's no excuses a Cowboy team can give here in this game. You got smacked in your mouth and embarrassed on national TV. No other way to put it. CJ says, Brandon, we all remember when Sherman and Wilson ate turkey on the 49ers logo post-game Thanksgiving night. If San Francisco ends up returning the favor this year, we declare all-out war. Yeah. I wouldn't be mad if maybe our ownership told the broadcasting crew that there is no, unless we're winning the game, you're not going to put another team up on our logo and eating turkey. We're not going for that optic. You can put them down at one of the end zones. I don't care what the shot looks better up at the midfield. We don't care. No, you're not letting them eat turkey on our logo. That is embarrassing. That is embarrassing to everyone involved. David M says Cowboys at Chargers, Bills, Dolphins also face Philly twice, plus Detroit, Seattle, the Rams. This might not even be a playoff team. It's true, David. It certainly is possible with that schedule looking as daunting as it is there, as you put it up like that. I mean, that ain't going to be easy. As you say, even that Rams game, as they showed the Eagles today, they're going to be a tough matchup. I do think they're going to benefit a little bit, David, from the fact that the internal part of their division looks like it's structured to where they're going to get 2 easy wins against the Giants and 2 easy wins probably against the Washington football team. And if that's the case, that will help them a little bit towards that way of things. But you're right. It ain't getting easier for them here. They're heading into a little bit of the murderer's row of their schedule as it stands. It's a good point. Don says, part of my language, but with respect to 49er fans, that 49er touchdown was some damn sloppy work, as Captain Benjamin Sisko would say in Star Trek Deep Space Nine. That was some damn sloppy work. Yeah, they Cowboys were not in the tightest of fashions in this game. Adrian X, thank you for the $2 donation. It says the Cowboys are media overhyped, and we're better. Go Hawks. I think we're strongly better, and maybe I'm out on an island myself saying this after kind of watching this Cowboy game, because I thought the Cowboys were right with us coming into this year as being kind of in that close step proximity with us for similarly talented teams, maybe similar in where we're a little more on a rise. They're a little bit more on probably just about the end of a run there with it. But after this game, I think that we do sit pretty firmly in my mind as being the third best team in the NFC as it stands right now. I feel pretty strongly about that, where we're at. Thank you, though, Adrian X. I appreciate that donation. Jeffrey Thistle with another $2 donation. Says the NFC West undefeated against the Cowboys. Woo! Let's keep it going this year. Let's keep it going. That's a great point. Great point. Handling business so far, it looks like. Where's the toughest division in football? It lies out here in the West. And it always lies out here in the West. Thank you, Jeffrey. Appreciate you, brother. Roxanne Hines, thank you for subscribing to the channel, Roxanne. Welcome aboard the Hawks Nest, and I appreciate you jumping aboard. ZZ says the Seahawks are beating the Niners. Wow, ZZ, that's confidence. I love it. They're looking pretty ferocious here, this Niner team is after this game. Addis says the Cowboys had opportunities to score, and they didn't take advantage of it. Nope, I don't think they were on it or sharp tonight at all on either side of the ball. Save the Geese says, okay, so don't pressure Purdy, can cover everyone else. I think I left something out there. Seahawks, blue and green, we got tape on what not to do on offense and defense from this one game. I would hope so. And maybe this does provide some real quality teaching tape to Coach Carroll in regards to how he decides to go at this 49ers offense, because let's face it, this is Dan Quinn, his pupil, on the other side going against this Niner offense. And Dan's no doubt putting in a lot of the philosophy approaches that Carroll would probably apply with this Niner team, and getting to see that they're not working. And maybe this will push the Seahawks team in certain ways to look outside the box for solutions in this one, rather than maybe some of their traditional approaches when it comes to stopping this Cowboy offense. Jesse says, well, at least we don't have to worry about the Cowgirls. That's right. At least there's that. Keldon says those Cowboy tears will be fun reading. Well, at least, Keldon, when you beat them this bad, they can't draw any excuses out at that point. There's nowhere to go. It's like, we just got our butts beat. We got just embarrassed. There's no but the officials, but the ball, they called this ball out that should have been called it. No. You got your pants pulled down and spanked. Jeffrey says he underthrows a lot of balls to his receiver, just makes really good plays on the ball. If we can limit those plays, we'll be in really good shape. Agreed, Jeffrey. Well said. And yeah, he does sometimes. A little bit of that arm strength will come in there at times with Purdy, where it takes a little bit of time to get there. They got to wait for it to get there. A lot of times they've created so much separation, they can afford to do that. But that will be a good key to it. Brandon Moody says, what is this game? And I say to that, who is this game? Dak would be great if he was on the Niners. That boy, I do believe that Trey Brown's going to be back after the bye. He did have a concussion, I think, so he should be back. Actually, and agreed, Drake Young is our fullback, man. Kingdom Joe, I can't wait to see Kenny McIntosh into the mix either. Could be another helpful guy, helping out maybe the screen game, bubble screen game. Just kind of a weapon to use. Addis, everyone is watching, so I'm assuming Clint Hurt and Carroll are watching. Oh, yeah, they are. And taking notes, no doubt about it. No doubt. Seahawks Blue and Green, Cowboys should try to trade Dak to the Jets for Zach. Yeah, nobody's trading him for Dak. Mr. Allo says the Niners look formidable. Looking forward to our Hawks rising to the occasion and knocking them off. I love the confidence in the chat tonight. Ain't no one out here in Seattle scared. They just put 42 up on the Cowboys, and everybody's like, yeah, so what? So what? And Wicken Garden, yeah, Kenny McIntosh absolutely runs like his life depends on it. He's like that Isaiah Pachenko kind of runner. He might not have a lot of speed to him, but he's going to run as hard as you'll find out there. Michael YT in saying that our offensive line is 11th in pass blocking win rate when we're playing with 4 backups. Very much so. Very much so. I think some of that too has been also the structure, Wicked, of how you set things up with giving them a lot of help on chip blocks. I've often wondered, Wicked, how they grade that stuff. Or Micah, how they grade that stuff. You know, if you get a right tackle that has a chip block from a guard or from a running back, and then that pass rusher is not able to generate any pressure on the play, is that just a pure win then to that tackle, even though he had gotten help on it? Some of this is also the short passing attack that we built off the back of having those chip blocks too. And all of those things have helped out the offensive line. But it's also been those guys holding up their end of the bargain too, in addition to that. But pretty crazy. Chase Stearns says, thank God we have Geno. I felt way better about Geno Smith after watching this Sunday football across the board and watching some of the quarterback play and watching some of the quarterbacks in the sport that make the position look so very hard and just don't have that sort of certainty that they go about the position with that Geno has tended to go about in his time here the last couple of years for Seattle. Very happy with Geno quarterback, watching some of that play across the league today. You watch Desmond Ridder throw, you watch the game with New York and Denver and Wilson out there, and Geno's definitely on a different level than some of those other guys. Not saying he's the best of the best, but I certainly believe that Geno's a top 10 quarterback in this sport. Actually, the only Achilles heel for the Niners is a quarterback who can scramble. That can give them a little bit of problems. Addis says Jamal did lock up Kittle. That's right. Yeah, he did on that day. Man on man. Couple moments there where they both were locked. There was nothing like, well, he just happened to have an overthrow or a bad tossed ball. He was right there man for man in that game. Great game for Jamal. And the Cowboys are about to lose another defender here. Safety Donovan Wilson's being helped off the field. They've had a couple of injuries on top of losing this game badly. Texas Coast offense, yeah. Ryan, I would like to see Drew Lock start, but only if Geno gives Pete a reason to bench him. That may never happen. Yeah, I'm okay with Geno. Geno's proven that he's deserved to stay out there and be our starter. I know a lot of people are excited for Lock, but Geno's great. Addis, our secondary is one of the best in the league right now, so better corners too. Yeah, we offer a much stiffer challenge, I think, than this Cowboys team does, especially with them not having any Trayvon Diggs out there. And I don't believe either that Dak's going to get another contract here with the Cowboys at this rate. DJ, the 49ers are trying to discover the threshold that will actually make me feel bad for the Cowboy fans. We aren't there yet. Keep going. ZZ says Witherspoon will get an interception to Purdy. I love it. Let's go, ZZ. I love your confidence, brother. Let's go. Let's go. Wiki Garden, Jerry just pooped his diaper. Give me my nurse. Give me my nurse. I can't get to the bathroom. I'm too mad. Tell her to bring the Pampers. No, the old man wants. Just get her in. She knows what to do. Gabriel, the 49ers tonight are absolutely why I still want to be a strong AFC unit. If the Niners make it to the Super Bowl, I want to be confident there will be a strong team on the other end to beat them. I think they'll definitely get a tough matchup from somebody out there in the AFC if they happen to be the Super Bowl representative. I don't think that there won't be a good team to be brought to play. Too many good teams out there, in my opinion, in the AFC for there not to be. JL says only five teams have more 30-point games than the Hawks since 2021. Ooh. New Locks, I feel like the Lions and Seahawks are very close. Yeah, I agree with that. You played 2 games back-to-back years that have gone right down the line. But I'd give us the edge. We've also beat them twice in those 2 games with basically the same personnel back-to-back years. But I'd probably put the Lions 4th right now, yeah. ALG says Kyle makes some dumb calls in the playoffs. Do you get a little tight playoff time? Yeah, just maybe a little bit. One Sick Chevy 253. Thank you for subscribing to the channel. I appreciate you for doing that, and welcome aboard the Hawks Nest. Roxanne, thank you again for jumping aboard as well. We're trying to get to 15,000 subscribers here this year. We are motoring towards that goal ever faster. Just crossed over 13.7 here, so we're looking to get our way towards 14 sooner than later. And you can help us get there by subscribing up today if you're not already, and I would really appreciate that. Do at least hit that like button if you are already subscribed up. Fallen Delta, thank you for the $5 donation. Fallen Delta, I do appreciate that. Says, what's up, Brandon? What's your thoughts on beating Mr. Irrelevant? I've been thinking about this for a while on what is the solution to Purdy, and I don't think that it's an easy one. I'm going to provide a solution, but it certainly is an easier said than done one, because I'm sure certain teams have tried a little bit of this application in his 10 games and him going 10-0 to start his career. And you've got receivers that generate a lot of separation. You have an offense that's going to get the ball out of the quarterback's hand very fast. I think that in what you have to commit to at the forefront, I believe, is man-based cover concepts, especially with your corners. And then you have to commit to stacked boxes on the front side of it. I would love, for instance, to see Seattle drive into a role of going to just the 4-3 under for instance, going against the Niners, where you're giving them those 5-man fronts to try to run into and testing to see if they can do so just for those particular games. But absent that, stacked fronts, 8-man boxes, condense things up at the line of scrimmage. Be blitz heavy, but not blitz heavy in the sense of you're going to blitz 24/7, or blitz at a rate that would be, if you were to carry that on through 32 games, be at the highest in the NFL. Blitz right around in the level where you've been at this year, where you've taken yourself from prior years where you blitzed right around a level of about 15% or so, and you've doubled that, taking yourself to a 30% rate. And I think that if you do those things where you have those stack fronts, where now Purdy's got to read the fronts and decide if guys are coming or not coming, and then you're doing a lot of commitment off of those stack fronts to trying to squeeze a little bit of the tighter zones and then play man-based cover concepts on the outside. I think if you do some of that, you can make life a lot harder on Brock Purdy, and you can confuse him a little bit. It's still a very young quarterback in this league. But he has so many of these defenses that tend to just typically run the 4-man fronts that when they do bring the blitzes, it's only going to be the 5-man blitzes as we saw tonight from the Cowboys. And as he's shown, he can chop that up. He can slice that up. He can dice that up. And that would be my main strategy at the forefront of it, which would be just clog everything up, make him uncomfortable, make him have to think out there at the quarterback position. Don't just let him be out there just reacting and playing free and easy. And then if he throws and he hits you deep down the field in one-on-one concepts, then those guys win out, then so be it. I'm okay if you're going to do it that way, but I haven't seen a lot of teams drive him and force him to play in that way, Fall and Delta. I really have yet to see it in watching these teams closely and how they're playing him, really drive in that fashion, in that way. Thank you, though, that $5 donation. Well, Garden versus Purdy, you need to pressure up the middle. Can't let him sit back there comfortably. Use stunts. Use the double A gap pressure looks that we've been so good with, right? Jordan Brooks, Bobby Wagner have both been fantastic blitzers for us. Stick him right up over the nose of the ball for Purdy, especially when he's under center there. Are they coming? Are they not? Make him decide. Make him process. He doesn't have to do a lot of processing right now, Purdy. He's dropping back, going to the first read, back foot, let it rip. Get him into a process mode. Get him thinking a little bit. Not enough of that from the Cowboys tonight, and not enough of that from the defenses, including our defense that played him twice last year. I keep going back, folks. As you go back to last year, the first time that you played Brock Purdy, he started out the game 11 for 11, and you dropped into you went to the 4-man fronts, and you dropped into the soft zone coverages on the back end, and you let him dink and dunk you to death to begin that game. And then you said, wait, no, to hell with this. Let's bring a blitz. And the first time you brought a blitz, you caused an incompletion. Then the next play, you came back with that stacked front that I just was talking about, where it's not necessarily you bringing the blitz. It's just you bringing the stacked fronts. It's you bringing a lot of guys up around the line of scrimmage. You saw Purdy's head then whipping back and forth prior to the snap, drops back, second incompletion in a row. So start out the game 11 for 11, right? You bring your first blitz, then you fake a blitz on the next 2 back plays, and you get your first 2 incompletions of the game. And then what did we do? Went right back to the 4-man fronts through the rest of that football game. And then what did we do? Into the next playoff game that we played Brock Purdy, went right back into those 4-man fronts throughout the course of that whole football game. So you could say the coaches should have learned a lesson there. I would have thought they did, but they didn't. They still fell back into the same old strategy against him in that second game that they played against him. But I have seen it have an effect on Purdy when teams, in the rare moments that they've dialed these blitzes up and these stack fronts up, it can make him uncomfortable. He does kind of seem to have like a feel of it of, oh, I might have to go make a 9-route throw here. I might have to dial up that arm strength on this toss. But Niners offense has been so good about protecting him from being made vulnerable to those type of throws and those type of pressure looks. But agreed, that's what you got to do, I think. Brian Ball says Niner fans will be so pissed if we beat in the playoffs this year. I can't wait. Oh boy, they'd be angry. Dat Boy says after Eberflus, who's your first coach fired? Good question. I'm thinking. Boy, there isn't any real easy answers on this one, is there? I got a name in my mind. I think there's 3 names that come to my mind, and I would say that Ron Rivera could be a guy out. Not necessarily because he's a bad coach, just they didn't get the quarterback there, and that team doesn't look like it's going to be all that good. Bill Belichick is a guy you have to start looking at. Where's that going to go with that situation? If this team looks to be as bad as they're going to be, I mean, you'd think maybe he'd be settled there, but I mean, they've been bad the past 2 weeks and they're not trending in a very good direction. So that would be another guy. Staley with the Chargers is probably the third guy that I would take a look at and say he'd be a guy that, you know, if his defense continues to underperform again this year and they continue to not even reach the playoffs once again, you'd have to think, I mean, he might be at the first guy let go at that point. Wilbur Knight, how you doing? Salute to you as well. Wicked Garden beating the Lions was such a pivotal win. Would have been a different trajectory to the season otherwise. I 100% agree with this take. I think that night Lion game and going out there, getting that win like that did set the stage for you to get the next couple of wins like you did, change the momentum of the season. And yeah, that's going to be the pivot for me this year. It's rare that you look at a week 2 game as the pivot point to your season, the make or break spot, but that's just the way it played out on the back of that first horrific opening game against the Rams. And the team answering the bell like they did, showing the resiliency and that bounce back nature for what was a really tough game. Looking at how that Lions team's playing after that game, they've blown out the last 3 opponents, you know, and you stepped up to the plate. It wasn't a team that was just going to lay over, make it easy for you. You weren't just at home and getting to like lean back on the fans to take you through that game. You had to do it on the road, 10 a.m., raucous environment with a team that was rolling and feeling itself on the back of just beating the Super Bowl winners. Huge, huge win for your Hawks there in order to set the stage for the rest of this season. Very, very much agree with that point. ALG says we have to do pre-snap motion. Pre-snap and post-snap motion to me. I mean, that's one of the big parts that McDaniels is making his hay down there with Miami is a lot of the post-snap motion stuff too. Waldron tends to build it into both of his parts of his game. But yeah, you've got to utilize both. You can't be stagnant against this defense. Rockman Drum says the Cow Punchers suck. They might just... Brandon, I don't know if they benched Dak Prescott as much as they knew they were out of that game and they just put him out on the bench to say there's nothing left to be benefited here by throwing him out there at that point. New Black says Seahawks should go tight end heavy against the Niners. Sure would be nice if we could have all 3 tight ends to call upon on that game, New Blocks, to maybe throw some of those looks at them and test them out like that. I think Hawks, Brandon, Seahawks were ahead of the 49ers at halftime of last year's playoff game. Which team, Seattle or 49ers, has improved the most since then? Well, I think we've improved the most since then, certainly. And yeah, we were beating them at halftime in that game. We ended up losing by quite a bit though. So it, like, the way that game settled out over 4 quarters is you weren't close to them, and they kind of outran you pretty well in that first Niner matchup with Purdy as well. So though we have narrowed the distance, it maybe was a little bit of a good amount of distance to narrow overall. Dog Watcher says Gino would have given the Cowboys a chance. Even Locke would have given them a better chance. Kind of feel that way too. I know the Niner defense is really good, but Dak played a little scared today. He played with a little bit of fright in his heart, it seemed like. Colombo Lajos says Niners will destroy our zone defense. Yeah, if we run the same kind of zone stuff that the Cowboys ran today, with again a lot of those openings in the short and intermediate and center part of the defense, that's Brock Purdy's bread and butter, and he will cut you up all day long in the middle of that defense if that's what you're going to give him. Holy Hand Grenade says those extensions for Kyler and John Lynch are going to look bad when Kyle blows a 3rd Super Bowl. Sam says, did Witherspoon make a play on that ball, or was it just thrown behind the receiver? I thought it was thrown behind. Good on him making the play either way. He just played the ball. He just played the route better than the receiver played the route, Sam. Daniel thought that the receiver was going to cut and keep moving on his route. The receiver went a different direction. Miscommunication by the 2 players. Still good on Spoon to jump the route and be in the right position there, right? And still to jump forward. But certainly it's a bit of a combination of the both there. Remember the time Gino looked better against the Niners than Dak? If only the Seahawks had a legit defense that Dallas has. I don't know if the Dallas defense is as legit without Diggs in there as much. But I think our defense is also developing a little bit, remember the time. So let's see where they're at the end of the year on that in that part of their play. But yeah, Gino did look better than Dak did against this Niners team. And both the two, Dak's played him twice now, and I think Dak has looked overmatched in both of these two contests. King Bomber says, holy hell, I'm freaking out. 1-6 Chevy, you're welcome, born and raised out here. I happen to find your channel. Thank you. Well, I'm glad you found it, man. Appreciate you. You're awesome for subbing up. Wicked Garden says $59,455,000. That is Dak's cap hit next year. That's a pricey. That's a little bit pricey. The Snosberry. It tastes like Snosberry. That's such a good way to describe the Niners right now. Megan, thank you for the $5 donation. Appreciate all your donations tonight, Megan. As always, all your support to the channel, including the $50 drop earlier tonight. Says, God bless the Niners, B, at the Hawks Nest. Just one fantasy by 0.78, B. Well, you got to be on the right end of the scale today with the close aspect of things. I got to be on the other scale as I was about to win my $400 bet, and I came up just short by 1.5 yards. Feels bad. My 5-legger, my one leg came up by 1 yard short. I'm glad you won your fantasy today, Megan. I think I got mine too. So we both came out on the other end. I think I'm a 2-3 record right now. So I'm trying to get my fantasy turned around a little bit here. But thanks for the $5 donation. I do appreciate you for that. Dragon Gun Heroes is most overpaid quarterback, Prescott or Jones? I'll go with Daniel Jones, but Prescott is right behind him. They're very close. Cast says the Giants blitz 90% of the time. Can't stop McCaffrey off the screen passes. Yeah, the Giants blitz 90% of the time, but again, Cast, it's the 5-man pressure looks that I have the issue with, because most of these blitzes are not 6- and 7-man blitzes you're sending. It's just the 5-man blitzes, which just ends up removing a guy out of coverage and certainly can make you susceptible to the screen passes. But if you're going to blitz, bring enough guys to really overload the offensive line, or otherwise just drop everybody into coverage. But, like even the Cowboys showed, if it's to say you can't blitz Purdy because he's shown you he can beat the blitz, well, then Purdy's also showed you that he can beat the soft zone coverages too. So it's like, well, neither is really a certain answer there, as a way to keep him reduced. King, you're a DJ believer. He just needs some competent pieces around him. Well, I will give him that he hasn't had necessarily the full strength of his offensive line this year, including Andrew Thomas, who's been out. Tyler Jackson says Frank Reich is my guess for the first coach to get fired midseason. Oh, they're not even going to give him a second year, Tyler? They've seen enough. He's not making Bryce Young look good. Gabriel, yeah, I think Brandon Staley is definitely one of those guys who's in the target crosshairs. Snail, thank you for the $2 donation. Says, can Lucas come off the IR against the Bengals? He can, Snail, because the bye week does count to the 4-week time period. So he would be eligible to come back for this Bengals game. And based off of what I understand about it, he is going to come back after this bye week and be ready for the Bengals game. D-Zilla Hawk says the Harpoon Spoon will shut down the 49ers. Let's go. I think I got that one on my list. Let's see. Let's get it on. So if you guys got any others, we'll add them to the list. We're going to do a poll here eventually of the Witherspoon nicknames, and the poll currently has these names on my list. Devin the Demon, Slotted Spoon, Monsoon Spoon, Legion of Spoon, Hitter Spoon, Spoon Fed, Boom Boom Spoon, 21 Savage, Boom Boom Witherspoon, Monsoon Spoon, Spoon Tang, Devin John Wick Witherspoon, Devin Quick Draw Witherspoon, Mr. Lockdown, Sir Lockdown, Tyrannosaurus Spoon, Spoonosaurus Rex, Spoonful of Boom, and Harpoon Spoon. Those are our few limited options. Harpoon spoon. King Bomber, I feel good about this team, but I don't feel good enough to where we can still split. We'll see. As I say, King, and you're not alone. There's been some folks that have had some worry about that upcoming game coming down the line. Let's remember, King, it's October 8th today. It's November 23rd that we play the Niners. So we're well over a month away from playing that team. Let's see where we're at that time. Let's also remember it's a Thursday night game on that turkey night. So health is always a little weird on those nights, right? That Thursday night game can kind of be at times an equalizer, even when you have a disparity in talent. But, which I don't think there's a huge disparity, but even just a little disparity. But let's see where it is down the line a little bit. Let's see how this kind of shakes out a few more weeks down the line and how the health is all at and whatnot. But they're going to be a tough test, no doubt about that. As you say, it's a division game. Anything can happen. Gabriel says Bill Belichick's job security is a very interesting subject. Yeah, I have to wonder a little bit if that owner already has a little bit of a axe to grind with Belichick, being that, you essentially decided to move on from Brady, and Belichick was certainly a guy to push at the forefront of that for a lot of years before Brady left. And, you look like you're on the wrong side of that decision, kind of the inverse of the Russell Wilson thing with Seattle, right? And so now you're losing, and you had the decision as well. I know he's got the lineage there, and I know that he's got the legacy there, but does the owner start to say that, hey, this thing's trending in this direction and it's not switching back anytime soon? Maybe. I could see how he could come to that conclusion myself. And King Bomber, yeah, I think Dallas doesn't scare me right now as well. I mean, what they just showed on national TV, they're not getting Diggs back anytime soon. Their defense looked like they had a couple more major injuries along in this game. I think we can definitely, it's going to be still a tough matchup, but I think we come out of this matchup going, look, the Niners look as strong as ever. Cowboys maybe a little bit more susceptible than we thought this offseason, kind of walking into it. Gabriel says, I wish the 49er front office took the bait from the delusional fans and fired Kyle Shanahan. Don't we all? Don't we all? Jeffrey O'Kelly, how is it possible to go 10-1 going into the first Niner game? Well, anything's possible. Anything's possible. And look, is it that far out? I don't think we're 10. Are we 10 weeks out on that one? We have that many games we play before we play the Niners? So, yeah, you're right. You can go 9-1, I guess. Not 10-1, but 9-1 before you face them. Ravens, Bengals game. Those are the two ones that stand out in that run. This is the weaker part of your schedule. It gets tougher on the back end of things. And so this is the place that theoretically you could make that noise, Jeffrey, in getting that done. All of these are winnable games down the row. Even as the Ravens showed today, their new offensive transition with Lamar Jackson has not been necessarily fluid. Their defense is strong, but they're a little bit of a microcosm. In fact, that whole AFC North is kind of the same, except for the Bengals. But the Browns, the Steelers, they're kind of the Ravens. They're all kind of the same team in what they do. Defensively driven and offensively kind of doing just enough. But yeah, you could win those games. They're going to be tough. There's some tough road. The Ravens game on the road, the Bengals game on the road, they're going to be hard, but winnable. Certainly winnable. Gibson says, I've been impressed by Hurts. I don't know about the 50+ million, but Philly has metal. I do think San Francisco looks like the team to beat in the NFC. I think that's a good way of putting it, Gibson. I think these are the two strong teams in this NFC so far. They have a right to lay the claim of 1 and 2. I think the Niners have looked better a little bit than the Eagles to make the stronger claim as 1 to start things out. But yeah, Hurts has played tough football, and he's still a guy I think that is a little bit limited as a passer, and you hate having a little bit of a limited passer at $50 million. But he does bring the mobility and that the brotherly shove play, and what he gives you with that too is certainly makes that offense a lot harder to deal with. Holy hand grenade B, how do you think it goes for us against the Ravens? I think that's going to be a tough game to pull out. Baltimore's a tough place to go in and play on the road. 10 a.m. I think that Ravens team is really tough. That defense is really tough. I have a hard time putting down a W on that game.
I do think that Lamar is not necessarily taken to this new pro-style offense as well as some thought he would. And that's maybe a place where you can limit their offense a little bit to overcome what they're going to bring defensively. It's a little bit like what you deal with Cleveland too. And so it could be a bit of a low-scoring game on that one, but I think that's going to be a hard one to pull off. Going into on the road 10 a.m. against a playoff team, as much as I like where this team is at right now, that's hard to write that down as just a dub. I feel like we'll give them a good fight, but I had us this year 12-5 for a reason, and I still feel like the record that I had us put out at the start of the year is pretty fit to where we'll probably find ourselves at the end of the season. Absent the team taking some steps forward and really coming together quicker and sooner than you might think with a team that's this young. Jeffrey says, what position should we trade for if we do end up trading for someone? I think it's defensive end in the 3-4 or a 3-tech, if you want to call it the two-man front that we're playing. But I think 3-tech or guard is a real long outside possibility. Could be another one. But if we do it, it'll be probably in the interior. I don't think we make a trade at this point, though, Jeffrey. I just don't think there'll be a team with the commodity that we want that makes it worthwhile for us to make a move. Do you think it's San Francisco winning because Purdy doesn't cost much and they can build a good team around him? Tale as old as time. Purdy and the Niners. Well said, man. Yep. Wicked says Niners have this year and next year until they fall off, paying Bosa $40 million and soon paying Ayuk, and Purdy will hurt them. Trent Williams will retire. Other guys getting into their 30s. Agreed. This is their run. This is nearing the end of their run, but they are still in the middle of the run. Or middle-ish. Middle to endish. King Tay says, yes, offensive line coming back. Let's effing go. They're coming back for sure. Space, we haven't chosen the names yet. We got to run the poll here eventually. We'll probably do the next one here. Power Coat says 21 Savage is amazing. I do like the 21 Savage one too, yeah. That's a good one. Tyler says they are 0-5 this season with Frank Reich as the head coach. I don't know if I would give him another year in Carolina. It's a fair point, Tyler. It's a fair point there. It's not often you see those coaches fired after 1 year, but if you do a bad enough job, as we saw with Mora here in 07, it can happen. The Dig Doc says great list. Love that it's growing. It's getting bigger and bigger. We might be to 100 names here when it's by the time we get to the poll. Jeffrey says Brandon Staley, the analytics nerd, should have been fired 3 years ago. Yeah, I mean, if you're going to be hired as a defensive-minded head coach in this day and age where very few defensive-minded head coaches are being hired, your defense better be good. You better be bringing that to the table. And they've put a lot of money into it. They've made trades. They've made draft picks. And he can't get that defense right. And that's going to eventually reflect on you as a coach. And especially when you're not getting, when the theory is you're not getting a lot out of Herbert. I mean, looking at on the offensive side of the ball there with Staley, the amount of times that they've had him throwing at the line of scrimmage or behind the line of scrimmage with his arm talent and his ability, it's kind of a team that hasn't always made a lot of sense in recent years. And that completely reflects back on the head coach. Jeffrey O'Kelly says, spoonful of boom. Low key goes crazy. Spoonful of boom. I got it out of the list. Wicked Garden, I like Draymond or Little Demon for Witherspoon. Or I like Demon or Little Demon for Witherspoon. Little Demon. I forgot Wizard Spoon. I did forget Wizard Spoon. I had some of the original names on there and I lost my notepad because my computer restarted on me without saving my notepad. And folks, do please hit that like button if you like what you're listening to here today. I would really appreciate it. Monica Koba says, "Go Niners!" Congratulations, Monica. Your team put your team put the league on notice with a win like this. Bobo is my religion. Hey, just joined. Have you seen the Cowboys schedule? They might blow it up this offseason. They very well could. They've got the Cowboy. They've got the Dak situation ongoing. His contract's only continually getting more expensive. They've got to decide what they're going to do with Tony Pollard, who's on a franchise tag. You're just about due to have to pay Micah Parsons a load of money. You're already got Lawrence out there that you're spending a lot of money on too in addition. Yeah, I think that they definitely could be in a position where they decide to turn this around and turn it over a bit. Though that's been a place the Cowboys have never really gotten to, and part of the reason why I think they've been so middling here for 30-on years with Jerry Jones there is they never make that decision to really turn things over. They're a bit like the Vikings. Every year they think they're just this far away, and so they always still kind of go for it. Hit or spoon. That one's on there for sure. Charbroiler. Person, can't believe we actually went toe-to-toe with this team for the first half of the playoff game. Gives me hope that with the new improvements, we might still stand a small chance against the San Francisco. Hey, we stand a chance. I don't know if it's small. It might be small, but I think we'd stand a chance absolutely. And yeah, we had the lead at halftime in their house last year, rebuild year, $57 million of dead money, an offensive line that could barely pass protect at the end, a running back room that was decimated by injuries, a defense that didn't have a single nose tackle to be brought to bear in that game that was healthy, right? Linebackers that were beat up. No Jordan Brooks in that game. You're starting Tanner Muse, right? And you had the lead at halftime. You made more of a shot of it than the Cowboys did today. And yeah, we're going to be a better team than that team last year. We're going to be probably a healthier team than that team last year. And the combination of those will make us, I think, a tougher challenge there for the Niners. They're the front runners right now. They're the lead of the stack. But we're chasing. And we're chasing hard. Jesse says, I see us getting at least 11 wins this season at this point, but hopefully we get more. I like it, Jesse. Realistic, and I like it. Micah says, after this game, Greg Cohn will still call Kyle overrated. He definitely got his bone to pick with Kyle on that. Dick the Hawk says, we will not go undefeated before the 49ers game, but I love the idea. Me too. And me too. Ryan says, if Jamal Adams can stay healthy, we can beat the Niners, no doubt. I love it. I think he's a big part to helping us get there. He's an X factor a lot of teams don't have at the position. And Jeffrey Trust asked, how do I feel about DJ Jones trade? Well, we were just covering this actually in the last show in Jeff. So I still actually have the PFF score here for DJ. And when looking at Jones's recent play with the Broncos since coming over from the 49ers, he's not been particularly good for them. As you can see over my shoulder here with the statistic it's presenting, he's been well below average across the board as a pass rusher and as a run defender this year. The scores were very close to the same last year. And certainly having the offensive ineptitude as is ongoing on the offensive side of the ball for the Broncos is going to impact these scores a little bit like they did with Draymond Jones last year. But I don't think that he brings a whole hell of a lot to the table at this point. And he is going to cost you about a $10 million contract, I think, for one more year after this. You can release him, obviously, for nothing. But yeah, I don't think it makes much sense. I thought about it. He was an interesting name, but just hasn't been up to snuff there with the Broncos. Camden, how do we match up veteran-wise when it comes to the Niners, where veteran status is determined, but overall career snap counts per unit? Last year, the Seahawks had the youngest, Eagles the oldest. We're going to be I think we're the third youngest team in the NFL this year, Camden, and the Niners are going to be in the more upper echelon of the older units. So you've got youth versus experience here. But you also had youth versus experience back in 2013 between that Niner team and a Seahawks team. That was that Niner team that had their Joe Staley's and their Patrick Willis and their Navarro Bowmans and their Dante Whitners. And, they had their guys for the most part that were a little bit of the elder statesmen out there. And we were the young pups. So being young alone doesn't mean you can't hang with the big dogs. Dog watcher, I don't see Adam staying healthy is bad juju. Certainly seems like that up until this point. We'll see if it can reverse for him. Jesse says, let's be honest, the Seahawks will have the best performance while the Niners are having an average day for us to have a chance. I don't know if I feel that way, Jesse. As I said, you look at last year and how you hung in there strong with them last year. They're the better team right now, but I think that we're going to give them a good fight. I don't think that they're just going to steamroll us. Jesse said, I think we can beat the Ravens. I think we can beat the Ravens too. Plumber, if we can keep Jamal on the field leading up to the Niners game, we might be a good enough defense to win one game against the Niners. I'd be okay with that. I would too. And let's remember with playing this Niner matchup, it's not 2 Sundays you play them on, it's that short week. And that short week can do funky things to all teams. It might do something funky to us, could do something funky to the Niners. You could find yourself of, we just had a whole bunch of injuries on Sunday and these guys they don't have enough time to get themselves right to get back on the field on Sunday because we're playing on Thursday. It can make things weird. And that's why I say we have to, before we make predictions about where these teams are going to be at in November 23rd, I think we got to take a pause and go, it's a long ways away to make any kind of determinations about how this is going to play out or where this Niner team is going to be at. Just because they're this strong right here in the now does not mean that they're going to be that same place well over a month and 2 weeks away from now. We have a legit shot at 9-1. All winnable. They're all winnable games. They are. Agreed. JB says, we used to have Bam Bam Cam. Now we have Boom Boom Spoon. However, I do like 21 Savage. Got both of them on the list here. They will go to the polls. So we're going to determine this, I think, this week at some point, which is the right name, which is the one we got to use. But 21 Savage is pretty awesome. Power code not going 9-1 would almost guarantee us a playoff spot. It just about would, yeah. Yeah. Gives you a lot of room for error. Helps you to manage injury situations on the back half of the schedule. Both of those two things to help to maybe get yourself into more of a healthier place once you come to playoff time. No Bro says, why are we so bad on third down on both sides of the ball? You can't compete with great teams if you're next to the Jets on third down conversions. I would go with 2 different separate reasons this year, No Bro, as we're on both sides of the ball. Number one, on the defensive side of the ball, the reason being is that you have a predilection towards trying to protect against the deep ball, play in and play out. Coach Carroll builds his defense to do 2 things at the forefront: stop the deep passes and limit the run. Stop the deep passes and limit the run. And so if that's going to be your 2 philosophy ideals that you're going to glom onto as a defense, you'll notice that in those 2 ideologies, there's not stop teams on third down. So, what they do in protecting against the deep ball, a lot of times on these third downs, is you're protecting against deep shots, but then you're giving up the 3rd and 7, the 3rd and 8. You're allowing that completion because this is a bend but don't break defense. This is a defense that's going to kind of count on the fact that at some point or another, the offense is going to mess up. So that's why we are always not really good on third down conversions on the defensive side of the ball. You don't blitz a lot as well. So it's just you keep things kind of easy for offenses to get those conversions while still limiting the big play. On offense this year, I think the reasons that you're having problems on third down, which you didn't have as much problems with last year, is because you've had to really deal with your offensive line injury woes through the first part of this year. You've lost 4/5, 5/5 of your offensive line. And what that means, No Bro, is a lot of times you're having to pull extra blockers in pass protection, which means that's less wide receivers to run routes, which means Geno has more limited options to throw to when he gets into third down and long, or third down and anything, as far as it goes. This has especially been showing itself in the regards to why we're not seeing more production from Jackson Smith and Jigba. If you had your tackles out there and they were healthy in this early part of the year, I think you would be seeing more Jackson Smith and Jigba production, and you'd be seeing more first downs and moving the chains with it. So what I'm saying with this too, No Bro, is that once those guys do come back, I'm expecting Jackson's production to go up, and I'm expecting those chains and those third down conversions to go up right along with it. But those are the 2 reasons. Camden says Alaska Spoon. Tucker, 49ers, Miami Eagles have proven you don't need an elite quarterback to be a great team. Seattle seems to be on the same path of those 3 teams. Deep talent with a quality quarterback. That's the new mold for me, Tucker. And I've long been on kind of this track with thinking that this is the new pathway for teams to look down towards in order to go and win and look to get into the Super Bowl. Rather than looking to go find the moneymaker, finding that one, there's maybe like 1 or 2 or 3 of them in the entire sport, looking for that, unicorn quarterback that can carry the day for you. Build the team with strength and depth. And all across the board, you've got talent because you're not having to put all of your resources into simply the quarterback position. And teams are, I think, starting to take this different approach. You're right. Our team's at the forefront of this, Tucker. I think as much as anything, though, they're just going back to the blueprint of 13 because Seattle was operating like this before anybody else. Back in 12, when you drafted Russell, when you had a strong team and you were, bringing a guy in at that point you didn't need him to be the top notch, best of the best. You needed him to manage the offense a little bit. And, that is where they're certainly driving towards. Well said, man. I agreed. Tucker says Jerry will never start over at his age. Yeah, I would guess not either, Tucker. And that's probably been, to your point on that, that's probably been a big reason why Jerry, up until this point, has not turned it over in recent years, even when he probably should have. But yeah. Don't forget Hit Stick. I left Hit Stick off there, man. Mr. Kane, my brother from another mother. My bad. I thought I had put that on there, but I hadn't. I think I had put it on before and it got off my notepad, so I'm saving it now so I don't lose this. Thank you for reminding me on that one, though. JL says the best nickname for Spoon so far is the Big Dipper. Shout out to Ryan Ball. Put Big Dipper on there as well. Get it on there. Spoon Kaboom. I'll put it on there. See Aloha 808 says we definitely stand a chance. Definitely. I agree. New Blacks, not just first half, first three quarters. We were down 10 or so yards away, deep down in the third from going up 1. There we go. Kid from says not a great name, but WB Withergoon. It's not bad. I don't know if that one's going to hold, though. And Utero says, I knew the Niners would embarrass the Cowboys. You're right, man. They got embarrassed. Brandon, you should add the Big Dipper to your list for Witherspoon. That is the one big spoon. That is one big spoon. And I got the Big Dipper in there, man. Great suggestion. We got a huge list of names. Wilbert, do we have any money to go make a splash? We could make a splash if we wanted to. I don't think it's going to be a monetary issue. It's going to be more a talent issue. When I was reviewing the teams this past week, Wilbert, I just didn't see a lot of teams that were going to be in potential sell mode who would have any assets that we would really like. Take the Vikings, for instance. There's not really a defensive lineman I want to pull off the Vikings or the Chicago Bears. There's not really a defensive lineman I would take from them either. There's just not really any options, unfortunately. And Power says, I have my reservations about the Bengals game. I think it'll be closer than we think. Oh, I think it's going to be a close game. I'm not even so sure at this point. I'm prognosticating that the Hawks are going to win this one. I'm thinking about it still. Dino says, I'm afraid to say our best chance to beat the Niners are a few injuries like Trent Williams. Might be the case, Dino. Let's give it a little bit of time. We're 6 weeks away from playing them too. 6-7 weeks away. Tucker says, how did John rob Denver again? Riley Moss for Bradford and a 3rd round pick? Denver should never answer the phone from Seattle again. Yeah, I agree, Tucker. It's we definitely have got our little, we're taking their lunch money, it seems like, on every trade right now with John. And how did it happen? Well, you got Peyton in there thinking that he could turn this team into a winner this year. And you got starry eyes a little bit this offseason for one weird reason or another and threw us a crazy trade on that. I at the time wasn't huge on us trading out of the 3rd round like we did at that point, but getting that 3rd round pick back next year, and it's going to be probably a pretty tasty 3rd round pick at that. Not too bad. Big Docs, Brandon, Turkey Days, some funky stuff will happen. Love it. It just does, man. It just does. Both Turkey Day and Thursday night, the combination is super functified at that point. Jesse says, pass rush and center need to be our hits in the next draft. Then we'll be a Super Bowl contender. Yeah. I mean, you might have it in Nola with Teamy, Jesse. And let's also remember that coming into this week's action, we were leading the league in pressures. Granted, a lot of that was built off of the work that we did with the Panthers and the Giants game. But we'll have to still see where the pass rush is, I think, long-term this year, if it's really an issue or if it's maybe one of the good parts of this defense. I think center maybe is a possibility. I think left guard also could be. A guy like Cooper Bebe, go get the best left guard in the draft is maybe an option. Something like that. Micah says Sean Payton shouldn't be talking with how his team is playing this year. Yeah, he needs to be quiet the rest of the year. Wilbert, Cam, and Richard got a restaurant. They do. The Legion in Bellevue, I think is the name. I think it just opened up too. want to do a quick just shout out again here to the sponsor of this show tonight, and that's going to be Underdog Fantasy. Underdog Fantasy is sponsoring the Hawks Nest throughout the course of this year, and you can benefit from that too right now by utilizing my code. My code is NEST, or you can click my link below in the description section, and that will take you to Underdog, and you can sign up there, and they will match you up to $100 of your first deposit. So $100 basically on me, the Hawks Nest, through Underdog Fantasy to you just by clicking on and using my code below. They've got some great pick'em selections out there. I've been utilizing the app myself. I came within basically a horsehair this week of being in the money myself. I got the picks right on Marquise Brown and Brandon Ayuk and Eddie Pinheiro and Devon Achane. And I missed my Pachenko by 1.5 yards, or I would have had a $400 winner. So I came very, very close. I have had another $400 winner this year, so I'm actually in the positive on my money and on my stuff that I've kicked off here so far. I've got a couple of season-long picks in play on some, season-long actions. This guy throwing for more than 4,000 yards, this guy rushing for more than this many yards, that are all looking still very good too. Like all of those ones are looking in fine shape. So some really good selections to add out there. I'm really happy that they're sponsoring us throughout the course of this year. You can utilize my code now, show some love to the channel, show some support to the channel, and get a little bit of money back in your pocket. Win, 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 as they say. Yeah, Brian, I agree. I'll lose your center going forward, I think. Mr. Kane, Big Dixon Energy still laughing. Century 21. I'll put it in there, man. Sean Payton's coming unhinged. Not a good look at the end of his career. No, not at all. Tyler, Jason Peters being on the practice squad should help our O-line to become better due to his experience playing at a high level. Should be able to teach our O-line a lot. They've been referencing that he's been a big help in there to them in that regards too, Tyler. I've seen a couple of notations placed out there about Jason coming in, and it's almost like you got a coach in there with how much he's played and how he can help those guys out. And we saw a little bit of this impact on a guy like Rashad Penny when Adrian Peterson came in, and Penny went out and had his best year of his career with Peterson in there, probably giving him some advice and some little tips and tricks of the trade and whatnot. So great point on your part. I think it certainly can't hurt. JC says that Russ trade's the best in a while. I think it's probably going to end up being the second best trade returns in NFL history, just behind that Dallas Cowboys trade with the Vikings back in the late 80s. I think it's going to stand to be right about at that spot. Crazy loner, Dak sucks. He plays his worst games in the biggest games. Yeah. Megan says, don't forget Noah's dinosaur names be. No, we got him. We got him. Spoonosaurus Rex and Tyrannosaurus Spoon. So I like Tyrannosaurus Woolen and Spoonosaurus Rex. And that kind of works. And your says, I just realized Maffe's a pick from the Russ trade too. Yeah. Maffe, Charles Cross, Devon Witherspoon, and even more beyond that. Connor agreed. Bengals are looking as strong as they've looked throughout the whole course of this year right now after that Cardinal game. Cardinals was definitely a get-right game for them. Definitely a get-right game. Red Hot Spoon on the list, says Ozabon. No, but I will put it on there. Red Hot Spoon. She's on the list now. She's on the list now. S. Kim says trading for Frank Clark. I can't see really the reason to do that, Kim. I don't know how he's playing with Denver this year. I haven't seen him flash much for them, but you're stacked up right now with 4 edges. I mean, you're struggling right now to find reps for Derek Hall and Darrell Taylor at times in the rotation. If you brought Frank Clark here, he'd be a 5th guy that he would be a man really without an island, because I don't know if he'd be out there ahead of even a guy like Taylor at that point. Really, you're going to look him for an interior defensive lineman at this point, if you're going to bring anybody in, I would believe. Jesse says people need to learn to not overreact to one game without sustained performance. It could just be a fluke. True. Yeah. No Bro says, man, I still feel like Geno Smith has not played his best game yet. What do you grade his season so far? I give Geno an A- so far, No Bro, because of the fact that the offense has remained pretty consistent throughout, and it's done so while he's been dealing with a degree of difficulty that is very hard, being that 4/5 and 5/5 of his offensive line has been out throughout that time. And we've seen a lot of quarterback play throughout this sport this year with quarterbacks who lose some of their offensive line and completely go into the tank and become a shell of themselves. We saw it with Daniel Jones in the same game we played against him this last week, where even he's not dealing with the same degree of level of injuries we were dealing with in that game. Yet Geno was still able to be functional. He didn't get in over himself or look, nervous, or that he was just under duress or not thinking clearly or being smart in his decision making. I think that you're right. He hasn't played his best ball yet because he's not been allowed to play his best ball because he's not had the protection in place yet to play his best ball. Even though they protected well, they've had to do a lot of short passings and keeping the chip block guys in, and he's not had the full gamut of guys running the routes where he goes through the progression and he can just kind of carve up defenses a little bit like he did last year at times when you did have that offensive line in place in the early part of the year. So I do think he's going to get better. But I do grade his game high, no, bro, not just for him where he's at statistically and what he's put up, but because of the fact that he's done it dealing with that much difficulty. And I don't know if all quarterbacks would have held up and sustained in the same manner given that impediments. Jeffrey Thistle, thank you for the $5 donation, Jeffrey. And I think that's your triple dono tonight. So thank you for all those donos. It says Dak will be a top 5 quarterback in the XFL. Appreciate your donation. Well, they paid him so much money. He just retires when he's done after this. I mean, he's $40 million a year. I think he's probably not going to need to go to the XFL at that point, but I certainly don't think, Jeffrey, that Dallas team feels any very good about paying the money they paid him. And you know that they had a lot of worry about doing so because they waited until the last minute to pay him. And it's a tough situation for them. I don't think they can still get out of the deal yet. Like, they're still stuck for at least another year, I believe. Spoons over Miami. Nuke Spoonwalker. I'll put it in there. Jesse says, I think we'll beat the Bengals for sure, but the Cardinals will be the one we drop when we shouldn't. Maybe. Dad, get ready to learn Chinese, buddy. Whack Prescott. Mason Dale says, did you see Shedeur Sanders boasting his expensive watch to the opposing fans? Something about him rubs me the wrong way. It's starting to do the same with me too. I was initially, people were bringing that up to me and I was kind of pushing back on it, but I didn't like the look of him, and they've been doing that kind of stuff out there in Colorado this year a little bit. And it's like, you guys haven't won anything. And this whole, stomping on Oregon's logo at the deal, and I don't know on that one, Mason. I think the kid's a very talented thrower of the ball, but you got to remember he's a quarterback that you don't get to just act like the receivers get to act like and corners get to act like, and you got to be the leader of the team, and that's not really acting like the leader of the team in that moment, I know it sometimes drives some of these quarterbacks crazy because they want to act like the receivers and the quarterbacks and get turned up and get all, hyped up and boasting and, but you got to kind of be more of the even keel guy on that, right? Like you're the leader in the storm. I don't know with Shedeur, I'm getting a little bit of a weird vibe with him on that. Not that I'm out on him, but just I'm getting the same kind of thing, like some weird vibes with it. Tyler says, no, Brandon, the 3rd round pick for the Broncos gave us, oh, that's right. It's the Saints 3rd round pick we got, Tyler. My bad. Well, we did get a pick back from them, though. They keep giving us back good picks. Was kind of the point. Clark hasn't played for Denver yet, I believe. He's been injured. Yeah. So then that's absolutely a no for me. I knew I hadn't seen him out there. And I think a part of why we fell apart last second half of the season, Jesse, was the injuries mounting up at that time. It wasn't because we fell apart because we got solved by teams across the league. Your offensive line stopped pass protecting as well. Your rookies hit a wall. Your running backs got decimated. You started losing tight ends. You lost your slot wide receiver. Your defense started to get banged up a bit. And that's more of what we got to avoid than a fall off, is just staying a little bit healthier. Kingdom Joe says Dak Prescott's going to retire, become head coach of Colorado State, setting up forever wars between Colorado and Deion Sanders for douchiest college coach awards. Oh, Kingdom Joe says, after that ass whooping in our first Super Bowl, trust me, Bronco fans are secretly Seahawks fans. Could be. Eventually they just come on over. Eventually they just go, okay, I've had enough. We can take no more. In utero, I believe Lucas will be off the IR here this week. Abraham Lucas will be back on the team this upcoming Sunday in utero. I've heard a couple people ask on that. Let's make sure we're just clear out there. So he is coming back. I would expect to see him in here. Mason Dale, I've heard some concerns about Draymond Jones' play so far this season. After seeing that recent graphic that showed how our edge rushers barely get double teamed, maybe it's because he's getting doubled. I haven't seen the information on him, whether he's getting doubled or not. I think he had a tough start to the first couple of games with Seattle where there wasn't a lot he was doing. I think the last 2 games he's put out his best tape. And if he can keep doing what he's kind of showed last couple of games, we'll feel really good about his signing. It's understandable, taking a little bit of time to figure out his way with a new team. How to use him, how to best utilize him. I think he'll be fine when it's all said and done. Kino Joe, I got into a huge beef with some homies after I posted something about little Dion shining his expensive watch to kids going broke, going to college, laughing out loud. Yeah, it's a little bit of, there's that flash nature to what he's doing, and it's just not I just don't think it's a great look for a quarterback. Or needed. I do tend to fall in line with the thought process that a quarterback's got to be a bit of a different mentality than the rest of the people on the team. And you got to be an extension of the coach, as they always say. Is it an extension of the coach? And maybe in the case if your coach is Deion Sanders, maybe it is an extension of Deion Sanders to go there and flash your Rolex watch to the fans in the stadium. But it doesn't feel that way. Yeah. Feels like kind of a bad look. Mr. Kane says, Horsecock, Lock, Noah Fant, Shelby Harris, Charles Cross, Boye Mafe, Tyreek Smith, Devin Witherspoon, and Derek Hall. Oof. Is that the whole Denver? That isn't the whole Denver Hall. Because one of those second round picks is our second round pick. Good players, though. All those guys you mentioned, Mr. Kane, but Hall. Hall was our pick. Kingdom Joe, I took it off, but at the same time, I can't stand little Dion. Oh, sorry. I stand little Dion as much as I cannot stand. Deion Sanders, they've been rubbing me the wrong way since Seminole rap. Tyler, if only there was a team with a good left guard that could trade for, that could be an upgrade over Damian Lewis. I would love that too, Tyler. If you could go find your left guard right now of the future and find it in a team that maybe it's a guy that's just coming off his rookie deal, and you get him at a time when he's, just about to sign a contract, and you can bring him in here and fortify this line with kind of the last piece you need to bring to bear, and he's a pure fit from a physical standpoint. That would be awesome. Sadly, unfortunately, Tyler, there's just none out there that I see. I could be missing and overlooking it, but I did do that deep dive before last show, trying to kind of, man, I was hunting and pecking. I was like one of those guys on the beach with the metal finder, I was digging through all over in the sand. I could not find any interesting name that stood out to me as a possibility. Jeffrey says, Adams' last 2 defensive drives next week? Easy. At least. I'm taking the over on that, Jeffrey. Jesse says, I would like to see better rotation of the offensive line after the performance of the backups over the last 3 games. Better rotation? Maybe you can elaborate what you mean by rotation, Jesse. You're not going to want to rotate at times out Charles Cross for Stone Forsythe or Abraham Lucas for Jay Curhan. And it does tend to be one with offensive line performances that you want the guys stable out there, the same guys out there for the sake of continuity and chemistry. No, bro, do you think Zach Charbonnet should start for the Seahawks or at least play on third downs because of a Walker is sometimes too patient? I think Walker's doing great. I think Zach Charbonnet is also doing really great. No, bro. But I don't think Charbonnet's doing great should come at the expense of Walker. Walker is a better back to me. Not to undersell Charbonnet and what he brings to the table. That's just my outlook on it. So no, I would keep them worked in. I think that the team just has to get a little more committed to running the ball at times. They fall a little bit too much in love with being too pass heavy rather than leaning on running the rock when it is so effective. And right now the Hawks have 2 of the top 11 rated backs by PFF and Walker and Charbonnet. So utilize them. That'd be more of what I would say. Kingdom Joe, Colorado's such a poser team. They did all that stomping and Oregon stomped them out. They only play good against lesser competition. Wait till they play the Huskies. 52-0 Dogs win. I could see it. And I was very much a pro guy on this Colorado team and liking what Deion's doing initially on this. But, you know, I'm not a fan of that. I'm not a fan of kind of the attitude you're getting out of the program either on some of these guys. And I know some of that is just an extension of Deion because that's how he was and how he went about his business. But you got to kind of earn that a little bit too. Yeah. Daniel Wan says KJ just ended his stream, potential collab in the future. I would love to do it with KJ. Daniel, I've reached out to KJ on Instagram. I've reached out to him on Twitter. I've DM'd him on Twitter. And it's very hard. It's very, very hard to get any of the former players out there to get out on a show or be willing to even respond back. So it's a part that it's unfortunate that I'd love to be able to expand more on this channel, and that is to be able to take a bit more advantage of former players and talking to them and interviewing them. I had a great interview with Chad Brown back about a year and a half ago, but they're very elusive. I'm sure they're very busy. Can't blame him for that. KJ's got his channel rolling, and so that's going to keep you cooking and rolling around. But anytime you would want to, there's an open invite from me here to him or any way around that he'd love to go, and I'd love to do that. We'll see if KJ gets a little more open to that down the line, as he just did kind of start the channel off this last spring. But I'd love to do it, man. I'd love to do it, Daniel. Eddie else says, should dump Sanders as third string NFL quarterback at best. Should dump. Jesse says those backups have proved they can stand in, and it would be wise to limit injuries to the starters with more frequent rotations. Yeah, it just doesn't tend to be, Jesse. You want to tend to do that because continuity and being able to get to that place where the guy aside from you can get to a point of just being able to feel his body language and know what he's going to do on a post-snap read. That gets harder to do when you're rotating those guys through all the time. So it's at least not tended to be traditionally what coaches like to ideally want to run their offensive lines as, and there's also the talent discrepancy here, Jesse, where, like I said, there's a big difference in talent level from Cross to Forsythe and from Lucas to Curhan. There's a bit of a drop there. Maybe not as much with Bradford to Haynes, but I feel like you got to kind of just run with your starters that you got and let them run out there and go for as long as they can kind of go. And that's just been historically how they've run it. Mason, I know you probably haven't paid a lot of attention to the non-Seahawks rookies this year, but I was wondering if any of the year's rookies are surprising you. I know you scouted a lot of guys. I think certainly Puka Nacua doing what he's done with the Rams was certainly eye-opening and surprising that he was able to come out and be, as effective as he's been. I think the thing that's been mainly notable to me is that the people have all, the guys have all kind of fit to where I thought they would be at production-wise. I thought Carter was a generational talent, and he looks like that. I thought Witherspoon was the best corner in this draft. He has looked like that. Trying to go down and think about some of the other guys that we're looking at. I knew Jahmyr Gibbs would be effective for Detroit initially. He's been effective, even though he was picked really high. He'd be a factor in that offense. Sidney Brown, a guy that I liked a lot out of Illinois, has been a really good player for the Eagles in that secondary for them. I'm trying to think of who else there might have been that I was. Dell and Addison, I said, were 2 of the safer receivers, even being undersized in this draft. I think they've shown you that with the Texans and the Vikings. Osiris Torrance and Steve Avila were the 2 safest guards in the draft. I liked Avila the best. Avila looks like the best guard in this past draft. I'm trying to think of who else there was that was somebody I had some opinions on. Obviously, I like a lot of the top end backs to be legit, including looking at Bijan Robinson as a near a special talent, and he's looked pretty good himself. Trying to think if there's anybody else that's specifically jumping out where I was this or that on him. I think pretty much everybody's been right around win. I mean, even the quarterbacks, I wasn't big on Bryce Young. Bryce has struggled. I thought my ending comp for CJ Stroud when we got up to the draft, when I finished it up, my final take on CJ Stroud was I thought he had components of Joe Montana to his game. I think he's kind of showed those off here early on. Can't think of any other names, but I felt pretty good about and eventually I've got to do a video on some of the draft coverage we've done to see how my predictions have worked on some of these players and my outlook for them. But I think it's been pretty strong. CJ, Brandon, how are you feeling about Julian Love through 4 games, and where do you see his best fit moving forward? Julian's a little bit like Draymond Jones. I think he had a little bit of a rough spell through the first couple of games here, but he has been coming along through the last couple of games, and maybe that's because both those guys are facing a similar situation in that they're new to the team, and the team's learning how to use them right. I think the team ideally thought that they were going to utilize Julian mainly into more of a slot role when they initially signed him, and then have Jamal at safety and then flip those guys back and forth a little bit. And he's been only at really safety through these first couple of games. And so I think long term, slot is really going to be where he's going to be maybe at his best for this team, but there'll be a lot of moving it around. I mean, the point is to get all 3 guys on the field at one point in time with Love and Adams and on the field at once. So you're going to move him around a bunch. But I think he's doing good. He had a really good game. I think he played his best game for us in this last week against the Giants. So coming along. Jesse says for certain downs, like in basketball. Yeah, it just doesn't, it's tough for it to work that way, Jesse, because there's so much that goes on with offensive linemen and communication to where if the guy across from me, I'm unsure if he knows what I'm not sure he's going to know what I'm going to do or we're on the same page. And when you're moving a lot of those parts through, you lose that ability to have that cohesion on the offensive line that you would ideally like, that you can only get by getting in there with rep after rep after rep after rep between all 5 of those guys along that line. And so that does get lost by rotating those guys in. And whereas, yeah, you might save a little bit of them on a stamina standpoint, you're also not necessarily mitigating injury risk because you could still end up having just as many injuries. And maybe it's just your backups are getting injured now more than your starters, but then you don't have any depth to call upon. I see where the thinking is on it, but that's where what works in basketball doesn't exactly work in football, at least historically when it comes to the offensive line. Teams are really, really universal on their approach with this one. If you look across the league of this past week's action, Jesse, I would hesitate to say that you're probably not going to find one team out there that was looking at rotating in offensive linemen throughout the course of a game. And there's a reason that no team's doing it in the league because it's just not what's probably best for the offensive line. Mr. Kane says, I thought Charbonnet was our pick, my brother, but either way would have got Gardon Hall. Oh, am I wrong on that? I could be wrong on that. What was I thinking of with that? You know what? You're all right, Mr. Kane. I'm wrong. It gets late in the stream and my brain starts going flayed. So you were correct on your list. My bad, man. My bad. Jesse says basketball players rotate constantly to keep the legs fresh. I believe that's a better approach. But yeah, that definitely works in basketball, just not in football. That's just it's a different thing in with football. Offensive lines are weird that way. But continuity is a big part of the success for offensive line. Hawks fan, we need Derek Brown. I'd take Derek Brown in a heartbeat, Hawks fan. And you have this Carolina team talking big about wanting to get a number 1 wide receiver. Well, you know what a big way to go get yourself a number 1 wide receiver is get a pick back from us that you can package together to go get that number 1 wide receiver. And then we can get Derek Brown in return. And I would love to pull that back in, but not sure if they're going to be in a willing trade mode or not. Lee says, I really want to blow out the Bengals. I'd love to blow out the Bengals. Mr. Kane, Mike Morris is out for the year, so he'll be back after the season. I think he probably had one of those labrum shoulder surgery things done. Kelly says, Devon, hit her spoon over here. Hit a spoon. New Blacks, Brian Brandt's playing well. There was another one. Yep. There was another guy that I liked a lot that's playing really well out there in Detroit for them. So he was another guy that I definitely had high marks on. And Maffe's been playing really good this year for sure, Addis. If you guys get a chance, if you haven't seen it as well, I just dropped a Maffe video this morning at about 6 a.m, looking at his first 4 games. Some really good tape on there, some good all 22 shots of him through the first 4 games, kind of looking at him taking some steps forward this year. Jeffrey says Alabama quarterbacks always suck in the NFL. Yeah, they do. Yeah, they do. And Bryce does not look too good right now. Lee says, I think the Bears will draft Caleb Williams. They might. I don't know if they're going to be the worst team at this point, given that they're starting to come along a little bit offensively speaking the last couple of weeks. Maybe it's just the competition they played. But they do look a little better. See Aloha 808. How about the Sockeye School or the Sockeye Shadow? Mind you, a week 1 showing against the Giants LOB version 2. The Sockeye School or the Sockeye Shadow? I don't know that one. Sockeye Shadow for Spoon as a nickname? The Heat Seeker? Well, that's pretty good. Throw that on. I mean, I'll put the Sockeye Shadow on there. I don't know that one. It's got a phonetic rhyme to it. I'll give you that. It does have that. Colombo Lajos. My redraft rankings would be number 1 Carter, number 2 Bijan, number 3 Stroud. I think that's a fair way of putting it. I might go Carter, Witherspoon, or I might go Stroud, Carter, Witherspoon, Bijan. Greg says, is Brandon, after hearing Aikman making a shark reference about Spoon during the game, all I could think about was bull sharks who can be found in salt fresh water, and Spoon can play in the slot and the outside. You're kind of onto something here. I can see it kind of, there's something in there, right? We got the tiger shark. I like it. It's a little different than norm. It's not using the Spoon name to it. But indeed, of course, the original story for Jaws, Greg, was the shark attacks were happening in fresh water on a mixed like river. The sharks were flowing upstream on and attacking people on who were swimming out in the rivers. The inspiration for Jaws. Camden says offensive line get hurt anyways, so you might as well get the players used to rotating and working together. There used to be 8 starters and 2 understudies. Yeah, this does kind of fly in the face of what I've been told and taught about offensive line from old KG offensive linemen or offensive coaches and what they describe and what players describe for success for offensive line. I think that if it was beneficial to rotate offensive linemen over the course of a game, if it was in the very least bit of beneficial to NFL teams to do that, we would be seeing at least a small sample size of teams doing it on a relatively regular basis. But there are no teams in the NFL, by virtue of, we just want to do this to try this out, take that approach. And I think that if we have 31, 32 NFL teams saying, this doesn't work to do this way, it probably doesn't work to do it that way. Not that the thought isn't smart or intelligent in what you're trying to accomplish if you're looking to do that, but just that it just doesn't work when the rubber meets the road. See, Aloha says Dion doesn't live out what he claims to believe. I've certainly heard that presented about him before, for sure. Jeffrey says bend over Cowboys. They bent over all the way today. All the way today. Yeah, Tyree Wilson hasn't been good so far. There was another one that I was right on. I thought Tyree was going to take some time though too. So he's not a finished product. Scooby Snacks, did any of the Cowboys get injured tonight? I missed the game. They had a couple defenders go down. I think Jerron Curse and another guy, didn't see his name exactly, but they had a few guys go down. United says, I think we're putting some pass rush pressure on Joe Cool. I think so too. United, what happened to the Bills? Yeah, they're in London. It's an equalizer when you're in London like that. You don't have a home field advantage. They've lost a couple of key players last couple of weeks, including Tre'Davious White and Matt Milano. So the defense took a couple hits, and offense just wasn't able to kind of make it work. CJ says, I almost like that our game is at 10 a.m. That old stigma that Seattle loses those games has gone straight out the window for several years now. Indeed, Coach Carroll has found a solution to it in getting those players up and getting them energized and ready to roll for those football games. A lot more confidence than I've had in years past, too, on that. Greg Kemp says, almost forgot, how has Darnell Washington been so far? Well, he's getting some run with the Steelers. The tough part for them is that they're not as committed as we are to 2 and 3 tight end sets. And so he is stuck behind Fairmouth out there. He's only been targeted one time for 1 reception for 10 yards. They don't have him with a tremendously, he doesn't even have he's got a 48 overall grade. So PFF doesn't like a lot of what they've seen from him, but I don't think he's probably had a lot of action either. Tucker, Pete and John had Hall as one of the very few first-round talents on their board. They weren't passing up on him. He is slowly starting to show why they thought that way of him. And he is, Tucker. And a really good player, understandable. You know, I was making the comp with him a little bit to a lesser degree of, God, who was I? Terrell Suggs. I think he's got a lot of Terrell Suggs to his game. A lot of similarities, including that long arm bull rush that they just utilize so very well. Kelly says 21 Savage is him. Indeed. Kelly says Cowboys should trade for Barkley and Kirk. NBA basketball isn't a man sport, though, so you would expect them to rotate a lot. They also sit out and don't play whole games for various silly reasons. Thank God for the NFL, to be honest. Yeah. Basketball's definitely gotten pretty soft over the years. Kingdom, could you imagine if Sean Kemp in his heyday was a wide receiver or tight end for the Seahawks? He would have been a beast. Uncoverable, you would think. You'd have to just take him out at the knees to get him out of the game. 6'10", and he can jump. He can jump up to the high side of the uprights in the back. Yeah, he would have been. He would have been amazing tight end. Unstoppable in the red zone. Just throw him lobs all day. Colombo, we should play Bobo more. And Jigba plays too soft. I think you got to still give us a little bit more run, Colombo. I mean, he's not had a lot of run out there or a chance to go out there, and he's definitely been impacted by having the backup tackles in and not as many reps out there. Bobo's been really good, but I think we got to still give Jigba a little bit of a chance. Just had a little bit of a rough start, and he's a young kid. In utero, Hawks Nest, did we lose any free agents that we could possibly get comps picked for? No, in utero, unfortunately not, because you signed the deal with Bobby Wagner. You signed the deal. No, Bobby Wagner doesn't count because he was waived, but Draymond Jones was a street free agent. You signed him to a massive contract. That alone almost offsets whatever you lost in free agency. But you also signed Mario Edwards Jr., Evan Brown, and I guess that was about it. Julian Love. So all the combination of those will offset whatever you lost. So nope, no comps coming our way. Unfortunately. Jeffrey, I'm a big Bobo fan. I love Bobo, man. I do. But I think Njigba is going to help us out win some games here before this year's over with what he does from the slot. Mr. Gaines says 21 Savage has some decent songs. He does. I like the 21 Savage. I think that might be an early leader on the board here for Devin Witherspoon's nickname. It definitely fits. JL says, I want Spoon's nickname to be Spoonie the Goonie. I'll put it on there. I don't know if that one's going to take, but I think it makes me laugh. So, Greg says, yeah, Brandon, the Jaws movie also made me think of the bull shark. Oh, yeah. That ain't no bull shark. It's a great white 20-footer. 25. Mason, am I alone, or does anybody else enjoy watching dumpster fire teams more than average teams? I'm actually really looking forward to the Broncos versus Chiefs game this Thursday. It's going to be a crazy little game there. Good luck to the Broncos on that one. Good luck. But it could be fun. I don't know, that Jets-Bronco game was a little bit of it kept coming up on my red zone, and I kept finding things to do. Clean up the house, do some laundry, come back till the red zone's back on a game I want to watch. Sean Payton today. John's going off. Scooby, I wonder how we are doing on our injuries. Haven't heard much on anyone getting back yet or not. I guess that's to be expected. Scooby, it's always quiet in the bye weeks because everybody's away. Everybody goes out of the building and whatnot, so the reporters don't meet with the coaches. And so we'll get an update Monday morning a little bit closer as to what's going on where. You know. Ryan says, why y'all have to bring up the reason I started watching basketball? Sean Kemp. Those were great days, weren't they, Brian? Payton to Kemp, Lob City. Jesse says, I hope so. GSN might become our latest bust. It might, Jesse. I think the fact that he had such a good offseason and how he looked in training camp and practice and that, I think that should be a bit of a portend to him being eventually fine and good and dandy. Rookies are going to sometimes take some time to find their footing. If you look across the league from Zay Flowers and as good as Nathaniel Dell's had a pretty strong start or Addison's had a strong start, but they have their moments in the games where they disappear. So it's not always that you're going to have these guys come out and have that great effect from day one, especially when you're not necessarily the number one, number two, the number three option in a given play. And it's not where he's come here as your typical first round pick as a wide receiver. In fact, it's kind of one of the most unusual situations you could ask for a first round wide pick receiver because he's coming to a team where he's not even going to be the number two option at the wide receiver position. And so this is going to limit the attempts, limit his touches. He's here to help with the depth. He's here if there's something to go down with DK or Tyler, but he is going to have, I think, an impact before it's all said and done this year. Mark my words. Greg says, bull sharks and tiger sharks are two of the deadliest sharks, but I don't think tiger sharks can go in fresh water like bull sharks. That sounds right. I think that the tigers are also a little warmer waters. I don't know. Is it Shark Week yet? Camden, best part of running different offensive line is you can set up different packages, just like defensive fronts. A little bit. I don't know what's to gain if you bring in a backup in though. That's a pretty good fall off from the starter. Because then what happens when you're getting exotic with different packages, but the guy's allowing penetration because he's not good enough to block the guy ahead of him. And part of why you've had the success with these backups that you've had is that you've provided them extra protection and help on the line. You provided them chip blocks. You provided them double teams. That by which you don't think that you have to provide to a guy like Charles Cross or Abraham Lucas. Mason, after today, are you convinced the Bengals are back in business or are you hesitant? No, I think they're back in business. I didn't see a lot of limitations from Burrow today. I think you're getting him that close to full strength and tough to deal with. And Utero, even if JSN doesn't get his stats this year, it's pretty hard to think he'll be a bust. Agreed. I don't think he's going to, I don't think there's really a lot of a chance for that. He was a guy with a pretty high floor. I'd be shocked if he's not going to be more than he's shown here. Tony says, watch JSN's Rose Bowl performance if you think he's a bust. Yeah, I don't, it's not happening. He's going to be really good for us. Really good for us. I think, Docs, yep. Right now, Waldron is wisely using a lot of 2 and 3 tight end sets. This will change when we have our starters back. Yeah, you guys watch how it magically goes. For those folks that might be a little bit in that anti-Njigba camp from what they've seen early on with him, the second you have Cross and Lucas out, watch how Njigba's stats, watch how his touches, watch how his targets, watch how his snap counts all go up right along with those guys. And then everybody will be feeling plenty fine about what he's bringing to the table. Jesse says Jamal Adams has a lot of proving to do. He's been out more than he's played in Seattle. Indeed, Jesse. Indeed. Greg says fantasy guys on Twitter thought JSN was going to be doing Nuka numbers. Yeah, that's true. Somebody was saying in the last room too, where some of the frustration with him has come from him not producing in fantasy. For some of the Hawk fans out there that picked him and thought he was going to go off. Good point. Mason, with Kenny McIntosh being injured, who's been our fourth running back, or have we only been dressing 3? I believe we've only been dressing 3, Mason. So I think technically it's still the kid we had in training camp or in the preseason games that was running pretty good for us. What was it? Thompson or something? What was his name? Tucker, is Bobo a tight end next year the way he blocks? Probably losing a few tight ends in free agency. No, I think he's a wide receiver, Tucker. I think it's a little late for him to make that transition at this point in his career. Greg, I think tiger shark's the most aggressive sharks, I think. Yeah, those are the ones that eat anything. They bite first and ask questions later. Mason Dale, thoughts on Darrell Taylor so far? He always starts slow. He started slow. He has. I've been watching the All-22. There's not a tremendous amount that he's doing. He's had a couple of pressures here. He's not been completely nothing as a pass rusher, but he's not taking steps forward this year either. He doesn't look like he finished off the year last year. He's having a hard time too getting as many snaps because Mafe has stepped forward and Uchenna's playing really good. Scooby says JSN will get an S load of touches once we get right on offensive line. He is the one guy on the offense I'm worried. He is the one guy on the offense I'm not worried about in the slightest. Don't worry, guys. He'll be a stud for us eventually. I love it. Brian A. Wilson says, Mr. Holy Catfish or Mr. My Oh My and Mr. Get Up for the Downstroke. Man, we sure have been blessed with some of the greats to call Seattle's pro sports. Hey, Rabel, Niehaus, Calabro, second to none. Those guys stand second to nobody, and we've had some great ones come through here. We certainly have been blessed in that way. Signature voices, hard to replicate. I can't do a Calabro. I can't do a Niehaus because they're so specific to just them. But fantastic announcers and our history here in Seattle. Megan says, by the way, Jaws wasn't a bull shark bee. Bruce was a white pointer or a great white. No, Megan, we're talking about the story, the New Jersey shark attack story that the story of Jaws was based upon, which was not a great white. They turned it into great white for the movie, but the original, I think, shark that attacked back in the day was a bull. But you're right, it was a white in the movie. Great white, 25-footer. Ethan, do you think Witherspoon is the best corner in the NFL right now? I can't get there quite yet there. I think he's still a little too young to get to that spot, Ethan. But he's emerging. He's stepping forward. And he may ascend to that spot. We don't know where his upside is quite at yet. And that in a good way. Like, it's where is it at? I don't know for sure. He's played fantastic football in his first three games. And it definitely could eventually be locking into that role. But probably a little too early to say that at this point. D-Nugget Pumpkin just went high chicken leg on us. She's showing off for you guys. Little can. Look at how I clean. Look at me cleaning. She's a show off. Addicted, if Cross, Lucas are both healthy, would love to see JSN and Bobo in the slot positions, side by side DK and Lockett on third downs. Maybe Charbonnet at running back to block. I would too, man. 4 wide receiver looks. Let's go to it. I don't think we've had as good a wide receivers in the past to be able to draw upon it, but we will now. And I'd love to have that, JSN and Bobo working on the opposition's third and fourth best cornerbacks. Let's go. Megan says, the 1960 attacks be. Yeah, exactly. Mason, I'm not sure if I heard you correctly earlier, but did you say you can confirm that Lucas will be back next week? If so, where did you hear that? It's been my understanding that Carroll said that on Coach Carroll's press conferences, my understanding when he said that he expects to get Lucas back after he comes off of IR. He's due to come back off IR after this bye week. So I haven't got an ultimate 100% conviction conclusion that he is going to 100%, but he's due to come off, and everything we've heard from Coach Carroll is that he should be ready to play by that point. Ryan says, best stat I heard all day is Desmond Ridder has never lost a home game in college or the NFL. Wow. That's crazy, Brian. He's a hometown maestro, huh? Jeff Heffo says Witherspoon will be a top 5 corner soon. Tariq, top 12 corner. I love it, Jeff. I think that's a fair way of putting it. Megan says, okay, being 12s, stay safe, heading out, be kind, and see you soon. Megan, you have a great night. Thank you for all your donations in the chat and doing all the mod duties as you do. Appreciate you. Ethan says, Brando, you know how it's been frustrating for some Hawk fans to see Spoon in the slot? He's got to play outside. I think there's a possibility that the slot cornerback continues to become even more important. Look at the next generation of top receivers, Jefferson, Coop, and so many more playing the slot. Agreed. This is long why I thought, with me, Ethan, at the start of this offseason when this discussion originally came up and they were trying Witherspoon in the slot, and I was trying to tell my fellow Hawk fans, embrace this. Don't push back on this. It's okay. It's not necessarily a bad thing, him going into the slot. And I think he showed you this last week against the Giants of why I felt that way. Because you can be impactful in the slot. This is where the game is going from an evolutionary standpoint. Number one receivers are not just on the outside like they always used to be. Now you can have a number one wide receiver if you're in Detroit, if you're with the Rams, if you're with the Vikings, in the slot. And even the Bengals over the last few weeks and their use of Jamar Chase, a lot of him in the slot. You know, it's becoming a position that you want to take care of. Greg says, yeah, like Chase was considered a better wide receiver than JJ in college, but hasn't been in the NFL so far. I mean, yeah, I guess Justin Jefferson's been a little better. Justin Jefferson also has the one extra year on him, though. So that does help. But I mean, 81 catches, 87 catches. He's already up to 44 catches as Jamar Chase this year. He had 1,400 yards, 1,000 yards last year. I mean, a little bit, yeah. Some of that also is the target nature in the respect of the Vikings target Jefferson like in an insane amount. But I literally, I don't know. I don't know. I know it might seem crazy on this one, Greg, but I might take Jamar Chase over Jefferson if I was picking between the two. Danny McCormick, would Rondé Barber be your comp for Devon Witherspoon? I leaned more to I leaned more to Jair Alexander is more my comp. Something like that. I also think that the Antoine Winfield comp is kind of on point as well. He's a little bit taller than Antoine, but a great tackler, great cover corner, which Winfield was, the senior. I might go to those two over Rondé. Rondé was also, I think, more of a bit of a zone guy, whereas Witherspoon can do the man-based stuff. So if I want to find a comp on Witherspoon, I want to find a guy that can run man. Have a good night, Mr. Kane. Appreciate you, brother. Jefferson for sale. Yeah, he's injured. Do you know when we can expect the next stream? Thanks for another great show. I'm out. Yeah, Mason, we'll be coming back on Tuesday, and we're going to be looking at the blitz nature of the Seahawks defense this year, taking themselves from a team last year in recent years that splits around 15% up to the 30% mark this season, taking themselves from a 29, 30, 29, 30, 31 blitz rate team in the league to taking themselves up to more middle of the road this year. So we're going to be taking a little bit of a closer look at that on Tuesday. Connor says, I like Witherspoon in the slot, but I do think with Adams healthy, he won't be playing as much in the slot. Could depend on who the team wants in the field more, Love or Brown. It's a great point, Connor. Who do they want more? Who's more favorable to them? Who gives you the best 11 on the field? I don't know if I have a certain answer on this one. But I do think that they're going to try to stack up the best 11 out there, Connor. However that'll be. JG says, Jamar over Jefferson? Whoa. Yeah, I got a preference on it more than that. I don't think Jamar has to get targeted as much as Jefferson does because Cincinnati has more receivers to throw the ball to. But as he showed here today, when you had T. Higgins out in this game for Cincinnati and you basically have to just throw the ball into Jamar constantly, he can go get you 15 catches for 200 yards. I just have I think he can do more damage on the outside. I think Jefferson's got to be a slot guy. Yeah, I'm more of a Jamar guy. I might be on my own on this one, but JL says, I tried giving my catnip a couple times. She just sniffs it and walks away. I guess she's about that sober life. Straight edge, JL. My neck's weird around it too. She'll sniff it and then she'll just start eating it and then she gets sleepy. So it's weird. Kingdom Joe, the Enforcer, the Kings County King, the Blue Angel. I'll put the Enforcer out there. Enforcer's good. I'll give you that one. Empire Code, great job on the Mafe video. Was looking at some statistics recently saying how he's ranked one of the highest edge rushers who's double teamed at a low rate and has a high pass rush win rate. Indeed, he's got the second highest pass rush win rate of anybody in the NFL coming into this weekend's action. He is, of that list of guys that you look at, those top 10 guys, he's the guy that's being double teamed the least amount. And the reason for that, of course, is because those other guys are more known names, and they're held in as far as around the league as being bigger problems. Boye's name is emerging in that realm, and he's going to start to get those double teams if he keeps his pass rush win rate at this level. But indeed, he's not getting doubled as much, at least early on here. CJ, I'm thinking Bills-Giants game could get flexed out. We were thinking that as well, that they might bust the Cincinnati-Seattle game up. It'll be hard, CJ, though, because, of course, it is the Giants. It is New York. It is a big market in New York. They're going to think you're going to get the eyeballs in New York at least watching. So even though they're a bad team this year, we'll still have a lot of people watching in that game. But I would love to see it if they'd be willing to do it. Power said this also indicates that Draymond and other pass rushers who have been quiet might be soaking up some of those double teams, enabling other guys to fly into the radar and pick up pressure sacks. Indeed, I think that's a fair way of looking at it. I don't have the double numbers up for Jones, so I'm not sure on that one. Jeff Heffo says Mafe will be a top 5 pass rusher by the end of next season. I love it, Jeff. I could see it. He is on that pathway of going where he's heading right now. The improvement this year has been huge when it comes to his pass rush. That's why I wanted to do that video and featuring him this year, is that it is monster steps, not a step, but monster steps forward. He's taken as a pass rusher, and his ability, his technical ability, his understanding and feel, it's all come very, very far forward. BT Jordan's doing some great work with that kid. Greg says, Brandon, I know the target year difference between them. I was talking more about college to NFL perception, and I'm also taking Chase because of him showing up in the playoffs more. Oh, okay, my bad. You're right about that was the 100%. That was the perception, was that Chase was a vastly superior player, that Justin Jefferson would be a slot only guy. He'd be a really good slot guy, but that would be his only position, and he wouldn't be the guy he's become. That's for sure. But I don't want it to seem like I'm shading Jefferson as well, as he's been, a marvelous player. I've always just had kind of that soft spot for Chase too, since he's come out of college. Just watching him beat guys at 19 years old in the SEC, and just cornerbacks like Trayvon Diggs playing in the sport, and high-level players in this sport. You just went, wow, impressive. Dino says, I think it's too late to flex. I'm not sure on that, Dino. I'm not sure on those rules, because these are new. I haven't quite got them fully up to snuff. And Uteros' spoon is the warden because he'll lock you down. I'll add it to the list. I think that's a good suggestion. I love it. Nick Hawks, like I've been saying all of summer too, 2023 is going to be the year of Mafe and Parkinson. Definitely on point about Mafe. Kobe working on it. Kobe will get there, man. He'll get there. He finished strong last year. Jesse says, if this team can show continuous improvement over the season, I'll be hopeful. That's how our Super Bowl team was. They started slow, got better, and better throughout the season. Well said, Jesse, and I agree. That's what I'm looking for here too. Let's also remember we got this team that's so young, third youngest team in football. Now what that means is that you're going to get some inconsistency, but then what that hopes, to your point on that, is then that team gets better as the year goes along. As it gets more seasoned, as it gets more games under his belt as young players, that they improve with time on that. And I think we will. And Power says, great stream, Brandon. Tuning out for the night. Take care, brother. And tell Pumpkin I said hi. Absolutely fantastic work. Can't say enough good things about it. Well, thank you, Empower Code. That's very kind of you to put that in that way. And I appreciate you for all your support to the channel. So thank you for all you've brought to this channel, as well as the great discussion tonight. Love the questions. Where everyone's coming from on this evening. We've got some really great thoughts in the chat. People putting the thinking caps on tonight. Mapete, when does D. Eskridge come back? D. Eskridge has got a 6-game suspension, so he will be back after week, I guess it's technically week 8, because you have the bye week, right? Wouldn't that be like how that goes? D. Nugget says, never too late to flex. I do it all the time. Let's go, D. Nugget. Reekin the Warden, does that sound right? I like it, man. I like it. It's on the list. It's on the list. And we will go ahead and wrap this up here as we're going to start got to the end of the chat here. But here is our list of nicknames for Mithra Witherspoon, which we will be voting on this week. I don't know which day we're going to do it yet, but I will get the votes on there. We'll do a poll up. We've got Devin the Demon, Slotted Spoon, Monsoon Spoon, Legion of Spoon, Hitter Spoon, Spoon Fed, Boom Boom Spoon, 21 Savage, Boom Boom Witherspoon, Monsoon Spoon, Spoon Tang, Devon John Wick Witherspoon, Devon Quick Draw Witherspoon, Mixter Lockdown, Sir Lockdown, Tyrannosaurus Spoon, Spoonosaurus Rex, Spoonful of Boom, Hard harpoon spoon, spoonful boom, laughing, wizard spoon, hit stick, the Big Dipper, spoon kaboom, century 21, red hot spoon, nuke spoonwalker, the heat seeker, sockeye shadow, the tiger shark, Spoony the Goonie, the enforcer, and the warden. It's a nice list, folks. It's a nice list. ATM says, I know it's a long season, but for the next draft, what should be our top 3 positions of need for drafting with our top 3 picks? I actually have 3 real clear, concise answers for you on this, ATM, because it sets itself up really clearly to be looking at this. And I'll even give you a 4th one that you didn't ask for. First up, I think defensive line. You're looking at probably a 3-tech type that you're going to be looking for, a guy that can get some penetration in there, maybe also a nose tackle, but somewhere on the interior defensive line, I would expect them to address in the first, let's say, 3 or 4 rounds. Middle linebacker, you've got all 3 of your guys due to be a free agent after this year. You might have to address 2 middle linebacker positions. And I would say the 3rd position would be left guard. I'm expecting Damian Lewis to leave via free agency. So left guard would be the next one. And then the 4th one would be tight end, as you have a lot of guys that are due to be free agency in Parkinson and Fant, and you only have Disley due to return, and you can save money by moving on from Disley, which I don't think the team's going to do, but that is also going to be a need for you down the road, I would say. Greg says, I'm going to look to see if the Hawks increase DK's targets coming out of the bye week with how good he's playing right now. He's been fantastic. I love his production. Just keep it up with him. But yeah, there's certainly maybe some more opportunities to get him worked on in. Will be a vote to dwindle down the nickname list soon. Yeah, we'll get it down here soon. Sugar Spoon, I'll put Sugar Spoon on there. We'll put it on there. All right, well, we wrap it up. Pumpkin says good night to y'all. Say good night to everybody. Give everybody a good night, please. Good night. Give me good night. Thank you. I appreciate it. They like a good night. Everybody likes it when you talk to them. Well, I appreciate you guys for watching here on the stream today. It was a fun little stream watching these 2 teams coming down the pike here, enjoying this bye-week victory week here, which lasts like a little extra time. We got the Bengals on deck this week. I will be back this Tuesday for a stream. We'll be doing the Thursday night B&B stream as well as the members-only stream on Thursday night at 5 o'clock and watching the Thursday night game, Broncos versus the Chiefs. Avert your eyes, you know what I'm saying? But we will be back for that matchup here this upcoming week in the stream schedule and how this will play out. You guys, could please do hit that like button for me. I would be very, very appreciative. As well, like I said before, thank you to Underdog Fantasy for sponsoring this show. Throughout the course of this season, you can go over to Underdog right now, get matched up to 100% of your first deposit with them. Clicking the link down in my description section, they will match you up to $100. $100 on me, on the Hawks Nest, to you, on me, no problem. In the state of Washington, there are limitations, though you can go out to the casinos and run the app from the casinos once you're in their little Faraday cages that they have set up out there. So please do utilize that if you guys get the chance on that. They got a lot of fun contests, giving away $200,000 a year. You can get to all of these different varieties of games that you can go out there and play to what you really like to do, like I've been doing, and win some money like I've been winning some money. Huh? Not too shabby. I really thank you guys as ever for watching. All the new people that jump aboard here on the stream. We rounded 13.7. We're on our way now to 13.8. 15,000 is the long-term goal this year. So if you're not subscribed, please do get subscribed up as we're trying to cook towards that goal this season, as well as hit that like button if you could as you're leaving on the way out the door. I'll be back on Tuesday, my fellow Seahawks fans, and until that time, I shouldn't have to remind you that we got a team on the upswing. We got a team on the rise. We got a team that's going places. Who's to set the top of the ceiling for this team this year? Yeah, we're young, but we're damn talented too. And when you got this much talent, you don't know when it's going to pop. Certainly the young pups are already doing it through the early part of this year. Why not? Maybe they're going to continue it, especially with having Jamal Adams back, having this offensive line back. The future is looking bright this season. Yeah, the Niners are looking tough. Yeah, they're not going away. Yeah, that ain't going to be easy games that we're going to go up against them. And they might look like front runners right now early on this season. But let's see where it's at a little bit later on this year. So my fellow Seahawks faithful, please do not ever forget. I'll be back in 2 days. Hope you don't forget in that time, but I'm going to remind you anyway, just to make sure you're remembering. We're going to do something this year. We're going to make some noise this year. This NFL is going to have to pay attention to the Seahawks team this year, especially that Niner team. We're not going anywhere. We're right on your heels, Niners. You're feeling good tonight, but we're right there. Look in your rear view. You're going to see our face right there. Keep the faith, my fellow Seahawks fans. Know it's a long season. Nothing's determined by tonight and what they've done against the Cowboys as a Niner team. We got this team. We can handle this. We had the lead at halftime last year in a rebuild year with $57 million of dead money and half our team injured. Yeah, you better believe we're going to be stronger this year against this Niner team. Keep that faith. Dream large, dream big, my fellow Seahawks fans, and do not you ever forget. Go Hawks.